Check, 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 check. Check, check, check.
Funny. Muted.
ಗುಡ್ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಸುಮನ್, ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ?
ಕೇಳಿಸುತ್ತೆ ಈಗ.
ಗುಡ್. ನಾನು ಸುಮನ್.
ಏನು?
ಹಲೋ, ಐ ಆಮ್ ಆನ್ ಮೈ ವೇ ಟು ನಾಗರಹೊಳೆ.
ಅದೇ ನನ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತು, ಕಾರಲ್ಲಿ ಕುತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ ಅಂತ. ನಾಗರಹೊಳೆ, ಹಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ಯಾ ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ? ನಾಗರಹೊಳೆ
ಕಾಡಕ್ ಹೋಗಿ.
ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ಜೊತೆನಾ?
ಹೌದು, ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ಜೊತೆ. ಇಲ್ಲೊಂದು ಶಿವಳ್ಳಿ ಅಂತ ಇದು ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ ಆನ್ ದಿ ಮೈಸೂರು ರೋಡ್, ಶಿವಳ್ಳಿ ಟಿಫನ್ ರೂಮ್, ವಾಟ್ ಎವರ್ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್. ಹುಡುಗರ ತಿಂಡಿ ಕಳಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು
ಈಗ 1 ಗಂಟೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತಿಂಡಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ನಿಮ್ದು. ಒಳ್ಳೇದು.
ಸೊ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ವರ್ಕ್ಸ್ ಔಟ್ ವೆಲ್ ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇದನ್ನ ಮತ್ತೆ ಮನೇಲಿ ಮುಗಿಸಿ ಹೊರಡ್ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ 10 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೋಗೋಷ್ಟರಲ್ಲಿ.
Why are you starting on a Sunday morning? I mean, why not yesterday?
Good question. I always go to forests not on the weekends because there'll be too many people.
Okay.
So we check in on a Sunday and I apply 2 days leave for the weekday and then come back atara.
Okay.
Weekend ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋದ್ರೂ ರಿಸಾರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ you have lot of people. See, the very purpose why you go away from home is to have some peace of mind.
Right.
ಅಲ್ಲೂ ಜನ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ ನಾವು ನಂಗೆ. ನಾನು
ನಮ್ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಜನರಿಂದ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಕಡೆ ಸಿಗ್ತಾರೆ.
ಐ ಆಮ್ ದಿ ಹಿಮಾಲಯ ಸೀಕರ್ ಅಥವಾ ಕಾಡ್ ಸೀಕರ್. ನಾನು ಬೇಗ ವೈರಾಗ್ಯ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಲೈಫಲ್ಲಿ, ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ.
ನಾನು ಇದು ಕಳ್ಸಿದ್ದೆ, CV ಪುನಃ ಬೇಕಂತೆ, ಸೊ ಕಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ.
ಹೌದಾ? ಎಲ್ರು ಬಂದಿದಾರ? ಎಲ್ರು ಲಾಗಿನ್ ಆಗಿದಾರಾ?
ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಮಾರ್ತಾಂಡಪ್ಪನು ನಾನು ವರ್ಚುವಲ್ ಬರ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರು.
Madam Dr. Sharat.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning, sir.
Hello, sir. Good morning.
Hi. Good morning.
ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಮಾರ್ತಾಂಡಪ್ಪ, ನಿಮ್ ಪ್ಲಾನ್ಸ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾ? ನೀವು ಹುಬ್ಳಿಲೇ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ?
ಮ್ಯಾಮ್, ಹುಬ್ಳಿಲಿ RSV ಔಟ್ ಬ್ರೇಕ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಕ್ಕನ 2 ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೂ ಬ್ರಾಂಕ್ಯುಲೈಟಿಸ್. ಸೊ
ಹೌದಾ?
ಸರ್, ಐ ಆಮ್ ಡೈಲಿ ಸೀಯಿಂಗ್ ಅರೌಂಡ್ 70 to 80 OPDs, sir.
Oh my God.
RSV.
ಏನಪ್ಪಾ, are they getting sick?
ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ? I mean, how do you know it's RSV? Do you test for the virus?
ಇಲ್ಲ, ಸೀಸನಲ್.
ಒಂದ್ 2 ಕೇಸಸ್ ಕಳಿಸ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ವಿ ನಾವು. 2 ಕೇಸಸ್ ಟರ್ನ್ ಔಟ್ ಟು ಬಿ RSV. ಸೊ ಅದ್ರ ಬೇಸಿಸ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ
ಅಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಯು ಆರ್ ರೈಟ್. ಅಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತು. ಒಂದು ಪೈಲಟ್ ಕೇಸ್ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ರೆ ಸಾಕು, ಮತ್ತೆ ಅದೇ ರಿಪೀಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ಫುಲ್ ಒಂದು 2 ತಿಂಗಳು ರಿಪೀಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ.
ಎಸ್ ಸರ್, ಇದು ಹುಬ್ಳಿಯಲ್ಲಿ 3 to 4 years ಒಂದ್ಸಲ ಬಂದೇ ಬರುತ್ತಂತ ಸರ್.
ಹೌದಪ್ಪ, ನಮಗೂ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲಿ 3 ವರ್ಷ ಹಿಂದೆ ಇತ್ತು. So if you are saying bronchiolitis, looks like our winter can get very busy. ಈ ಕೋವಿಡ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ತಲೆನೋವು ಬರುತ್ತೆ.
ಈಗ ಅದೇ ಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ಸರ್. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ವಾರ 10 ದಿನಕ್ಕೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಕೋವಿಡ್ ಔಟ್ ಬ್ರೇಕ್, ಇದನ್ನ ಡೌಟ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಈಗ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ
ಯಾವ್ದು ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಯಾವ್ದು ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು, ಎಲ್ಲ ಕನ್ಫ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ.
ಕನ್ಫ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್, ನಿಜ.
ಗುಡ್ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಶರತ್ ಚಂದ್ರ.
ಗುಡ್ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಮೇಡಮ್. ಗುಡ್ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್.
Hi, good morning Dr. Sharath.
How are you enjoying Bangalore hospitality?
Great, ma'am. I was here, so I was very.
Kolar,
I have a lot of friends.
I is from Kolar.
So we'll just wait for the organizers to let us know we have to start.
Sure.
May I request you all to introduce yourself?
Sure.
Yes.
Or maybe because I don't think I've got all of your CVs.
ಮ್ಯಾಮ್, ನಂದು ಆಗ್ಲೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್. ನಂದು ಈಗ ಕುತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್.
ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಅರ್ಧ ಗಂಟೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಮಾಡಪ್ಪ.
So that will be useful sometime.
ಮಾರ್ತಾಂಡಿ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಅರ್ಧ ಗಂಟೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಸರಿ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಅವ್ರು ಶಿವನ್ಗೌಡ ಜೋಳದರ್ಸಿ ಸರ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅವ್ರದ್ ಪ್ಯಾನೆಲ್ ನಾನೇ ಅಟೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ವರ್ಚುವಲ್. ಅವ್ರ ಮನೇಲಿ ಅವ್ರ ಮಗಳಿಗೆ ಬ್ರಾಂಕ್ಯುಲೈಟಿಸ್ ಆಗೈತಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅವರು ವಾಪಸ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಬಿಟ್ಟು. He was in Bangalore only. Yesterday was a workshop trainer, so he's coming back again.
ಅಯ್ಯೋ, ಹೇಗೆ ಇದು ಬ್ರಾಂಕ್ಯುಲೈಟಿಸ್ ಹೇಗೆ ಬಿಹೇವ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ? ಬ್ರೀದಿಂಗ್ ಡಿಫಿಕಲ್ಟೀಸ್, ಬರೀ ಕಾಫ್ ಇದೆಯಾ?
ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಬ್ರೀದಿಂಗ್ ಡಿಫಿಕಲ್ಟಿ. 50% of the kids less than 1 year old are depending on oxygen, sir.
Oh sure.
Hospitals are full, sir, actually.
ಹೌದಾ?
ನಾನು KMC ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಯೋನಟಾಲಜಿಸ್ಟ್. ಹೊರಗಡೆಗೆ ಐ ಡೂ ಮೈ ಪ್ರೈವೇಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸ್. ಸೊ ಪ್ರೈವೇಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಸೀಯಿಂಗ್ ಅರೌಂಡ್ 60 to 70 OPDs per day. ಅದ್ರೊಳಗೆ 10-15 ಅಡ್ಮಿಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದಾವೆ ಸರ್ ಡೈಲಿ ಆನ್ ಬೇಸಿಸ್.
ಓ ಮೈ,
ಬಹಳ ವರ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಸರ್
ಅಲ್ಲ
ಸಿಚುವೇಶನ್.
ಹೌದು. ಸೊ ಲುಕ್ಸ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ, ಟ್ರೆಂಡ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಇನ್ನ ವೆರಿ ಸೂನ್.
ಸರ್ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ
ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ಆಸ್ ಯು ಸೆಡ್ ರೈಟ್ಲಿ ಪುಟ್ ಇಟ್, ಒಂದು ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ 2 weeks ಇಂದ ಐ ಬೀನ್ ಸೀಯಿಂಗ್ ಈಗ ಬ್ರಾಂಕಿಟಿಸ್ ಅಂದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಇವಾಗ ಮೇ ಬಿ ಥಿಂಕಿಂಗ್, ಬಟ್ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಬ್ರೀದಿಂಗ್ ಡಿಫಿಕಲ್ಟಿ ಆಗ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಒಂದು ಮೈಲ್ಡ್ ಗ್ರೇಡ್ ಫೀವರ್ ಫಾರ್ ಎ day or two and then cough for a good 7 days 10 days.
Yes. Same thing.
That's what is happening.
ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಫುಲ್ ವೀಸಿಂಗ್ ಎಪಿಸೋಡ್ಸ್, ಡಿಸ್ಯಾಚುರೇಷನ್ಸ್, distress, not taking orally well and all, they are coming down much.
ಹೌದಾ?
Dr. Sharat Chandra, you're not in the hall B, you're in your room or something?
Yes, ma'am. I'm in Bangalore right now. Yesterday I came to Bangalore.
So you're also virtually joining. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So only Abhishek will be from the venue.
Yes.
Okay,
Mostly
I think we are starting a bit late. Already 5 minutes are.
I know. ಮತ್ತೆ ಅದು ಏನಿದು? ಓಕೆ, ಗಾಟ್ ಇಟ್. ಮತ್ತೆ ಇನ್ನೇನ್ ಸುಮಾರು ವಿಷಯ?
ಸೋಶಿಯಲ್ ಡಿಸ್ಟೆನ್ಸಿಂಗ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮೇಂಟೈನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಈ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಯಾವ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಡಿಸ್ಟೆನ್ಸಿಂಗ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಕಡೆ ಓಡಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಮರ್ತೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಕೊರೋನಾ ಇತ್ತು.
ನೀವೇ ನೋಡಿ ನಾಗರೊಳಗೆ ಹೊರಟಿದ್ದೀರಾ.
ಅಯ್ಯೋ, ಐ ಡಿಡ್ ಮೋರ್ ಜಂಗಲ್ ಸಫಾರೀಸ್ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಇಯರ್ ದ್ಯಾನ್ ದಿಸ್ ಇಯರ್. ಅಲ್ಲ, ನಮ್ಮಿಂದ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಡಿಸ್ಟೆನ್ಸಿಂಗ್ ಇದ್ದೇ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲೋದ್ರು. ನಾನಂತೂ ನನ್ನ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ವೈಫ್ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ 1 year ಇಂದ ವಿ ಬಿನ್ ರೋಮಿಂಗ್ ಅರೌಂಡ್. ವ್ಯಾಕ್ಸಿನೇಟ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು.
ಏನಾಗಿತ್ತು?
ವ್ಯಾಕ್ಸಿನೇಷನ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಿಲ್ಲ, ಸಾಕು.
ಹಾ ಓಕೆ. ಬಟ್ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಆಗಿರ್ಲಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ.
they'll be all right. ಇದು on time start ಆಗ್ಬೋದಲ್ವಾ? anyway it is going to be a virtual stuff ಅಲ್ವಾ?
I don't know. They have to tell us. I don't mind starting off.
Exactly.
ಶುರು ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಡ್ಲಾ ಆಗಲ್ಲ questions?
Actually ಅವತ್ತು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ರೆಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಹಾಕ್ಬಾ.
ಇವಾಗ ಜುಂಬಾ ಸೆಷನ್ ಮುಗ್ದಿದೆ, ಪೀಪಲ್ ಆರ್ ಸ್ಟಿಲ್ ಹ್ಯಾವಿಂಗ್ ದೇರ್ ಬ್ರೇಕ್ಫಾಸ್ಟ್.
ಓಕೆ.
ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಇನ್ನು ಬರಬೇಕು ಮ್ಯಾಮ್, ಯಾರು ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ.
ನೀವೆಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೀರಾ? ನೀವು ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ.
ಇಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್.
ಓಕೆ. ಯಾ, your voice is good. ಹಾ, ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಓಕೆ, so you're going to be on your feet.
Good morning, madam. I'm Dr. Krishna. Good morning, madam. I'm Dr. Krishnanand.
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಸರ್.
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ, ಹೇಗಿದ್ದೀರಿ ಮೇಡಮ್? ನೋಡಿ,
ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದ್ದೀವಿ.
ನಮ್ಮ
ಪ್ಯಾನೆಲ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಫುಲ್ ರೆಡಿ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
It's a very nice topic and very well fit for you. You are a very good orator, madam. I just really like it.
Thank you, sir. Hope we can live up to your expectation. Right in the morning.
Okay. Third. Yeah.
Good morning, one and all. Thank you so much for being here. Despite the trying times, this weekend we're all gathered here for the South Neocon 2021, and today is day 2. And yesterday was a huge success, and I'm hoping today is also a great day of learning and a session. So thank you so much to esteemed panel of moderators, chairpersons, and panelists for being a part of this. And so without much ado, I would like to start off with our first panel discussion, and the topic being antibiotic stewardship. The chairpersons for this panel discussion today are Dr. Krishna Appa, who's consultant neurologist and pediatrician from Kolar. Thank you so much, sir, for being here. And Dr. Krishnanda, who's consultant pediatrician from Madikeri. Dr. Krishnanda, can you please introduce our moderator for today, Dr. Suman Rao? Sir, here.
Yeah. Good morning. It is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Sumana Rao PN. Okay. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Sumana Rao. She is a DM neonatology from St. John's Medical College. At presently, she works as a professor in Department of Neonatology at St. John's. And her areas of interest is Kangro mother care. I can, rather than I can say it is social pediatrics. She is very much interested in improving the neonatology services in the peripheries, and she is a very good teacher and orator. I welcome you, ma'am. Please join us and moderate the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. So with your permission, we will jump right into the panel. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for giving us this opportunity right at the beginning of a Sunday morning. So all of us are quite charged to talk about this topic, which is easy to talk about, but more difficult to implement. And we are going to be trying to make it easy of how 10 easy steps to do antimicrobial stewardship. And for this, I have a very eminent panel. I feel I'm among the boys. I have a very young panel and a young looking panel. And that is what we are here, but don't go by their looks. They are very experienced and all of them are practicing this antimicrobial stewardship with passion. For the first time, we had a pre-panel discussion, pre-panel panel, and I was quite enthused by all their passion and enthusiasm about antimicrobial stewardship. So first and foremost, I have Dr. Fani Bhushan from Columbia Asia Yeshwanthpur. He's a dear friend. And Fani, anything that you would like to say about yourself, a one-liner?
I'm an neonatologist, a good friend of Dr. Suman. Thank you.
Thanks, Fani. And then we have Dr. Marthandappa from KIMS Hubli. I'm sure that we are all sad that you're not in presence in Bangalore, but can you please give a one-liner about yourself?
Yeah, ma'am. I'm a consultant neonatologist and SNC pediatricians at KIMS Hubli, and I'm happy to share you guys that we are planning to build up a 100-bedded NAC, in which already 55-bedded NAC has been established, and we are following antibiotic stewardship since last 2.5 years. Thank you.
So thank you. You're going to bring us the flavor from a government institute where the challenges are so many, and you're doing a wonderful job and you have a big responsibility on your shoulders. We have Dr. Sharat Chandra, who is from Vijayawada, and Dr. Sharat Chandra is also been from Kolar, so he understands very well Kannada, so don't mind us if we slip into Kannada now. Over to you, Dr. Sharat, for a word. You're muted. You're muted.
Hello, I'm Dr. Sharat Chandra from Vijayawada. I have my own setup called Crane. We follow antibiotic stewardship program with DPharm students, as well as we maintain the 100 square foot area as given by NNF for each bed.
Thank you, Dr. Sharat. And finally, not the least, is Dr. Abhishek Aradhya, who is one of the most enthusiastic neonatologists from Karnataka, taking infection control and antimicrobial stewardship to the corners. Dr. Abhishek, a word from you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for those kind words. So I've been working at Ovam Hospital for the last 3.5 years. So on the contrary to what my teachers felt, I've been able to implement antibiotic stewardship at my place. And we have moved one step ahead with St. John's as well as other like-minded ICUs. We run an antibiogram collaborative study at the moment. We're already 1.5 years into the study, and we are looking at antibiotic sensitivity patterns across Bangalore with 6 NICUs. We would actually present in Pediatric Academic Society meetings as well. I think hope in another 6 months, we should give some better answers for Bangalore.
Thank you, Dr. Abhishek. I know Resist is going very strong, and 3 cheers to Resist. So with this, I think we are ready to jump into the panel. And if you don't mind, I would like to share the screen. We do have some slides, and I think you can see my screen. Yeah. So today what you're going to talk about is very practical stuff: when to start, when to change, what are the choice of antibiotics, when to stop, and very, very importantly, when not to start. So with this, the first question is, I'm going to give 4 cases. And I'm going to invite all the 4 panelists to comment at the end of these 4 cases, which are the ones that they are going to start antibiotics and the ones that they are not going to start. And please mind you, there's no right and wrong here. This is all our practice, so they may be a little different. So the first case is a 34-weeker baby born with PPROM to the mother and who also had maternal fever. Mother has been started on cefazolin. Baby had respiratory distress requiring CPAP. The first question to all is, would you start antibiotics? Let me go through all the 4 cases and then we will ask your question.
All right, okay.
Case 2 is a 60-year-old baby boy who comes with the poor feeding, lethargy, no urine output for 18 hours, severe dehydration, 30% weight loss with sky-high sodium, high creat, sepsis screen is normal. Would you be comfortable in starting antibiotics or not? Case 3 is 32-weeker, severe preeclamptic toxemia, oligohydramnios, abnormal Doppler, LSCS maternal indication, CPAP at admission, insure is done, low platelet count. Would you want to start antibiotics? And last one is 40 weeks, prolonged labor, fetal tachycardia, MSAF, resuscitation at birth, grunting, tachypnea, no other signs of sepsis. Would you start antibiotics? So I have given you 4 clinical scenarios. And let's now start with Funny. Case 1,
Hi.
yes or no?
Okay, I need the slide back, please. Okay.
Symptomatic
Poor memory,
preterm
Suman.
at risk.
I know it was-
Maternal risk factors, symptomatic
No, no,
preterm.
Can I have the slide?
Oh,
please,
you
if
want me to
don't
go
mind?
back?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
that will be useful.
Case 1.
This requires antibiotics, Suman.
Okay.
One is
Case 2.
the second one does not require. It looks like a straightforward hypernatremic dehydration. I would
Okay.
wait.
So you are confident and you say,
Yes,
okay,
yes,
I won't
yes.
start antibiotics. Please
There's an
mind
obvious weight
everybody
loss.
else. Case 3.
Definitely no antibiotics here, Suman.
Definitely no. Okay, I like
Yes,
the word
yes, yes.
definitely no. And 4.
This is a googly. You can go any which way you want.
Okay, so you're ambiguous on this.
I might start. I would
You
probably
might
play
start. So
safe
thanks
with
for
the
that.
first line.
Thanks for the clarity and the ambiguity. Both are important. Dr. Martandappa,
Yes, ma'am. In the first case, definitely I would like to start on antibiotic. And
you'll start.
48 hours-
Okay.
Yes.
Second,
The second case, definitely no.
you're also definitely no. Okay, very good. Case 3.
Third one, though, definitely we are not doing it. Ma'am.
Okay, fantastic. Case 4.
No, ma'am. Here also we are not starting.
You're not starting here also. Okay. So that's very clear from, there's a little difference there, but you heard something, Sharat Chandra?
First one, I would start antibiotic, ma'am.
Don't feel pressurized to, continue what they are saying, okay? Please.
No, ma'am.
First one,
I'll start antibiotic because it's
you
a
will
34
start. Case 2,
Second, I would start antibiotic because well baby 6 days old, why should it stop feeding?
okay. So you differ here. Case 3,
Case 3, I wouldn't start antibiotic.
case 4,
I will start antibiotic, wait for the culture.
you will start and wait for the culture. Okay. Thanks, Dr. Martandappa. You differ a little. Now let's hear from Abhishek. Abhishek, you.
On case 1, I would start antibiotics.
Okay. So we have an all yes for case 1. Case 2.
And I would start antibiotics with an exit plan.
So we have 2 no's and 2 yes. And what was the last sentence you said?
I would go with Sharat Chandra, ma'am. With the exit plan, we'll start antibiotics.
With plan. Okay.
Exit
Case
plan.
3.
No antibiotics, ma'am.
Oh, no antibiotics. Case 4.
No antibiotics, ma'am.
Okay, so that's great. So did you heard that all of us are very clear on case 1. So that's a full thumbs up there. Case 2, we are not sure. And I would agree with both of you all. If my resident has started, I will not stop. If my resident hasn't started, I will chase the cultures very, very quickly. If I was taking care of the baby, I would probably not start. I would go with my gut feeling. Case 3, symptomatic, no risk, iatrogenic preterm. I think all of you all have said no. And this is one very, very important thing. Iatrogenic prematurity, 60,000 platelet count, fully explained by preeclamptic toxemia. So this is a case, I think, very clear message from our panel, no antibiotics. And last one, symptomatic term, MSAF. Again, a little ambiguous, 2+2, no. Again, it depends because sometimes MSAF can be a sign of infection, but here again, we had prolonged labor. So I think we will go into the case a little bit, look at any maternal parameters, And again, as I said, this is quite ambiguous. But I think I like the way both of them said that we have a plan of stopping as soon as possible, even if we start, and let's go by that. So very, very clear, restrict initiation of antibiotics. If you have a gut feeling, and then you need to monitor the baby. If you don't start antibiotics, you need to chase your cultures. And very important, it should be a protocol-based written policy. For example, for us in MAS, we have a policy that no antibiotics. So we need to find a reason for it. So message one, very clear. Thanks, panel. I think you have been brilliant on the first question, and very clear messages of both clarity and ambiguity. Antibiotic use is not always crystal clear, but we should accept that ambiguity and move forward. Now, the more difficult question, which antibiotic? Now, Abhishek, we start with you. What is your empiric antibiotic policy? Would you want ampicillin, Genta, only amikacin? Do you want cefotaxime, Genta? What would you like to do?
For which case is this?
This is the first case. Thanks, Fanny, for bringing. So we all agreed only on the first case.
Okay.
Remember, we agreed only on the first case.
Yes. Fair
So on the first case, we have agreed we'll start. So let's discuss which one.
On the first case, I would like to start only on amikacin.
Okay. So only amikacin. Why is that?
Sensitivity is close to 70% in our unit. So amikacin sensitivity is close to just 10 to 20%. Having cefotaxime in the empiric antibiotic choice, I'm concerned about risk of fungal sepsis, and is more a watch drug rather than an access drug as per WHO classification. So cefotaxime comes later in our line. So amikacin covers 70%. So most of our inbounds respond to it. So only amikacin is what we practice.
Okay. So thanks, Abhishek. Any of our panel members are comfortable with only amikacin?
No, I would like a gram-positive cover as well, because we are assuming a pure gram-negative problem here, which is probably right 80% of the times.
So you would, what would you like?
We use basically in our unit we use amoxicillin and nettlemycin. We don't use gentamicin.
Okay.
As a first line.
Okay,
but anyway, that's not a choice here, but I would definitely add a gram.
That's okay. I mean, your choice would be amox nettle in your unit.
Yes.
So please mind the words in my unit. That's very important, and we'll come back to that. Anyone else has a differing opinion? So I think if we go by the books, Ampi-Genta is what is mentioned. But when we look at our own policy in our own units, our Ampi sensitivity is horrible, and it has been consistently horrible. And that is the reason I think even Abhishek has said, even in our unit, we have a single drug amikacin as the first line antibiotic. But there is a concern because it can build up resistance. So though we are using amikacin as a single drug, we are constantly monitoring a resistant pattern, which has risen a little bit over the time, but not to a great extent to concern us yet. Not many people are comfortable with this. I know my postgraduates get really beaten up when they say single drug amikacin in the exams. By the books, it's Ampi-Genta, but because our sensitivity pattern is so poor, many of us do use amikacin. Very clear message from Abhishek, cefotaxime should not be the first line antibiotic.
Correct.
We haven't used cefotaxime for 15 years. Despite that, our sensitivity has not improved just because the use of cefotaxime across the India over the counter is so high. So we still have a very high resistance.
Most importantly, the cefotaxime is the commonest reason for ESBL inducing
absolutely
problems.
So no cefotaxime is a clear message. I would also like to know from, not for maybe for this case, Dr. Martandappa, but you did bring up in our pre-panel panel that your concern is about fungal, and should you consider fungal sepsis? I mean, fungal therapy empirically. So do you want to talk about it?
Then during fungal therapy, whatever we tell is that this usually happens in a government sector or in a sector where there is quite pretty high load. First thing. Second, in our unit, we have around 8% fungal growth. So anything more than 5% fungal growth definitely needs prophylaxis as well as therapy if we start suspecting. So when prophylaxis, basically we are starting for ELBW babies or the babies who are having central lines. in which we are using fluconazole fixed it, and which we'll be using twice weekly. And when we are going for therapy properly, we are shifting over from fungal to amphotericin B. So this is what is our policy from here.
So thanks, very clear. And as you said, fungal sepsis change is different in different patterns, in different units. And if it is high, you need to consider fungal prophylaxis in your high-risk population. But I would just like to bring on table our experience from KM Hospital 15 years ago, where we also had the same issue and we started fluconazole. But we found that it was no use. The reason was our fungus was glabrata, which is inherently resistant to fluconazole.
Fluconazole, yeah.
Even when you have your fluconazole prophylaxis, please see what your fungus is. If it's just Candida albicans, it may be useful, but not for others. So please do keep a watch on it. And this is a self-created problem because of this cefotaxime. And that is the reason, if you have a separate inborn, outborn unit, maybe you'll be able to practice this even better and avoid prophylaxis. I was thinking of prophylaxis when coming to KEM, from coming to John's, but thankfully our fungal sepsis rates are low. So I think, again, clear message, how to choose. You heard the word in my unit. That's very important. Get your antibiogram from your unit. Start with a narrow spectrum. Avoid cephalosporins like the plague. It has no role in empirical antibiotic therapy. So the clear message is choose your empiric antibiotics wisely. We might have to go to something unconventional like single drug amikacin. And I always think and thank Naveen Jain for bringing out that paper on single drugs so that at least you have some paper and say, yes, there is some evidence for it. So very clear message there. And we continue with the funny. This is again case 1. You want me to go back or you're fine?
I'm seeing the details. So good. Thank you.
Okay, so this case is here. And you see now that we did start on Ampigenta. We gave you gram-positive coverage that you wanted. CRP was 0.9. Blood culture was 48 hours. At 48 hours, it was still awaited. Maybe we are not in Colombia, Asia. Mother cervical swab was MRSA. The question for you is, when will you stop antibiotics? And because of MRSA, will you consider change of antibiotics?
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Saman. That's a tricky question. Number one, I think I'm not going to change the antibiotic at all. In fact, I'm considering if I can actually stop the antibiotics safely. So, but we'll address the second question because we'll need a little more details on that. Question of changing antibiotics does not arise because you're saying one, the inflammatory markers are not there. CRP is less, and more importantly, the baby has settled on CPAP already. So, had there been sepsis, evolving sepsis, this baby probably would have gotten ventilated or started having apneas on CPAP itself. So, clearly, the baby is not infected, at least by what details you provide me. From at the point of birth, the risk of sepsis was high. The risk, the probability, the odds were high. So, you started antibiotics rightly, fair enough. But what has happened is, over the time, the baby has actually settled down on CPAP and seems to be looking well as per the slide you show me. So baby probably does not have sepsis, number one. Two, just because the MRSA is present, it is just a colonizer. I would not assume that it is probably infecting the baby. It's unlikely because baby is getting better. So changing the antibiotic out of question. Stopping the antibiotic is a possibility. This can create controversy, but I might consider stopping antibiotics in such situations, especially where the intention to start antibiotics was a strong one. Wherever the intention to start was a strong one, where I need a equally good, strong reason to stop an antibiotic. So such situations, I might repeat a count and a CRP maybe 40 hours later. And if it looks good, I will be confident to stop the antibiotics as such.
Okay, so great. How many of you all want to stop antibiotics here? Just a show of hands. You can lift up your actual hand, not your virtual hand if you wish. Yes, Sharath, you want to continue or you?
I would like to wait for the blood culture.
You want to wait for the blood culture? Maybe in your place, you will get it quickly. Abhishek?
Yes.
Okay, I saw your hand. So this is another message. Stop antibiotics. I like the word, two or three things which Fanny said. He said, I'm going to look at the baby. Baby has settled. That's very important. Clinically, baby has settled. I haven't got my culture, so I have to chase it. And if I were Sharath, I would walk down to the microbiology and tell me, why haven't you given me my blood culture at 48 hours? Clear message is we need to stop. We need to stop antibiotics. If you all are concerned, You can repeat a CRP because we know 2 CRP values 24 hours apart has a
Has a
negative
96% negative predictive value. And more
99,
importantly,
yeah, very,
99.
high. So
There is
you can use that if you wish, but most of us are comfortable in stopping orders at 48 hours. And this
sorry, Suman.
Yeah,
There was another paper.
This is okay. Yeah, go ahead, Funny.
There was another paper from Liverpool quite a few years ago, which said that the cultures that are read at 36 hours is as good as 48 hours and later.
Yeah.
So if at 36 hours there was nothing growing, you are probably not going to grow anything later. So you could actually take a call at 36 hours itself.
Thank you so much. I think many microbiologists hesitate to give a negative culture till 48, 72 hours, but no news here is good news. And I thank you for that message. So we can continue with this case, Sarat Chandra. This is another baby, 33 weeks, respiratory distress syndrome, respiratory support, started on antibiotics, Ampigenta, sepsis screen negative. At 48 hours, baby is better on minimal CPAP setting. Mind you, better. Blood culture is not present in the system. God knows where it disappeared. What will you do now?
I'll look at my second CRP. If second CRP is also negative, I would like to stop antibiotics.
Okay, so you would like to stop looking at CRP, but most important, and this is where I would pull up my residents, you have to send cultures. When you start antibiotics, before you start, it is our duty to send cultures. And this is something that we have seen. I think Marthandappa would like to elaborate on that. As particularly in the peripheries, access to cultures is a problem. Antibiotics are started without culture, and then you're in a soup. You don't know whether to stop, what to do. And then the momentum is to continue for 5 to 7 days. And that's how they get exposed to many antibiotics. And so culture is important. Believe your culture. Once you send it, I ask my residents to cross-check that it has come onto the system, because I don't want to find out at 48 hours that culture has not gone. So Marthandappa, would you like to say something from the periphery, because you see a lot of outbound cases?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, basically speaking, from North Karnataka, probably in whole of North Karnataka, around 8 to 9 districts, we have around 3 or 4 back-to-back blood cultures. That's all. So we don't have proper blood cultures here. Okay. One recently we have come up last year at KIMS. Before this, it was not there. So after this, we are starting with this antibiogram policies and all. First thing. Second thing, whenever you're going to send, even though the babies who are coming from the peripheries to the main our tertiary center, they would have started hell number of antibiotics. But still, we want to send a blood culture. Then only we are starting the antibiotic as per our unit policy.
Thank you very much for clarifying. I would also say that even if we don't have backed up, a routine blood culture is also good, may not be as good, but it is good to start off, provided it is sent correctly. Sending the cultures is also important. 1 ml of blood is needed, not 0.5 ml to get good yield. Now, Abhishek, why should we be so bothered about restricting antibiotics? Why is it antibiotics, which is supposed to be a lifesaver? Why are we talking about restricting them?
Definitely, it's a difficult question to answer, because antibiotic use in newborns, we have to optimize the clinical outcomes. So we have other pediatricians or other team of neonatologists who always feel this baby should benefit with antibiotics. But our concern will be to restrict antibiotic, one for the baby per se, for the unit per se, and for the community. So baby per se, if you see, you can reduce the drug toxicity. You can reduce emergence of various fungal sepsis and opportunistic organisms for the baby. You can also prevent healthcare associated infections for the newborn by unnecessary use of antibiotics. You can get rid of IV line quickly. So apart from this, there has been several studies showing dysbiosis if you use antibiotics, which can bring in NEC for preterms. Apart from this, we are worried in the long run for development of hyperreactive airway disease, various rheumatological diseases like GIA, Crohn's disease, obesity. So if you see in short term, for the baby, it prevents infection, emergence of antibiotic resistance. In the long run, it protects the baby from non-communicable diseases as well as rheumatological diseases.
Okay. Thanks, Abhishek. We have got only 10 minutes. I think maybe our panel is cut short a bit. So let's now go into 2020 mode, and all of you all are going to be my, I don't know who is a current cricketer. I think Dhoni is going out. So now all the boys get ready to go fast. So now we have Sharath, this is for you. Now, this is a baby who is lethargic, looks like septic at 5 days, started on piperacillin tazobactam. Sepsis screen is positive. And this baby on day 3, the repeat total count and CRP is improving, baby is better, and mind you, CSF is normal. Your blood culture comes back as Streptococcus hemolyticus resistant to piperacillin, but sensitive to meropenem. So what is your thoughts now? Do you want to continue piperacillin? You want to change meropenem? You want to do anything else?
Personally, I would like to continue piperacillin because baby is improving per se. But thinking on the medical legal aspect too, probably if there is a need to, probably I'll change to meropenem based on the culture.
You will change to meropenem because you're concerned about, so this is like defensive medicine a bit, which I know sometimes becomes important in the wake of things. Anyone has any other thought?
I would play safe.
Change to meropenem?
Yes, Suman. Yeah, it seems to be a good idea to continue because it's working clinically.
Okay.
Something goes wrong 4 days down the lane, nobody is going to help us.
Okay, fine. Marthandappa and Abhishek, because we have a little controversial thing here.
Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. We are going to change ahead with piperacillin itself because Streptococcus hemolyticus is not that big bug to get worried about. So hence I'll continue with piperacillin. And meanwhile, other signs, one more culture can be sent for this.
Okay, you will send one more culture and you will continue. What about Abhishek?
I would partially agree that septohemolyticus is a contaminant, but possibility of septohemolyticus causing long-run septic arthritis and other case reports are present. So I would play safe. I will change to meropenem.
Okay, so we have 3 of our panelists saying they will change to meropenem. One from medico-legal perspective, one from playing safe, and the other one from worry of septic arthritis. So
safety is medico-legal.
So the issue is, I think, we have other things like, again, we can look at one more CRP because now it's been 2 days since the last CRP. We can see the trends in it. And I would maybe in fact, I would continue with piperacillin. And not even send a repeat CRP if the baby is improving because he's
Correct.
But having said that, if you all are concerned about medico-legal, take use of CRP and other things also, like maybe, in your places like Procal and all such things, show that everything else is normal and be brave to stop antibiotics. That would be the concern, and monitor more closely, send more cultures. So that took a little bit of a time. So Marthandappa, this is for you. This is a term baby with respiratory distress. This is the kind of babies you get all the time. Day 1 on something, day 2 meropenem vancomycin, worsening, referred to you on day 3. What will you do now? Short answer, please.
Yes, ma'am. So here basically we'll be going ahead with the same antibiotic policy what we have. So as soon as the baby comes, we'll take up our blood culture. And first thing we'll to establish why this baby needed ventilation. Probably. Sometimes they will tell that the baby needs ventilation, but the baby come here as TTNB just.
Right.
Okay. So plain simple TTNB can also be referred for ventilation for us here. So in that cases, we'll definitely not start, but definitely we'll look at with our CBC CRP. And one more thing, we have established a good WhatsApp group in our department along with the microbiological technicians. As soon as we send the blood culture, within 2 to 3 hours, they will send us whether it is flagged or not flagged. And based on that also, and based on clinical acumen, we will be taking up a call on antibiotic. And definitely this changeover from piperacillin, meropenem, vancomycin, it's not warranted at all.
And which antibiotics would you start? Your first line in your unit?
Ma'am, as here it is amikacin.
So would you start with that or would you continue with?
No, ma'am. Here in this case, I'm starting on amikacin because I don't know the full history for this respiratory disease.
Okay, so I think very, very important messages. 1, wait for antibiotics for 48 hours to change. Don't just jump. This baby had no reason to go on to meropenem vancomycin. If such a baby comes to you, be brave and come to your own first line. And very importantly, look at the clinical features. So this is a message, clinical decisions. Funny, again, quick answer from you. This is a 15-day-old baby with seizures and fever. CSF has 60 cells. Started on meropenem. Now, culture has shown E. coli. So you have E. coli meningitis, but it's sensitive to cefotaxime and meropenem. Okay. What do you want to do?
Yeah, I think cefotaxime should be good enough here instead of meropenem.
But anyway, you have given 2 days of meropenem. You want to continue?
No, I think no, it's better to de-escalate. Why meropenem?
Absolutely. So please de-escalate. You need to protect your meropenem so that it is useful when it is needed. Abhishek, question for you, quick one. Preterm baby, feed intolerance, TPN, central lines, cultures negative, sepsis screen normal, antibiotics needed or not?
You can stop antibiotics, ma'am, because there is
No, he's not on. You have to start now.
No, ma'am, no need of antibiotics.
No need of antibiotics for routine things. Avoid routine antibiotics is the clear message. Sharat Chandra, what do you think of this baby who has meningitis and is on vancomycin at 20 milligrams PD?
The dosage should be proper, and the dosage has to be corrected.
So this is a medication error. Medication errors are very common. We can't be ostriches and not see them. If you look at it, these are common things we find in our units all the time. So please make sure that anyone who writes it, somebody else cross-checks it, and also tell your nurses to be vigilant about this. Antibiotic stewardship, correct dose, right drug, right time, right dose is very important. Funny for you, do you think this baby whose culture is staph, but we don't know the sensitivity and has some feed intolerance, 15-day-old, should Vanco be the empiric choice?
No, not really. Because if you say vancomycin, then you're assuming that it is a MRSS, that kind of a staph. It could be a MSS, simple staph which can be sensitive to amic acid.
So what would you start?
We start with first line, amox and
so don't jump to Vanco just because it's staph. Marthandappa, for you, 36-weeker, NEC stage 3. This is your, he's gone for surgery and come back. Now your surgeon says meropenem metronidazole. One of your residents say meropenem amikacin. What is your choice?
I think we can restrict it only to meropenem because meropenem and metronidazole both does the same thing. So I think it's not necessary. And meropenem covers well with amikacin as well. So I think meropenem alone is sufficient for this baby.
Yeah, and probably this baby has some history. That's why he's landed up with meropenem. The message is metronidazole has a similar cover. It's covered by everything that, meropenem covers that. And therefore, there is no need. So correct choice of antibiotics is important. And lastly, 1 minute for Abhishek to talk about the AMS program, antimicrobial stewardship, and then a key message from everyone. Abhishek, over to you.
Antimicrobial stewardship actually is the toughest thing to implement in any unit, especially when you have a team of people. If you're alone, you can implement, go one step at a time. So these are some of the core principles from CDC. Leadership, commitment, accountability. It's tough to have a team in a smaller setups. The neonatologist has to assume the role with the infection control team. Pharmacy expertise may not help you. The first step in action would be to have an antibiotic policy in your unit for inborn, outborn, early onset, late onset, when to start empiric antifungal. Have a clear policy. Have a clear policy for reserve antibiotics that they should call the consultant before starting reserve drugs like meropenem or colistin. Drug doses can be displayed in the unit to reduce dosing errors. Drug administration can be cross-checked and countersigned. It's always good to have antibiotic timeouts in the unit after 48 hours. So you can decide upon blood culture reports or sepsis screen to hike or de-escalate the therapy. Have an SOP for blood culture collection to reduce contaminants. Next slide. So we need to track the antibiotic sensitivity in your individual units. So culture positive data, you can look into the culture positive data.
Can we make it a little quicker, please? Because I think they will, we have 2 minutes left, yeah.
Educational training. I think CDC has a AMR training program as well. Next slide, ma'am.
Oh, sorry. I think there was a problem. No, 1 minute.
So antimicrobial stewardship is not easy. There are several problems. It doesn't happen in a day, especially in an outbound unit with different culture patterns. It needs continuous efforts. We have sent home a 600-gram baby without a single dose of antibiotics after 1 year of working there. So it takes some time. It needs extra resources, extra nurse or extra IT support. Try having data collection simpler. Try collecting data from your discharge summary rather than having a special audit again. For antibiotic resistance data, especially smaller units will have difficulty because we have less than 50 cultures per year positive. I think we have tried an antibiogram collaboration with 6 units in Bangalore. The way forward for us would be We need to look into several audits like golden hour administration, compliance to empiric therapy. We need to start structured education for the team to sustain the efforts.
Thanks, Abhishek. I think what you have said is a very good content for a one-day workshop on antibiotic stewardship. And I'm sure you will take it forward because this is something that all of us need to, every step is important. What is your experience from Columbia, Asia? Funny?
I think I agree with everything what Abhishek has said. Some of the policies which we do is we take administration of antibiotics within 1 hour of a probable sepsis as a very serious indicator, because we don't want any delays.
Yes.
So for that reason, we just take blood cultures and start antibiotics right away.
Okay.
And we get the CBC and CRP much later, because it's not going to change the plan as such. That is number one. And since we have an infection control nurse in the hospital, she audits everything: CLABSI, COTI, VAP rates, hand hygiene complaints, everything happens on a regular basis. We have very less problems, but it is being monitored for sure. It's also a need for JCI and other NABH requirements. So we have the data collected.
You have support from outside your unit too. That's good.
Yes.
Any one-liner from Sharat Chandra and Marthandappa on antibiotics stewardship?
Yes. You're only as strong as your weakest link. So educate and reinforce. Those are the two basic things.
Very good.
Educate, reinforce, work all the time towards it. Marthandappa?
Start sending blood cultures without fail, and resistance will be too high. So try to negotiate with your seniors or juniors also, and try to show them the data and improve your antibiotic policies at your institute.
Very nice.
Thanks so much, because I've seen a unit where their sensitivity was to colistin, and that became their first line. So we can't go that line. And this is the success story from Vani Vilas. Vani Vilas, we know, is one of the biggest centers in Bangalore. And I wanted to bring this success story because we think that large units, outbounds, inbounds is very difficult. And this is actually antibiotic stewardship is a low-hanging fruit. Just one infection control workshop spaced out over a week and one quality improvement workshop. You see the big steep decrease which happened during the mentorship program. And Anita was instrumental in this along with the team. And here you see here that they were starting. This is a line for starting antibiotics. That didn't change. But what really changed was the stopping orders. The stopping orders went really steeply, and that brought about a large decrease in not only in the antibiotic use, but also you see in the mortality. And this is something, I think our Neocon has been instrumental in this. Marthandappa, you said that similar thing was there in IGICH. Pratik had shared it with me, and this was one of the things we introduced in Vani Vilas, and this is really useful. And if you see here, there is every day stopping orders are given, every day number of babies on IV fluids is written, and this brings us to the important message that infection control.
I think you can share that slide. That's not.
Yeah, this one, right?
Not able to see your slides, ma'am.
Oh, I think they have stopped sharing my slide then. Maybe the organizers, yeah. So I think that is it. So we can't, so that was our main key messages. So we will, the 10 key messages are: start appropriately, stop it at the appropriate time, de-escalate, believe your blood cultures, send blood cultures, and have a very good infection control program. Thank you very much. And I don't know whether there is a time for a last minute one-liner from each of my panelists. Over. Funny?
Hi, Suman. Tell me.
No, one-liner from you.
Yeah, I think. Please follow what Suman has said.
Marthandappa?
Follow cultures.
Okay, great. Sharat?
Cultures always the way.
Great.
Having said that, let me. I think people who are wary of following these practices, if they just do an audit for 3 months in their unit, what their practice has been, what's been the clinical outcomes, if they just start looking at their data, they will get the necessary courage to make the appropriate changes.
Yeah, thank you so much. And Abhishek, last word from you from the venue.
It's a daily effort for antimicrobial stewardship in your unit, as everybody has mentioned. It's a daily effort for that individual baby.
Thank you very much. And so all of us are geared up in doing this. And we look forward to your AMS workshop, Abhishek and the team. Thank you, organizers, and for this opportunity, and back to you all.
Thank you, organizers. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Excellent. And all the esteemed members, you brought out very nicely rational use of antibiotics and also discussed very well and brought out when to start and when not to start. Rational use of antibiotics very, very important nowadays. Thank you very much, madam. Thank you very much. And also, members.
Thank you so much, everyone, for being a part of this panel, and especially thanks Dr. Suman Rao for conducting this panel so smoothly and being on time. Thank you so much, ma'am, and thank you all the panelists, all the moderators, and the chairpersons for this wonderful session. Moving on to the next one. The next panel is very interesting, especially because I'm a health personnel, and when we are health personnels, we only think about saving patients, but sometimes we also think about, we have to think about ourselves as well, and about saving ourselves. So the next topic of discussion for today's panel is health personnel need protection too. And it is the chairperson for this talk is Dr. Malla Venkateshwara Rao. Good morning, sir, and thank you for being here. And I would kindly invite him and ask him to kindly, sir, please introduce our moderator for today.
Good morning. I am Dr. Venkateshwara from Andhra Pradesh, Venkat Padma Hospital. Now I am introducing today's moderator, Dr. Kishore Kumar R. He is DCH from Mysore, MD Pediatrics, FIAP DCH from the London, MRCP Pediatrics, FRCP CH UK, FRCPI, FRACP Australia, FNNF India, MHCD Harvard USA. Now he is a senior consultant neonatologist, Cloud9, visiting consultant neonatologist, IGICH, adjunct professor of neonatology, Notre Dame University, Perth, Australia, and his areas of interest are neonatal intensive care, intact survival, newborn screening, UGR, prevention and metabolic diseases. Thank you for giving this opportunity. Over to moderator Dr. Kishore Kumar.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for the kind introduction, Dr. Venkateshwara. And we have a very, very interesting panel discussion. I have to point out that we are starting 6 minutes late. So in case we are running 6 minutes late, it's not our fault. So with that introduction, I have the pleasure of introducing the panelists. And these four people who are so senior, the name itself is an introduction. They don't need introduction. But the sake of formality, I will mention, and Dr. Professor Maya doesn't need introduction. He's a senior academician, professor and teacher and mentor and teacher of teachers. And he has been in the NNF founder, Karnataka founder, and he has been one of the panelists. Dr. Srinath Mugli is synonymous with IAP in Karnataka and India. And he has been the vice president of IAP South, and he is also one of the panelists. Dr. Devraj Raichur, all of you know that he was the past president of NNFK Karnataka, and he has been instrumental in various changes which has been brought about, especially medico-legal circles. Dr. Adarsh Somashekhar, he is the founder of Ovam Hospitals and a pediatrician. So we can't get a better panelist than this. So with that, we will proceed straight away as we are running late by 6 minutes. So today's topic is health personnel need protection too. With that, let me start with the first question to Dr. Adarsh Somashekhar. Dr. Adarsh, I chose you because you're always about fitness. How important it is for a health professional to be fit and healthy? What advice would you give? And what are the exercises they can do when they have such busy life? Over to you, Adarsh.
Good morning. Thank you, Kishore. Good morning, one and all. Fitness is close to my heart. But before even I come to fitness, an healthcare professional should have a few important things to protect themselves. One, as you know, communicable diseases. We all have gone through this COVID pandemic for 1.5 years, and in the hospitals, wherever we are working, and if we are seeing COVID patients, we should ask for protection with PPE kits, masks, visors, whatever is needed. We have to protect ourselves. People who are working, if in the radiology department, they are exposed to CT scans, they should have that badge to ensure their health. And every year there's a check. And if at all that badge changes color, then they should take compulsorily time off. Because once we get a disease, there's nobody to protect us. So we have to take care of ourselves. So initially, a lot of things was only about communicable diseases such as, say, COVID. But now if you see, non-communicable diseases are on the rise. One, because of the stress. We may be working in long hours, a lot of patients, or it could be intensive areas like neonatal intensive care or pediatric intensive care, adult intensive care. So this will definitely stress us out, especially working there, long hours, patient care, talking to the patient bystanders. And second is our hours go haywire, food habits go haywire. We sometimes we come early in the morning to attend cesarean sections. We go home late. We are not able to do proper exercise. Our body takes a hit. The bad luck with our body is immediately it doesn't show anything. It might take a couple of decades to show. If you look at the data, the most unhealthy people in India is between the age group of 31 to 40 years, it seems. So I think this is the age group, bad food habits, bad sleep times, no exercise. And once we cross that 40s, our friends such as hypertension, diabetes will surely start knocking at our doors. The problem with these diseases, once they come, they're not going to go, they're going to stay there for life. So the question asked here is, what do we do to keep ourselves fit? Coming to just the heart, what does book say? 30 minutes of even a brisk walk, 5 days a week is sufficient. But only a walk, only doing some small walk, which is only keeping up our legs, all upper body pains, we can't bend, flexibility is gone. We can't even bend and see patients if somebody is lying down. So apart from your walk, if at all you could do some stretches, some neck exercises, if you people want to do some yoga, if not for yoga, some push-ups, some sit-ups, there has to be some strength and conditioning. I was very happy today morning in the resort. Dr. Manoj and his wife took a Zumba class for 1 hour. So I was very, very happy to see that in the resort or in this conference also somebody is talking about fitness and doing the classes. So number one, please at least walk. If you want to do more than walking, I would advise running. If at all any of you can play a game like badminton, superb. It works both for the brain and for the body. Some stretching or some yoga will give you overall flexibility. This is sure. And all the time, we only talk of exercise. We are not talking of diet. In the 24 hours, maximum anybody will exercise with our busy schedules is half an hour, 1 hour. If somebody finds more than that, great, but not more than 1 hour. So the 90% of the time, our life is sedentary. We need to work on our diet. That's the key. Last time I was sitting with the group of pediatricians. Roughly their all age was between 45 to 60, weighing about 70 kgs. Not even one person was eating 70 gram protein per day. When every pediatrician, if you give a diet chart, he will write 1 gram per kg per day. They themselves won't take. They all averaged around 45 to 50. I wrote threadbare. See, if you are not going to give enough protein, your body will simply bloat up. And then you want to lose weight, you will eat lesser and lesser. Body is bloating and bloating. It can never come down. So we have to ensure we are taking right amount of protein intake. Otherwise, whatever exercise, whatever diet, nothing will happen. And just to talk about, I myself have calculated to get to 70 to 75 gram protein. I eat 3 times a day, morning, afternoon, night. Each meal has to have 25 gram protein. So I eat morning 3 eggs, lunchtime 3 eggs. Dinner has to be either a chicken or a fish. If it's a vegetarian, lot of sprouts. Another 25 grams if you don't eat. How are you going to maintain your body? Surely, by the end of the day, you'll have body pains, back pain, sleep is not good. The whole day looks very dull. So I think I've taken a lot of time. So look at diet, look at healthy eating, look at good protein intake, ensure fruits and vegetables are there. We are not getting younger. Look at sleeping 7 to 8 hours a day. Look at doing some exercise every day, which could be simple walking, some stretching. Thank you, Kishore.
Thank you, Adarsh. That was a very, very important aspect because what you addressed is between 30 and 40, all the diseases knock at your door. And that is the time everybody wants to earn extra money and stay rich and thinking that they will enjoy later. So the take-home message from your talk is very clear. From day one, start the fitness. Don't postpone it till you get the diseases. The next question, which I am going to be asking, is Professor Maya. Professor Maya, as a senior pediatrician, academician, teacher, mentor, what are all the vaccinations would you recommend for a practicing pediatrician to remain safe and healthy? Over to you, Dr. Maya.
Thank you, Dr. Thanks for the introduction. I don't know, but we do that.
We can't hear.
Nice. Can I have my slides? Yeah. I think before my slides are ready, I think it's a nice talk by Dr. Adarsh. I can only compliment for his talk by saying all of us should have a Fitbit watch or a Fitbit. I think that is more useful. It reminds us always when you should get out of your sitting position and go for a walk or climb or exercise or jog. I think that is a very good answer. At least 10,000 steps a day. I think it's a very standard one. I would feel that, even today, I go for at least 13 to 14,000 steps a day. And at least morning, about 5 kilometers in the early morning, fast walk. I think that's a very important thing to keep our fitness. Only thing is, I'm a little worried about Dr. Adar's eggs. 3 into 3, 9 eggs a day. I'm a little worried about cholesterol. I mean, this for vegetarians, I feel you must go for something else rather than eggs for the protein requirement. I think with this, can I have the next slide? Oh, sorry. Can you do that for me? Yeah, Dr. Kishore has asked me about vaccination. I thought I will just extend a little bit. Now, when you are starting your practice, how much protection you should have. All three together? Yeah, one is getting the clinic ready. That means to say, because I know some of the general practitioners stop practicing for a very long time. Then they lost their confidence in going to the clinic. I think there are certain answers for this. How to get your clinic ready. I think for that, all these slides show one common message. That is, don't encourage all your patients to come for your regular clinic. Either through the telephone or through the teleconferencing, you can divide your patient. Who is sick patient, who is not sick, who requires an early attention, who can wait. All those patients who do not require immediate attention, they can be separated out. Either they can be consulted telephonically or teleconferencely, or they can have a scheduled visit on a particular time. That is one. Second message is, when you get your clinic ready, before the patient enters to the clinic, you must see that standard protocol is maintained. And then the patients who are sick, They should be separated out. Triaging should be done. Patients who are not sick, they can be asked to come on some other time. For example, newborn babies, babies require only a regular checkup, or babies requiring vaccination. You can fix up the timing probably in the evening. All sick patients can be in the morning. And this is what I'm trying to say in this particular slide. Next. Yes, getting your clinic ready, precautions for your staff and oneself. This is again to highlight, it's not just yourself. You must see that all your healthcare professionals are protected from COVID. So ensure your clinical staff knows to handle and use PPE safely. Implement procedures to quickly triage and separate sick patients, as I said. Emphasize hand hygiene. This is again important thing. You must wash your hands or sanitize your hands after each and every patient's visit. And cough liquid for everyone. Ask staff to stay at home if they are sick. Any earlier symptom like a sore throat or tiredness or low-grade fever, they should not come for work. So that if they come for work, they will infect everybody. So send workers home if symptoms develop at work. Prioritize the vaccines like pneumococcal vaccine and influenza vaccine to vulnerable groups, and healthcare personnel should be up to date in their age-appropriate vaccinations. Next. Next. Yes, restricting infection spread through the asymptomatic carrier. As you all know, most of the children could be asymptomatic and they are at risk for carrying the infection. And this is very important to understand that anybody in the family, if they have COVID, you must think always, children at home, they can be symptomatic or they can be asymptomatic, and it is our duty to protect ourselves from these asymptomatic carriers. So children may play a major role in the community-based transmission, and devising measures to protect children is very important. Next. Yeah, now coming to the vaccination. CDC recommended safely measures for childhood immunization during pandemic. That means to say, separate the patients spatially, such as placing patients with sick patients in different areas of the clinic or another location from patients with well visits. Schedule, as I said, well visits in the morning and sick visits in the afternoon, or vice versa. Collaborate with providers in the community to identify separate locations for holding well visits for children. Consider using telemedicine. Probably you must encourage telemedicine for the illnesses. Next. Fitness is already, Dr. Adarsh has emphasized, is only to say that physical fitness indicates the body's ability to physically function efficiently, effectively, and without injury across a range of situations. I am trying to concentrate on mental fitness. Mental fitness indicates the mind's ability to function efficiently and effectively across a range of situations. Again, I would like to emphasize the mental fitness is also equally important to the physical fitness, because I know some of these doctors during the epidemics or during the pandemic, they're very scared to go to the hospital or they're scared to go to the clinic. Many times it may be the pressure from the family members, but I think it's our responsibility to convince the family members, and we should be taking all precautions to prevent the infections and have a mindset to go for the clinic. It's important to have both physical and mental fitness in these difficult pandemic times. Next. Health checkups. This is again a very important thing, especially for senior.
Dr. Maya, Dr.
Yes.
Maya.
It's only last slide. These are necessary in screening diseases like diabetes, hypertension, prostate, etc. When regularly done, health checkups prevent or control comorbid conditions. Effective control of the diseases is very important. Next is the last slide. Yes, last slide, one more. Yes, this slide shows you the CDC recommendations. All it says that routine single dose of PPSV 23 for adults above the age of 65 years. This is a recommendation. And below between 19 and 65 years, those who have got comorbid conditions, they should also take the vaccine. And between the 65 and then 19 years, if you want to have PCV 13, it should be based on shared clinical makings. Thank you, Dr. Kishore. And also influenza vaccine, yes.
Thank you, Dr. Maya. I sincerely request panelists to be crisp and not have such a long presentation, then it will become individual lectures. The questions which personal health protection, which we were talking about, is specific vaccinations. CDC has listed the following vaccinations: hepatitis B, hepatitis A, influenza, pneumococcal, and chickenpox for healthcare professionals. Dr. Devraj Raichur, do you want to crisply answer those 5 vaccines in a 1 minute?
No, I didn't get the question, Kishore.
The vaccinations for health protection professionals.
Yeah.
The CDC has recommended 5 vaccinations for health professionals in developing country.
Yeah.
One is hepatitis A, hepatitis B, influenza, pneumococcal, and chickenpox. Do you want to comment on that quickly?
Not in elaborate terms. Maybe, as we know that hepatitis A and chickenpox are severe in older individuals compared to children, and therefore, unless you know that you have been infected, you need to be protected with vaccines. And hepatitis B and others, influenza is a common infection that can happen in the healthcare setup and can be severe if you are not immunized against it. So it's valid, and hepatitis B definitely is important at any age group. Yeah, that's my comment, Kishore.
Others, quickly, I know that typhoid is not included in the CDC list. As an Indian pediatrician, would you recommend a typhoid vaccine for all pediatricians? Others?
I mean, to be truthful, I myself have not taken. I don't know whether we should comment. So, as of now, influenza, so definitely I am taking. Typhoid I have not taken. Maybe it's good. What do you yourself say, Kishore? What do you think of that vaccine?
I have taken one conjugate vaccine, so definitely it is worthwhile. But many people may be naturally immune. Having said that, the typhoid is well known to cause illnesses repeatedly. So when we recommend our patients, I think it's our duty to protect ourselves also to a certain extent. But it is a developing country disease, so it's not figured out in CDC list. That's why I'm asking you.
Okay. Dr. Kishore, I think your statement is very valid. In the background that today now we have a vaccine which provides lifelong effectiveness.
Correct.
So the current vaccine, unlike the previous vaccine which was supposed to be taken every 3 years.
Yeah.
So I think we should go for it.
Yeah. No, to answer specifically Adarsh's question, I have taken Prevnar 13 because that's been licensed for above 50. I have taken typhoid vaccine. I have taken hepatitis B and hepatitis A. The only vaccine I have not taken is chickenpox because I had a blood serology done and I have antibodies and I'm immune. So the take-home message for all the practicing pediatricians is protect yourself from the diseases which you advise your patients to the vaccines and make sure that you are also protected rather than become a victim. Dr. Raichur, next is personal health insurance. This question comes to you. Can you please elaborate on what sort of insurance would you advise healthcare workers? And is it essential considering that many people know most doctors in their subspecialties, and a lot of doctors think that if I get sick, I get treated from my friends, I don't need insurance. So what is your advice to them? Over to you.
Sir, a few points I would like to make before I touch upon the personal health insurance. That life insurance, all of us have to, whether we are healthcare workers or not, but because just like any general public, we also need to take a life insurance because all of us care for our family. And what limit depends upon how much you want to leave for your family, your dependents. Maybe somewhere between say 50 lakhs to 2 crores minimum. Beyond that, it depends upon what is your intentions for the family. And coming to personal health insurance and versus or in the background of say we being doctors and we know many doctors, maybe other doctors will not charge us for their consultation. But what about other expenditures? Like say, for example, if tomorrow I need a stent, that stent costs and prosthesis, some orthopedic prosthesis. There are many things which are necessary to be spent on, which are not actually the given by the healthcare professional by himself. He has to depend. He has to spend for that. So for that, at least we need to have a coverage. So for that reason, every one of us should have our own personal health insurance, not only personally, but also for the family and our dependents. And when we are going for this, what we should look at in the terms and conditions, that's very important, is that whether what all diseases are covered, what is not covered, and who all are covered, whether only my wife and son or even parents also. All those things have to be discussed clearly. You either read the terms and conditions or discuss with the responsible people in the insurance company to get the details. So these are important. And apart from this, a group insurance for if you are owning an hospital, if you have a hospital, then a group insurance for the employees, for everyone, is an important aspect of it. So we should go for it because it hardly costs anything. It's somewhere between say 60 rupees to 100 rupees per employee. So that is worth it.
So I think your message is very clear, Dr. Devraj. The cost of healthcare, like stent, cancer, non-communicable diseases, complications, are escalating. We look at only OPD charges being waived off by the colleagues. So we definitely need protection in the health insurance. And if anybody has not taken, it is high time they take the health insurance and protect themselves. Thank you very much. That's a very, very crisp message. We'll go to the next question, which Dr. Mughali was supposed to be there and he has apologized himself. And so I'll ask this question to personal health insurance to Adarsh. Dr. Adarsh, you have been a private practice pediatrician. And what would you say the other insurances that may be essential to look after oneself? How important is health insurance for self and would you choose it?
So we are talking of medical indemnity insurance here. All the practicing doctors should have medical indemnity insurance. In this also, I've seen that there are some companies who only give insurance at a cheaper cost, say 10 lakh cover, 20 lakh cover, 30 lakh cover. Even a 20 lakh cover would hardly cost 1,500 rupees per year. It is quite reasonable. We should take. But there are some companies who not only give the insurance, but also will provide you with a lawyer in case it goes into a medico-legal case. So these premiums are slightly higher, but still I think it is worth it. There are a couple of companies who are doing that wherein if there is a medico-legal case against the practicing doctor, not only they cover the insurance, they also represent you in the KMC court and the other courts, and even they are ready to give you out of court settlement. So I think it is very important to take the insurance and also read the script carefully, what all you are getting when you pay the yearly premiums.
That's very important, Adarsh. I think you touched it upon correctly. You hit the nail on the coffin, we can say, because when we start recruiting subspecialists to the hospitals, what we have seen is Foxy is very, very strong in recommending indemnity insurance to their members. And we have seen most Foxy members have 20 to 50 lakhs indemnity insurance. Most of the pediatricians and anesthetists for some reason, are very relaxed about taking indemnity insurance. So you have touched upon a very important point. All of us should be protected with the indemnity insurance.
And Dr. Kishore, I would like to add here a point.
Yeah, definitely go for it.
There is something called 1:1 any 1 year and 1:1 any 1 accident, professional indemnities. So we need to go for 1:1 any 1 year as well as any 1 accident. That means both should be there. That thing, it works out like this. Suppose if I've taken an insurance for indemnity insurance for 1 crore, and if one accident happens and that the compensation given in that is only 10 lakhs, the remaining 90 lakh compensation will not be used that year unless you take another policy. However, if you take both together, it costs a little bit more. If you take both together, then the remaining 90 lakhs also can be used in another accident the same year. So that is one aspect of it, which we don't usually. To reduce the premium, the agents will promote something like 1:4, where it indicates that if you have taken a 1 crore indemnity, at any one accident, maximum will be given 25 lakhs. Suppose if it is your compensation awarded by the court is 40 lakhs, the remaining 15 lakhs you will have to pay from your pocket, even if it is one accident. And therefore, it should be 1:1 any 1 year and any 1 accident and any 1 accident. That is when both. So we should be careful about choosing these terms.
So that's fantastic advice, Devraj. I think what you mentioned is definitely look at the small print, look at your needs, and take the insurance appropriately. Otherwise, you may land up in trouble after one claim.
And add all other employees also, because it hardly costs about 7.5% more than regular premium. And by giving that, whole of the hospital employees will be added in that.
Yeah, definitely. Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Devraj. Dr. Maya, next is your experience. Violence against doctors are increasing. What do you suggest we do as a teacher, senior academician? What are your tips to young pediatricians? Do you suggest any insurance against such things or any community support?
Yeah, I think, thank you, Kishore. It's a very important subject. I will have how many minutes now?
We have got another 10 minutes because we have got another 4 questions.
Okay, my answer would be, most of the time when there is a violence against the doctors or the hospitals, at least on 50 to 60%, it's a fault of our doctors only. Rest of it, there could be certain elements, they may not be good. But the problem is, we may not spend enough time sometimes to explain to the patient about the nature of the problems and the prognosis and so on. Therefore, my tips would be, one, as soon as a sick patient is getting admitted, one should spend little time to explain to the patient the nature of the problem and the chances of survival or death, whatever it is. And the second point is, once the investigation report is ready, you must call all the people who are concerned and explain to them about the implications of the investigation results and how it affects the prognosis and so on. And third thing is, I would say that every day one should spend little time, if possible, and I'm sure this is a routine in most of the hospitals, video recording of what you talk to the patient is a very important thing. On the other day, just day before yesterday, I was in Cloud9 Airport Road. We saw the same thing is being done. I think that is a very important thing to assure that what we talk to the patient is understood to them and we can always revive it later on. And the fourth thing is, if the patient is very sick, repeated talking is important. And the fifth point would be, probably, if the patient is still sick, you must see that certain protocols may be avoided. For example, patient relations want to see the child, and the patient wants to come again and again, and if you want to ask repeatedly, one should not lose your patience. That is a very important thing. In my personal experience, many times people are exhausted and they don't have enough time to talk to the patient. If the question is asked repeatedly, they may not accept it. That's a very important thing. And next is a person who is definitely senior and responsible should be talking to the patient every day. And when you hand over to the next consultant on duty, you must explain to them what you have already talked to them. No question of a nurse or a junior doctor talking to the patient. And in case a death occurs, very important thing is most of the time, the people make problems because of the bill. So you must see that bill is ready fast before everybody assembles there. And then, if possible, if the patient is talking more about the bill, you see how much concession can be given to the patient to avoid the problems. And the next important thing is, I think I will advise, like, if a patient dies, in certain situations, within about half an hour, we see about 50, 70 people assembling and creating problems. Therefore, I think the people who are taking care of sick patients, they should have their own group. They should also reciprocate the same thing. They can have some doctors around, and when such problem occurs, we should show our strength. We too have got enough people to protect us. I think these are some of the tips I can suggest you.
Thank you, Dr. Maya. Dr. Raichur, next question is yours. And you are a senior pediatrician yourself, and you are a victim of assault. And you can either agree or disagree with Dr. Maya saying that 50 to 60% of the fault lies with the doctors. What do you suggest, and what messages would you like to deliver to young doctors?
Yeah, I would disagree with Dr. Maya to the extent that it is the word fault. I would not call it as fault, maybe a lack of communication. Whether you want to call that as fault or not, it is at your discretion. Maybe I would, most of the things what Dr. Maya sir has said, I agree. And I would more agree with the word prevention is better than cure, what he emphasized. That we need to be empathetic and proper communication. Communication, as we know, all of us know that it is a cycle. Communication is not just one speaking and another listening. It is a cycle which will complete only when the person listening to you gives back the feedback so that he has understood exactly what you have told. If you have properly done communication and if the other person has got what you have communicated, no misunderstandings will happen. And we need to be very, very concerned about this part, that your communication is complete and it is done with empathetic attitude. And a few points which I would like to mention is that there should not be any false assurances, give factual information, and don't act patronizingly. Like, say, for example, to protect their some feelings or thinking that they may feel hurt and all those things. Don't hide things. Give factually and appropriately to the situation. Give information. And some things like, say, 24/7 services available, and those things which actually they are not available should be avoided. And one more thing is, if you don't have much time, then you can delegate certain things, like some part of the counseling, some have a public relations officer, as well as be available in a given time. Say you give some certain time, say between 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. I'm available for any questions from any relatives who are admitted. So be available during that time, let them come. And only in emergencies, you can rely on other people when you are not available in the hospital. So, but the most important thing is the other person should be taken into confidence into whatever you are doing, whether you are counseling or whether your subordinate is counseling. But for important things like, say, informed consent, what law expects is the senior consultant only has to be there.
So thank you, Dr. Devraj. That's very, very helpful. I think if you look at the evidence, the Harvard Medical School has done a survey. 90% of the times the assault happens on the doctors for not fault of theirs. And the onus should be on the patients. If the communication is not better, if they have not understood, they should be clarifying and asking questions. And that's why the video counseling has been recommended throughout the world, so that there is documentation. So if they have said they have understood everything.
Speaking, sir, legally speaking, the patient assaulting doctor cannot be justified.
Yeah, that's correct.
Whether there is a fault of doctor or not, these kind of behavior cannot be justified in any way.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think, see, that around 99 and 2000, there were a lot of assaults in Australia. So when they tightened the noose and they said 12 years imprisonment on any assault on healthcare provider, the violence against doctors virtually disappeared. So that clearly shows the example. So we're running out of time. We'll go to the next question. Asset protection and insurance. Dr. Adarsh, you are an entrepreneur and a rich doctor. Are you afraid of anyone suing you, and what measures do you take to protect your assets?
So,
But only 3 minutes, so please be crisp and quick.
Sure. Not only as a doctor, but I'm also running hospitals. So that is the asset which I have to take care. At personal level, we have already spoken about medical indemnity insurance. And as you said, we also, pediatricians should have 20 to 50 lakhs so that we are at comfort. Whether we are afraid of suing, if somebody sues, always it will be a pain in the neck. Some irritation will be there. But we have to ensure, if we are going to practice 30, 40 years, such incidents will happen and it is going to happen. So let us get to medical insurance. Let us get a lawyer. Either the medical insurance will give you a lawyer, or you have a lawyer in your hospital who is on your monthly rolls and a retainership, so that any case on any doctor, the lawyer will take it to the Karnataka Medical Council. Okay, the lawyer is on fixed retainer. Second, as far as the assets are concerned, there are many insurances which most people overlook. There is something called as public liability insurance, which is, the premium is not at all much, but it could be that a patient has come, there is a wet floor and the patient has slipped and fallen. Somebody is being taken in the trolley, from the trolley the patient has fallen down. Or there is a part of the building, let us say a wall or something has collapsed and fallen on the patient. All these, the patient or the patient bystander can sue the hospital, so that we should be prepared and have a public liability insurance. We should take care of this. Other than this, there is also a fire insurance. As you know, in the past, there was a fire which broke out in a famous hospital in Calcutta. The MD, that's the managing director, and even the investing directors were put onto jail. And it was a non-bailable warrant. So we should be very careful. All the fire precautions we have to take, and we can take a fire insurance. Fire, even burglary insurance is there. Let us say an ultrasound machine, each probes are 2 lakhs. It is so simple for somebody to take a probe and go off. Or night cash somebody can take and go off. So we should have a burglary insurance as well. The more and more we protect our assets and our personally, the more peaceful we are and more easily we can sleep at night. Otherwise, it will be a constant pain and headache.
Thank you, Dr. Adarsh. I think Royal College of Australia actually gives a list of insurances and what you need to do to protect your assets when you graduate and start practicing. So maybe we need to look at how to do. There is a lot of things like asset protection can be done by creating a trust in your name, a family name rather than your name, so that people, even if they sue you, you will protect your hard-earned money. So the take-home message is protect your assets, otherwise you may land up being on the street. So we have got 1.5 minutes left. So I will give 30 seconds to all three of you. Quick one-liner. Devraj, you start.
Yeah, professional indemnity, and as previously said, that fire insurance and other insurances have to be taken, and that will not absolve you from criminal negligence if any death happens. So negligence has to be avoided at any cost.
Adarsh.
Definitely, all doctors, we should, actually, this was a very good session from you, Kishore. Anybody joining the organization, our NNF, they have to take an insurance so that all the youngsters will have an insurance when they start practicing.
Dr. Maya.
I totally agree with that. You must always have an insurance. It is not only for the equipments and also the doctors, as we said earlier, but only the problem is about senior citizens. You may not get the full insurance because it's very difficult to get the full insurance from the for the senior citizens on their personal insurance.
So we're almost run out of time. So I want to conclude by saying that we definitely have this panel discussion, which has been very useful. We sincerely thank the organizers and the panelists. The take-home message, which is not taught in textbooks, not taught in medical schools, is very clear. Make sure that you protect yourself, your family, and your hard-earned assets with appropriate measures and insurance if need be, and stay safe and stay healthy. And back to you, the organizers. We finished 2 minutes early. We have saved 2 minutes grace for you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone, for being a part of this panel, especially Dr. Kishore Kumar for being on time and for coordinating this session so beautifully. Thank you so much, sir. And we are really happy. We were really happy to have you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, everyone. We will be beginning our next panel discussion. Dr. Sahith, can you take over?
Good morning to one and all present here. The topic for this discussion would be the scope of scopes in neonate, and which will be moderated by Dr. Nijagal Mutt. The chairpersons for today would be Dr. Jalil and Dr. Krishnanda. I would request Dr. Krishnanda to speak a few words about our moderator.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to today's surgical panel discussion. Scope of scopies in neonate. For this session, I request the eminent pediatric surgeon, Dr. Nijagal Mutt from Tumkur. He is a MBBS, MS General Surgery, MCH Pediatric Surgery from CMC Vellore, a prestigious institute. He has got a fellowship in Pediatric Surgical Gastroenterology from SPGI, Lucknow. He is a consultant pediatric surgeon and urologist and a surgical gastroenterologist at Madilo Hospital in Tumkur. Areas of interest: pediatric surgical gastroenterology, pediatric reconstructive urology, and a pediatric urosurgery. Sir, I welcome you, sir. I request you to moderate this session and throw light on the scope of scopes in neonatology. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Nijagal. I'll be welcoming all the panelists for this session. Dr. Anita from Bagalkot, Dr. Vamshi, can you please stay? Dr. Adarsh will be virtual, and Dr. Vinay, consultant pediatric surgeon from Narayana, Dr. Pavitra, consultant pediatric surgeon, and Dr. Srikanth will be virtual, and Dr. Nagendra, a consultant pediatric gastroenterologist from Columbia Shahbal. Sir, you're the chairperson. So, shall we start the session? Dr. Anita Could you please introduce about the topic, scope of scopes in pediatric service, in units, basically? First line.
Good morning, everyone. Yes. Good morning, everyone. So today the panel discussion is about scopes in neonates. Basically, we have to know that we all believed, and it was a very strong belief that neonates are always meant for open surgical procedures. It is actually very hard to believe that we can go for minimally invasive or non-invasive procedures even in neonates. But of late, since because there were a lot of problems like handling a neonate, transport of a neonate, presence of expertise in certain places, especially in peripheries, and also the instruments availability, because since they are being very costly, and even in the previous talk, we have seen that insurance is necessary when we buy a very costly scope, and ability to actually meet the expectations of the populations over there, and also catering to their small pockets. So it was all like a collection of problems that we were facing over the years, because of which it hindered the use of scopes in all places uniformly. But however, now we see a lot of experts coming to even peripheries as well. Even at district or at smaller taluka places, we have experts who are catering to these neonates. So we see pediatric surgeons, pulmonologists, gastroenterologists who are into peripheries, and they are available whenever neonates require their expertise. So we have a lot of scope for scopes in neonates of late. So let us see which are the different types of scopes used in neonates. So first one being the bronchoscopy. This is used extensively in diagnosis and treatment of upper airway disorders, for diagnosis as well as treatment of various kind of disorders of the airway. The second scope is endoscopy. We will look at diagnosis and treatment of conditions of GI system from esophagus to rectum. The next type of scope is cystoscope, wherein we look for the disorders of genitourinary system from simple to complex disorders, and we are able to diagnose as well as treat them at the same time. So next one is laparoscope and thoracoscope. VATS has been taking up of late, and we like this together. All these scopes have modified the surgical armamentarium of a surgeon, and all of them have helped in minimizing hospital stay as well as they have minimized pain for neonates. So overall, we are transitioning. We are in a transition phase from invasive procedures to minimally invasive or non-invasive procedures, even for neonates. So even I am looking forward to a great learning experience today from other panelists. So with that, I would like to hand over to the next question.
Dr. Vamshi, can you explain about the various scopes which are used in neonates in detail, a little bit in detail?
Yeah. I'll try to address, a broad view of the scopes, because I being a neonatologist, I'll give a wider spectrum of bronchoscopes. The rest of the scopes, I'll go the theory part. So first of all, I think as it is displayed in the picture, we use cystoscopes. The indications, I think Sir will be discussing in the further slides. Yeah,
I just want about the what is the size, how do you use it, where?
The cystoscope, basically, as it is displayed in the picture, there are three different sizes: the 7 French, 8 French, and 9 French. Pardon? Yeah. And again, we need to have a separate forceps for the digestion removal, and also a hook or electrode and a cold knife for the cystoscope. The next slide, sir. And again, as you can see in the picture, it's a yes. Yeah. We have a resectoscope which is size of 8 French and 12 centimeter length, and it should have a traumatic tip along with the cold knife. And next slide. And again, the rigid bronchoscope, which is most commonly used, and the sizes which are used in neonates are 2.7 to 4 mm, and which should have alligator forceps and also a suction leg equipment along with the bronchoscopy. Next. And again, the flexible bronchoscope, which we routinely use in our unit for small neonates, including the preterm neonates. The smallest one, which we generally use, is 2.2 mm, this thing, which doesn't have, working port there. So we generally use for diagnostic purpose, can be used in preterms as well. The other one comes with the size of 2.8. It comes along with an 1.2 mm channel for working also. And that can be used in late preterms and term neonates also. And the bigger one is around 3.2 to 3.8 mm. It also has a 1.2 mm working channel. So this we presently are using in our unit for all the diagnostic and therapeutic purposes at Rainbow Vijayawada. The next slide, please. Again, like endoscope, the sizes available in neonates, which they generally use is 6 mm commercially, which is available with a channel of 2 mm. And next slide, please. Laparoscopy, again, like availability with a single port and multiple port. The most commonly used in neonates should be a 5 mm telescopic one with a 30-degree and 3 mm instruments are used most commonly. The length would be somewhere around 20 to 30 centimeters in the ones which are used in neonates. Thoracoscopy, again, it comes with 2 or 3 ports. And then sizes, I think I'm not the expert. I think they can be handed over to surgeons.
I think Dr. Vinay and Dr. Pavitra
Sure,
can
sure.
add
Yeah,
on.
yeah.
Yeah, it's
the person who's speaking in the picture.
yeah. Shall I continue?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, having it, I'm Dr. Vinay from Narayana Health, consultant pediatric surgeon. Yeah, having introduced about all the scopies which are
I just want the sizes of the scopes which are used in thoracoscopy. Later on, you can add on.
Sorry. Thoracoscopy, basically, it is nothing but the same instruments what we do in a laparoscope. The camera which we get is about 5 mm is the smallest one. The working channels can be either 3 mm. So where generally we try to triangulate where we put the ports. The camera port is 5 mm in newborns or smaller babies, and 2 working ports are regular what we use in laparoscopy is 3 mm, or you can also use if it is a older child 5 mm inch working channel.
Oh, thank you. Coming on to the next question, can you, Dr. Adarsh was online.
I am there.
Can you hear Adarsh?
Sir, yes.
Mute yourself.
Sir, I'm there, sir.
You're there. Okay.
Yeah.
Can you speak on bronchoscopy indications in neonates?
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. So the indications of bronchoscopy in newborns are quite a few. It may be both diagnostic and therapeutic. So let us learn about diagnostic indications first, then I'll speak about therapeutic. So basically, bronchoscopy is used in the diagnosis of stridor at birth. So any baby presenting with stridor at birth needs a detailed, diagnostic approach. And babies with congenital anomalies of respiratory tract, including choanal atresia, importantly, vascular malformations like your vascular rings and slings, and babies with respiratory tract malacia, diagnosis of laryngomalacia, tracheomalacia, or bronchomalacia, and secondary tracheomalacia due to congenital heart diseases and tracheal stenosis, and finally vocal cord paralysis due to neuromuscular diseases. So these are the diagnostic indications of bronchoscope, and therapeutic indications as in to take bronchoalveolar lavage. Though rare in newborns, would like to mention foreign body removal and supraglottoplasty and balloon dilatation surgery. So these are the few therapeutic indications of bronchoscopy in newborns.
Yeah, thank you. Dr. Srikanth, can you add on? If there is anything else which you want to add on, because you're a pulmonologist, it will be better if you can tell something in.
Right. So we don't not only do it in neonates, we also do it in extreme preterms. So in extreme preterms, we have both diagnostics as well as therapeutics. In extreme preterms, the last newborn that I had done bronchoscopy was for a 700 grammer, where we had to take out the mucus plug which was obstructing the left mainstem bronchus. So the smallest bronchoscope that we have is a 3 mm bronchoscope, which is a video bronchoscope, and difficulty in passing it through the nares is very, very difficult because it's hardly 1 mm to 2 mm. So we circumvent this by passing through the mouth. Even having a small oral piece for us to pass through is very difficult. So we had to create it by our own, and then we had to pass in and we had to take out the mucus plug. So that is diagnostic as well as therapeutic. Apart from that, like already been described, in neonates specifically, we do a lot of diagnostic as well as therapeutic work. In therapeutic, particularly interventions, we do a lot of tracheal stenosis, subglottic stenosis post-intubation. We do rigid bronchoscopy as well as balloon dilatations, but anything that will be covered later. But I just wanted to add on a point here is, for any diagnostic evaluation, flexible bronchoscopy is an excellent tool. And if it is used by appropriate measures, it can not only give you an exact diagnosis, but also help you in a lot of therapeutics.
Thank you, Srikanth. Coming on to specific diseases, how they look and what they do, I think Srikanth and Vinay, both of you can coordinate so that it will be good for the audience.
Yeah, can you change to the other PowerPoint? Yeah, having learned about the bronchoscopy now in smaller children, both we have now flexible as well as rigid bronchoscopy. So lot of lesions in the pediatric airway can be done using a minimally endoscopic procedures. So I'll be dealing one by one. So currently, definitely, yes, any child or any baby with a stridor definitely needs an evaluation and an airway assessment by a bronchoscopy. That should be the take-home message for the today's talk. So it is general. See, any small baby with a stridor, it is most commonly, definitely, yes, laryngomalacia is the most common cause, but there are other structural problems which can be in the pediatric airway, which I'll be dealing. That's the reason why take-home message today should be any baby with a stridor needs an airway assessment.
I just want you to specifically stress on laryngomalacia so that it will be good for all the neonatologists.
Commoner airway problems you see is the common presenting symptom in a baby with the airway problem is a stridor. The stridor is because of the obstruction. The obstruction can be either a functional obstruction or a structural obstruction. So next slide, please. So the common functional obstruction which we see is a laryngomalacia. So this is how can you play the video, please? First video. This is what we generally see. A baby with a stridor. Typical fraction. So this will be definitely a laryngomalacia. Often this laryngomalacia definitely settles down with as the baby grows, because it's immature cartilage, and as the baby grows and the maturity in the airway is established, the stridor goes away. But very small set of, play the next video. Small set of children also require surgery, especially those children with the stridor is very severe, allowing the failure to thrive and having near aspiration episodes or apneic episodes require a procedure. So you do an assessment in the either a flexible or a rigid. We are comfortable doing a rigid bronchoscopy. Flexible is done by our pediatric pulmonologist. So at Narayana, we have a large airway program constituting surgeons as well as the pulmonologists, along with the anesthetic colleagues. So this is what you see when you assess a airway in a laryngomalacia. The whole inlet will collapse. Next slide, please. The whole inlet will collapse, and the epiglottis is long and tubular. And the epiglottic folds are short. So essentially the whole of the laryngeal inlet is very short. These children, you can offer them what is called a supraglottoplasty. So in supraglottoplasty, you can see in the video, what we do is we suspend the whole baby's larynx with the suspension laryngoscope. Then you cut the epiglottic fold. So basically you are allowing the epiglottis to come up so that it is not prolapsing in posteriorly. That will allow you to open up the laryngeal inlet. So either depending on the severity of the laryngomalacia, you can cut either one or two epiglottic folds. That will essentially open up the airway. The downside of this is, it increases little bit the risk of aspiration, because now the airway is slightly open. So you can see in the video, both the epiglottic folds are cut, and laryngeal inlet, you can see it very nicely now. So you'll be surprised to see the response to this treatment. So can you play the same baby after having undergone the supraglotoplasty? I'm not recommending it for all the laryngomalacia. It's only the few sect of small group of children, small cohort of children in the laryngomalacia, especially your indication should be very clear. One, failure to thrive, babies having apneic episodes and having significant stridor and chest deformity. These are the candidates will do really well with the supraglottoplasty. Otherwise, the other options before we didn't have these instruments was to put them on the tracheostomy, and tracheostomy again, it carries its own baggage of complications and looking after the children with the tracheostomy, which is something not our, parents are not comfortable looking after these children at the home. Okay. So that's about the laryngomalacia. Next slide, please.
Can Srikanth add on something? If there is anything else?
Exactly. So I just wanted to put a point. See, rigid bronchoscopies, you do not get a dynamic. So you need to sedate the child to put a rigid bronchoscope. And as soon as you put a rigid bronchoscope, what you would see there was the aryepiglottic folds, the epiglottis, as well as the arytenoids were not collapsing as significantly as it would have if the child was having a dynamic airway. So usually what has been teaching most of the Western world is, for any diagnostic purposes, please do a flexible bronchoscopy. I know it depends on the comfort of the particular person, but flexible bronchoscopy is going to help you to assess the dynamicity, not only in the laryngomalacias, but there is something called a secondary laryngomalacias because of trunk flopping back, retrognathia leading to that. Apart from that, a lot of tracheomalacias, tracheobronchomalacias, and extrinsic compression of the airways. Dynamic airway assessment definitely helps more than a rigid bronchoscope. And dynamic airway assessment also gives you a lot more evidence of severity also. So in this particular case, like Dr. Vinay has already spoken, seems to be severe. And any child who has severe gastroesophageal reflux disease, where child is having significant vomiting, retching with failure to thrive. Apart from that, having obstructive sleep apnea, that is apneic episodes. And most importantly, if you look at the child is in severe distress. These are the indications for surgery. We have a significant number of them having had undergone supraglottoplasties for laryngomalacias, and most of them have done well without any residual issues. So definitely moving forward, I think diagnosis is the key, and you need to pick and select. And unless you do not know that you're dealing not only with laryngomalacias, but anything else other than laryngomalacias, you will never refer them to a diagnostic bronchoscopy. So always keep an open mind. Laryngomalacia is not the eventual diagnosis. You can have valvular cysts, you can have vocal cord palsies, you can have secondary laryngomalacias. So you need to have an open mind and refer them when you have any of the red flag signs that you can pick up in your OPD practice.
Dr. Vinay, you have a question.
This very week, like we had 2 newborns, or I can say they were 1 month and 1.5 month old, 2 babies who were initially like they did well. And at 1 or 1.5 month of life, they developed one episode of pneumonia, and pneumonia aggravates laryngomalacia, which might have been presented in a smaller grade, which was not very well noticed. Now the baby has stridor. It is on HFNC. We are not able to win off settings. Though the pneumonia resolves, baby still needs that PEEP support. So are these also candidates for this procedure?
See, it is still, if you are very certain that your pneumonia is settled down and babies, you're not able to get off from the ventilation, yes, definitely yes. We have done several children like this, especially the cardiac children, having undergone the major cardiac procedures, and they develop this pneumonia and they're not able to get them off from the ventilation. So the stress itself and pneumonia itself triggers this laryngomalacia. It becomes more severe. Yes, to get them off from the ventilator and the oxygen support, supraglottoplasty is definitely indicated, provided the lung recovers and baby is on a minimal setting.
I think I, being a neonatologist myself, I had several experiences like what you are told. As I think our colleague was telling, I think one of the indication is definitely poor weight gain and failure to thrive. Other thing is what you told in like NICU, when the child who is not being able to wean off from either conventional or non-invasive ventilation, definitely they are, that is an absolute like syndication, and as soon as it is shown in the video, you can very quickly wean them off the ventilation and send them off home. So, and also it will significantly decrease the morbidity and also ICU stay, the cost of the treatment also. Definitely we should go ahead.
Shall we continue?
Yeah.
Let's keep it very short because
Yeah.
I'm running short of time.
So the next commoner obstruction is at the lower level, tracheomalacia. It's tracheomalacia definitely not much you can offer at present. There are in the West, they do a stenting of the airway, but unfortunately we don't have those kind of stents which is routinely used. The traditional described procedure like iotopexy essentially keeps the airway pulled up, keeping it open, but we have not done these procedures as routinely. These things generally we have to just wait it out till the baby settles down.
I just want to interject here, Dr. Vinay, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
In our center, we do a lot of airway stenting for tracheomalicias. So we do use, we do not have customized stents, but definitely we do biliary stenting for them. So we put the same biliary stents. So again, for neonates, we have done biliary stenting and we have had the mixed results. But for pediatric patients, particularly the tracheal stenosis and subglottic stenosis, we do use silicone stents as well as we use self-expanding metallic stents. So again, it depends on the child. If it is extremely severe, where child is having severe failure to thrive, child is having significant reflux, and child is having absolutely, it's not able to come out of the ventilator, is not able to do anything about it, then we definitely offer them stenting. So we do use self-expanding metallic stents or biliary stents. And we have, like I said, mixed results. And that also depends on the child. If children have, see, we have something called as rapid granulators and slow granulators. If we put a stent, suddenly they have significant granulation tissue. We tell the parent, this child is a rapid granulator, so probably might have to come off the stent. But we have had children whom we have never had any problem with. So we put in stent for almost 6 months, 1 year, and never had problems with. So again, there are lots of ways that we do. And again, stenting is an option and we do it in our center. That's what I wanted to add.
No, that's good. Yeah, as I said, stenting, as I said, we are cost is a big factor, to be honest with you, because most of these children are cardiac under the package. So we have tried resourcing it, but we could not, especially our main area is not at the trachea level, it's at the left bronchus, where it gets pinched off between the aorta and the pulmonary artery because of their cardiac condition. So to stent that left bronchus is where we have a difficulty. Anyway, I'll move on to the next.
Let's just move on.
So the next, they having delineated 2 functional causes for the obstruction. Another obstruction can be a vocal cord palsy. Here the child presents with the severe stridor. When you do an airway assessment, you hardly see any movement of the vocal cords. Again, here the flexible bronchoscopy is the main tool to diagnose it, because of the dynamic airway assessment can be done, and when the baby is awake. And once you see a bilateral vocal cord palsy in a baby, you need to evaluate all the reason for it, basically evaluate any neurological causes for it. So for the therapeutic point of view, what we do is, next slide please, what we do is we do a lateralization of the cord. So essentially what you're doing is you are fixing the cord to a abducted position. Yes, this will definitely increase the risk of aspiration, but it allows you to open up the airway and to breathe comfortably. So often most of the time when there is not much, when you evaluate a child for vocal cord palsy, if you don't find any reason, neurologically, if you don't find, generally they say as the child grows, this settles down on its own. So okay, go on to the next one, please. Next one, please.
Shrikant, do you have anything to say?
So from my side, it is only a diagnosis. Then I send it to our ENT surgeons. They take care of this. So I leave it up to Dr. Vinay only to discuss about that.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead. Next slide, please. Yeah, now coming to the structural problems, all these things, three types, what I described was all functional part. Now looking at the structural obstruction which can happen can be at various level. It can be at subglottic level, it can be at the glottis level, glottosubglottic level, or tracheal level. So these conditions can either be congenital or can be acquired. Mainly the commoner is the acquired condition, where you see generally after prolonged period of intubation. or any traumatic intubation during the initial period, where you ram a bigger size tube in a smaller airway that causes injury, and typically subglottic region, which is at the level of cricoid, which is a complete ring, and being avascular, so it tends to cause fibrosis and stenosis, and depending on the severity of the stenosis, it is graded grade 1 to 4. Grade 1 can be amenable for minimal balloon dilatation, which I'm sure Shrikant will be doing it regularly. But grade 2 to grade 4 require a procedure. This is what you see on the pre-op MLB, the subglottic area. This is almost grade 3 to 4 subglottic stenosis. Baby will have a severe stridor. So you can see the vocal cords are free. So it's a pure subglottic. So what you do essentially is an expansion procedure. Basically, you are expanding the airway. You are allowing the airway, you're building up the airway to adequate size tube. How you achieve that is harvest the costal cartilage. In the next second picture, you are seeing costal cartilage being harvested from the subcostal region, and is being, the anterior airway is opened up and it is sutured there. This is what you see in the post-operative MLB. You can see the inner surface of the perichondrium there, and you have achieved the adequate airway, definitely. Can I have the pointer? Yeah, sure. Yeah, you can see the cartilage getting, so over a period of time, it epithelializes. So at least you have sorted out the stenosis part. Next slide, please. Then is the another condition going down, the obstruction.
Just wait. Shrikant, do you want to add anything?
So for simple stenosis as well as complex stenosis, we do a lot of tracheal stenting. So we have, like I've already explained, we have silicone stents, we have self-expanding metallic stents. So that is a minimally invasive way of looking at it. So if and only if that fails, we definitely send them for surgeries. So until now, we have not had any problems of such sort. So we have gotten off with just stenting, and stents we keep it usually for 3 to 6 months. It is like you putting a pavement, or you are using a cladding for your highways or your thing. So we do that, and we currently, because the technologies used are significantly advanced, so we use cryo technology here. So we use carbon dioxide to freeze and thaw the area, and then we serially balloon dilate. Because of that, there is no heart injury, and because there is no heart injury, the chances of granulation tissue and regranulation comes down drastically. And even after we do put a stent, if there is very minimal granulation tissue, we do again do cryos of that particular area, and we devitalize the tissue, and that helps us a lot in terms of recanalizing area which is amenable to granulation tissue. So in that way, 3 to max 6 months we keep the stent, and we are able to give a near normal airway to the children. So yeah, definitely something that can be tried. And if they are not amenable to any of the stenting procedures, then definitely we have to send them to surgery.
Yeah, I think as an interventional physician, you will be more interested in doing an intervention with a stent. But we as surgeons, we need to cut. Otherwise, we don't have a job.
Right.
Let's continue.
Yeah, moving on down to the another pathology is tracheal stenosis. The tracheal stenosis again can be congenital or acquired. Common what we see is our congenital. Acquired is seen in older children, especially after corrosive injury or button battery ingestion. These are the conditions where you generally see acquired tracheal stenosis. So the procedure in a tracheal, so that's the pre-op typical. Can you show to the first picture pointed? So if you look at that MLB, the endoscopic finding in a congenital tracheal stenosis, see the normal configuration, what you see in a trachea when you do an assessment is typically the trachea is D shape. That is the anterior 3/4 to 60% is by cartilage and posterior is a membranous. But if you look at here, it's a complete ring. So it's a complete congenital ring. That is what causing the tracheal stenosis. So essentially these children can be asymptomatic, and you will realize only when you are doing assessment for cardiac assessment or any other associated conditions, or you will realize when you are not able to put the adequate size tube down into the child for any other reason. So having established a tracheal stenosis, having done an assessment, the next step is to see how long is the segment of the stenosis, whether it is short stenosis or it's a long stenosis extending. So we do a pre-op CT evaluation, 3D reconstruction in the next picture I am showing you. Look at the entire airway which has been reconstructed. You can see the whole length of the trachea up to the carina is stenotic. It's hardly is a few millimeters. So in this condition, depending on the length of the stenosis, you need to do a slight tracheoplasty. So what essentially is done in the intra picture I am showing you. So you are under the endoscopic guidance, depending on the level of the obstruction. If the level of obstruction is quite down, you may have to do the procedure under bypass, because the baby will have to be under bypass because there will be no airway at that time. If you are able, if your distal airway is okay, then you can do without a bypass. So in the next slide, in the next picture in the intro, what you do is you transect the trachea at the mid level of the stenosis. Once you transect it, you have two ends of the trachea, one on the proximal and other on the distal. So on one wall of the trachea, you slit open the trachea right up to the stenosis, where I have shown you in the picture. Whole trachea is slit open, on anterior wall on one segment and posterior wall on the other segment, and you slide the trachea over that. Essentially, you are achieving you are doubling the lumen of the trachea, but it is shortening the trachea. But as the child grows, the trachea tends to grow. So essentially, you're achieving the adequacy in the airway. So that's the post-op repaired tracheal ring. After the slide, how it is shown. Okay, next slide, please. The other commoner obstruction you see in a baby, in a newborns with a stridor. That's why I told you, don't label all the stridor in children as laryngomalacia. You do see a lot of problems. You do, yeah, go ahead.
Keep it short, please.
Yeah, okay. So the next one is this is a supralaryngeal cyst. So this can be done deroofing under endoscopic procedure. You can clearly see it's the level of obstruction at the supraglottic level. Next slide, please.
Shrikant, how do you do it?
So I don't do that, sir.
You don't do that. Okay, fine. Yeah. Next.
So next slide, please. This is the previous one. This is the laryngeal web, laryngeal atresia. Again, one of the commoner obstruction at both glottal and subglottic level. Here you may have to do an expansion procedure. If it is very severe, you may have to do a resection, cricotracheal resection, and essentially the open procedures in airway are either expansion procedure or resection procedure. Expansion is you're just expanding the airway augmenting the airway with any of the tissues available. It can be pericardium, it can be costochondral graft, mainly essentially from the cartilage. Resection is if it is very severe stricture, complete narrowing, you resect the disease segment and do an anastomosis. Next slide, please. So another is a hemangioma can be there. That's the telltale sign. If the baby has stridor and hemangioma on another hemangioma on the cheek. So when you do an assessment, there is a hemangioma. This baby responded well to the propranolol. Next slide, please. The other indications, other problems you see are the complete laryngotracheal cleft. You can see the assessment, the carina and the esophageal opening in the back. This also can be either subtle or it is graded on the severity of the cleft, and the procedure is essentially the reconstruction of the trachea as well as esophagus. Next slide, please. Yeah, that's about the airway procedure.
It's okay. Coming on to endoscopy. So you can start off, Dr. Nagendra, indications of endoscopy, and then the findings specifically will be very short because I have to cover even laparoscopy as well as thoracoscopy.
No, I'll be
because
taking...
bronchoscopy was the main topic for the neonatologist, so I just went in detail. Let's keep it short.
No, I think
so
endoscopy is also very important.
Yeah,
so
yeah, I know it is
all
important.
these are endoscopies. So now when we look at the gastrointestinal endoscopies, it is definitely increased the diagnostic yield and diagnostic dilemmas that day-to-day pediatricians face. So now we have a very small endoscopes as small as 5.5 millimeter with 2 mm working channel, and we can assess up to duodenum, at least D2 and third part of the duodenum, and we can also do the colonoscopies using the same scope, or there is a pediatric scope of pediatric colonoscope of 10 millimeter. So when we look at the indications, so both we can do a diagnostic and therapeutic procedures. most common indication is bleeding GI bleeds. So we often see in the neonates, they end up with the GI bleed, hematemesis, and the melena. So most common upper GI bleed, swallowed blood, all those things once ruled out. So you can see, like Dr. Vinay was telling about the bronchoscopy with the hemangioma. So children GI vascular malformation can also be there, and we can assess in both in colon and upper GI endoscopy. Only portion what we can't assess through the endoscopy is small intestine, for which we can take a help of surgeon, and we can do intraoperative enteroscopies and properly isolate the lesion. And the other common causes of GI bleed are polyp. And one good thing about polyp is we can even resect through the endoscope. So you need not do a surgery always. At sometimes you might need, but most of the times we can do away with endoscopes. And then third common reason is portal hypertension. So most common cause is portal cavernoma or portal vein obstruction. We have seen as early as 3 weeks after the portal vein thrombosis, there can be development of varices. So generally it is seen in the older infants, like around 9 months or 1 year, but very rarely. One case I had where I had to do an endoscopy and there was varices. We can do a sclerotherapy injection in it. Then other common causes are ulcer. And I've done an endoscopy in as low age as 1.2 kg baby in preterm, and this baby was sick and on the ventilator. And it has been seen that whoever is on the enteral nutrition through the nasogastric tube, or if they are preterm on the mechanical ventilation and early preterms or in preterms, so there is some physiological hypergastrinemia, and the parietal cell anatomy will be different. So there will be physiological hypergastrinemia. Secondary to that, there can be ulcers. I've seen a child with almost 5 centimeter large ulcer in the first part of the duodenum with visible bleeding vessel. Although we don't have an endoclips and all in for the neonatal scope, but in older children, definitely we can do it. I mean, more than probably 9 months or 10 months kid, we can always put a hemoclips, hemosprays, thermocoagulation, or we can use cryo. We have a lot of modalities to do that. Just yesterday, I had a child, very small child with a vascular malformation, Dulafoy's lesion in the duodenum, where we could do a banding. At least temporarily, we could stabilize the child, or even some children have a multiple lesions where they need surgery, but before that we need to stabilize the child, because some arterial bleeds have a severe bleeds. So apart from bleeding, feed intolerance. So you might find in so many situations, there is a lot of abdominal distension, lot of severe GERD. One of the previous panelists, Dr. Shrikant, also spoke about severe GERD, and that can cause some there is lot of interlink between laryngeal pathologies and the esophageal pathologies, because both are embryonically same origin. So severe GERD, again, sometimes there may be congenital esophageal strictures, so which we can dilate using the balloons, and because that's a very difficult area to access surgically, and it involves lot of complicated procedure. So we can do away with balloon dilatations. And then we have a duodenal webs, so for which we can again do away with the balloon dilatation. And little bit older age, we can even use pre-cut needles using coagulation, current coagulation. We can cut the duodenal webs, and then we have post-tracheoesophageal fistula. You might see that there are some strictures. Even they can present in neonatal age, post-surgery. At least two weeks of gap we need to have, because the sutures and all those things will be very delicate. But after 2 to 3 weeks of surgery, we can always try to do endoscopy, and if required, we can dilate the strictures.
I don't think so. We need to do it as soon as 2 to 3 weeks.
Exactly.
It usually happens usually around 1 hour when you start giving solid foods.
Correct. So most of them do present after complementary feeds, but very rarely we have seen a children where they have an eccentric opening, and there can be some diverticulum, and the milk collects there, and they can have a recurrent aspirations and all. But most of the congenital strictures or post-EF strictures, we generally diagnose around 5 to 6 months of age. And then one more indication is allergic GI disorders. Again, not very commonly we need it. Most of the times we can suspect and exclude clinically, but definitely as a part of diagnostic surveillance, we can do the endoscopy. Colonoscopy, again, there are some situations where even in necrotizing enterocolitis, we have seen there may be colonic strictures in the later part, or in the neonatal period, we have, when there is a diagnostic issues, we can do it. And very early onset IBD, inflammatory bowel disease like Crohn's and all, we can pick up by colonoscopy. Youngest I have seen by the age of 3 months, but child was symptomatic from 1 month of age. So maybe colonoscopy at that point of time would have helped the situation. And it was IL-10RB mutation in that child. So diagnosis of NAC, polyps, then inflammatory bowel disease, then bleeding, feed intolerances, severe GERD, diagnosis of hiatus hernias or strictures, or sometimes some children need a gastrostomy access. We can do with the endoscopy with minimal access. We can place a percutaneous endoscopic gastrostomies. So I think the list is
that should be enough.
very long.
Very long. I think that should be enough for neonates.
Yeah, I think I have touched upon most of the neonatal issues, and we can take in question answer if they have any other
I think it is better rather than to speak on this.
Yeah. Thank you.
Coming on to cystoscopy, Dr. Pavitra, what are all the indications of cystoscopy in a neonate?
Basically, first is posterior urethral valve, bladder outlet obstruction. What we see is most common is posterior urethral valve, and very rarely we see anterior urethral valves also. We won't do at neonates, we won't do this cystoscopy. We generally treat in a medical management, and then we'll take a call depending upon how the child is, like recurrent UTI.
But, if you have a recurrent UTI in a neonate, you may need a cystoscopy sometimes to rule out any bladder abnormalities. That is always there. Yeah.
This neurogenic bladder and VG obstruction and all, we'll see little later, not at the neonatal age, but infantile group.
Recurrent infections during that 1 month only or 1.5 months,
That's
you
what
may
many
need a
infantile age
cystoscopy.
uses. Yeah, those are the most common. These are the uses we've seen.
I just like to add one.
Yeah,
No, I think I just want to add on. In a neonate, the early indication of cystoscopy is, again, I think yesterday we had a session on this. It is bladder outlet obstruction.
It's always there. So
and lower
that's the
urinary
standard
tract
indication for anything. But there are some special things which you need to be aware
The
of.
audience, just the only
Because as a
thing is-
neonatologist, you always think, okay, fine, there is a PUV. If there is bladder outlet obstruction, if there is a PUV diagnosis, then we need a cystoscopy.
No.
Other
What
than
I'm
that,
trying
there
to-
are many other things.
No, sir. What I'm trying to say is we do early leg ultrasound, and then we need to do a leg VCUG. And then if you get the diagnosis, we have to confirm it, we do a scopy early. The message is, I'm just telling, it is not always at a
It's
4
not
to 6
always-
weeks.
yeah.
If there is strong suspicion, we need to go in early. That's the message I want to give to the audience. Yeah.
Yeah, the commoner indication as described now for a child to undergo cystoscopy is first always evaluate non-invasive ultrasound. If you have bilateral upper tract dilatation along with the ureter and
Just
the
be short,
thickened
just
blood.
explain the video.
Yeah.
That should
So
be good enough.
the
I think we are
commoner
going
indication
here.
is a posterior urethral wall, wherein you can see the valve, which is a two leaflets taking off from in the region of the posterior urethra, coming off from the veru. So you do either a cold cut or using a electrocautery. That there are various instruments available. Either it can be Bugbee or a hook electrode or a resectoscope. Essentially, you're cutting the valve at one place or three places depending on the severity. So this is how it is managed. The next slide, please. The next another one is a uretrocele. If it's a large uretrocele,
Anterurethral valve.
yeah, anterurethral valve.
This is very rare. I just have put a video. That's all.
It's a very rare, not usually seen. So it is diagnosed based upon our cystoscopy and MCU findings. And again, essentially the treatment is same. You do resect the valve. Okay. Speak on the uretrocele. Yeah, go ahead. Next one. Yeah. So another indication where you do a cystoscopy and diagnostic as well as therapeutic is a large ureterocele. So in a large ureterocele, the ureterocele can be small or large. It can sometimes large to the extent that it can cause a bladder outlet obstruction, causing the back pressure change. So you can incise the ureterocele. Ureterocele can be incised at the base using an electrode. So unfortunately that video is not playing. Anyway, you go back to the previous presentation and last slide. Yeah, just play that video. So that's the ureterocele which has been punctured. You can see that after puncturing, it gets decompressed and essentially it gets deflated. And the risk you run of cutting this ureterocele is it increases the risk of VUR and recurrent UTI that you need to constantly follow up the child. Yeah, I think that's the indication.
I think that's the most common indications of cystoscopy. Now coming on to laparoscopy, Dr. Pavitra, can you brief about the indications of laparoscopy in a neonate, specific? Speaker.
Most common indication is a child with bilious vomiting with abdomen distension. So that's the most common with obstruction. Basically, the child who is presenting with intestinal obstruction, and that's the child we take for diagnostic lab and then we'll proceed. So whenever your child has this abdomen distension with bilious vomiting and sick, child is on ventilator or something, we don't know what the diagnosis is, then take the child for diagnostic laparoscopy and then proceed. Most common will be the duodenal atresia, which is little lower side if it is not above the, if it is below the opening of the bile ducts. And second is mal rotation. And non-bilious vomiting, what we see is the pyloric stenosis that we do pyloromyotomy using laparoscopy. And other rare causes are Hirschsprung disease. Those things we have to diagnose by rectal biopsy and things. So
no, that's fine. I just want you to touch on laparoscopy. That's all.
So
what are all the indications?
These are the most common. And then next is the ovarian pathology, a child with a tumor or a ovarian.
So whenever there is an increased pain or excessive cry, when you don't have a diagnosis as a neonatologist, you need a scopy. You need a laparoscopy.
When we don't know what exact the pathology is. Okay.
The role of laparoscopy in children, yeah, its advantage has been already. Yeah,
that's fine. I don't want to go into the advantages and disadvantages because it's a small kid. I think it will be difficult. They're short of time.
Sure.
We'll just go into the pictures, the complications. There can be trocar injuries. There can be, because it's a very small tissue. There are chances of injuries to the structures which we may need to open the neonate. There might be chances.
And not to forget a lot of physiological changes when what happens, because when you put a pneumoprotein, the carbon dioxide tends to go up. So anyway, so the lot of therapeutic procedures can be done by a laparoscope or minimally invasive. Almost all whatever we were doing before by open procedure like reconstructive procedures like pyeloplasty can be done now by the minimally invasive laparoscope.
The picture, that should be enough.
This is the pyeloplasty. You can see there being demonstrated the crossing vessels and a dilated pelvis and narrow PUJ at the site of crossing vessel. Go ahead, next one. This is the similar picture of the PUJ and the top one and after the dismembered pyeloplasty.
You can see this better.
Yeah.
The dilated pelvis and the ureter and the PUJ.
Yeah. Next one.
This is ovarian torsion in India.
So other pelvic pathologies, other organs. This is the ovarian torsion typically seen. We have detorted and pexed the ovary. Remarkably, yes, these ovaries will recover eventually. That's the minimal scarring, what the advantage you get by doing a laparoscopy.
Now coming on to thoracoscopy, I think Dr. Pavitra can briefly introduce about indications of thoracoscopy, and Srikanth can add on if he has any other indications, if he's online.
Thoracoscopy, most common what we use for is empyema thoracis, what we get from NICU and PICU. And then is the diagnostic purpose, like child is having CLE or CCAM, where we use thoracoscopy for excision of this. Our metastatic nodules are very rare in neonates, but that is one of the indication. Or if there is any mediastinal mass, which you want to delineate at CR, any biopsy you want to take from a lymph node to stage the tumor or something. And those are the most common, and other common indications are to take any pleural biopsy or any pleurosynthesis, if they pleural effusion for any other diagnosis. So these are the most common indication for thoracoscopy.
Srikanth, if you're online, can you speak on something? Can you add on?
So we do medical thoracoscopy. We don't do rigid thoracoscopy. So medical thoracoscopy, we have a flexi-rigid scope, which is 7 millimeter in diameter, and we put a port through the chest wall and we get inside. So we do it for a lot of diagnostic as well as therapeutic purposes. Particularly, we get this post malignant patients for chemical fluoridesis. So we do a lot of chemical fluoridesis, tal fluoridesis, bacterial fluoridesis. So there we do only medical thoracoscopy. We usually leave it to our pediatric surgeons to do VATS because of I know everybody knows that. So apart from that, I think most of them are okay for us to do a medical thoracoscopy, if only for diagnostic purposes, particularly tuberculosis and then tal fluoridesis.
In a neonate, this actually is a medical domain. As far as the surgical thoracoscopy is, the VATS will come here. The advantage of this medical thoracoscopy is they need a one single pore, and it can be done in an emergency room also, and there is no lot of sedation required. So the medical domain is we as a neonatologist try to locate and try to learn this technique so that it will be very useful in case of any tension, spontaneous pneumothorax, or any adhesion release or pulmonary, as it is mentioned. So this is the pulmonologist and the neonatologist, they try to learn in future, and we should replace the VATS, which is very technical issues. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
You are trying to make surgeons redundant, sir. So I mean, I'm afraid. I'm very happy that so many specialists from the medical taking up so many interventions. But I'm worried about future of my surgery.
Now coming on to the thoracoscopy specifically by a pediatric surgeon, the indications are tracheoesophageal fistula, congenital lobar emphysema, CPAM or CCAM, whatever you call, bronchogenic cyst, empyema thoracis, which can be seen in neonates, and eventuation of the diaphragm and congenital diaphragmatic hernia. And when I will be speaking on the pictures specifically of thoracoscopy, if Pavitra can add on for some pictures, I don't mind.
This is another now catching up. Go back to the previous one. Previous slide. So next slide, please. So this is a commoner. Now, traditionally, what we were doing is in a newborn, this is operated tracheoesophageal fistula. So now more and more people and more institutions are doing thoracoscopic repair of the tracheoesophageal fistula. Essentially, the anatomy is very clearly seen in the first picture, where there is a lower pouch is ending into the trachea at the level of azygos, and upper pouch is blind ending. You disconnect the fistula from the trachea, and anastomose the upper pouch to the lower pouch. Next slide, please. That's the anastomose esophagostomy being done in the second slide. Next slide, please. So this is the congenital diaphragmatic hernia. Depending on the clinical condition of the baby and depending on the how baby stability, once the baby is stabilized, you can do it thoracoscopically repair. You have to just need to suture those defects. Next slide, please. So the same thing, suture being continued. And any other mass lesion in the thorax, either lobectomy, bronchogenic cyst, all those things whichever requires a surgical intervention conventionally being done by open thoracotomy can now be attempted with the thoracoscopy with the available instrumentation and with the available good team of anesthesia people who can look after these children. Yeah. And that adds great advantage in the recovery of the babies. This is the commoner indication. Yes, yeah, medical thoracoscopy is indicated here only for the biopsy. And what we essentially do is VATS, take out all the pus in the chest cavity and remove the peel on the lung surface, which allows it to expand. Next slide, please. That's all.
I thank all the panelists, the chairpersons, for making this session very interesting. Thank you. I hope it was interesting for all the neonatologists.
I apologize for cutting short due to time constraint, but thank you, panelists, sir, and thank you, sir, for moderating this.
There is a quick announcement from the hotel management. Anyone who has rooms in the resort needs to check out by 12 p.m. today. Thank you.
Sir, but I just want to ask, sir, which sir, because panel is
Just finish.
yeah, Dr. Nijabal is
Vinay also is there.
Vinay is here. Okay. I whatever group pictures are taken, I'll post it. I'll post it. Yeah. If Dr. Najibal is coming for coffee, so fine. No, he's not the moderator. He's the speaker. Panel list. Yeah. He's yes, sir, two people are not there. Both will come in 5 minutes.
Two people are virtual, right?
Yes, sir, two people are virtual. Yeah, I will check that. This is the one, sir. I'll call him again once this comes. He's submitted to the panel. ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ 2 ನಿಮಿಷ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. Sir. Yes. Yes, sir, we're going to start in 2 minutes. Sir. Doctor, 2 minutes. Sir. Okay. Sir, Prakash. Sir has come. Can I start? Good morning to one and all present here. The next topic for discussion will be controversies in the management of gastroesophageal reflux disease and feed intolerance. I would request Dr. Satish to introduce our moderator, Dr. Prakash.
It's a great pleasure to introduce Dr. Prakash Vemgal sir, who will be the moderator for the session on GER controversies. He has done DCH, MRCP, MRCPCH, FRCPCH, and fellow in neonatology from Australia, and fellow in pediatric critical care from Canada. Now he is working as a clinical director in Rainbow Children's Hospital, Bannerghatta Road, and his area of interest is applied clinical pathophysiology of respiratory and cardiovascular system. I welcome all the panelists for the one of the most common condition which we manage day-to-day GER. We manage, we mismanage, we get confused, and this panel is there to clear all your doubts. Over to Prakash sir.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask all my panelists to be on board here. We have Dr. Sampath. He's a consultant neonatologist at Aster, Whitefield. We have Dr. Nijgal. He's a pediatric surgeon at Tumkur. We have Dr. Vinay. He's a pediatric cardiac surgeon working at NH. We have Dr. Mukund is online, and we have Dr. Shrikant. Is that right? We have Dr. Shrikant, consultant neonatologist from OM, and Siddharth. Hi, Siddharth. So he's from Rama Krishna Hospital. Thank you very much. So I'll sit here. I'll probably sit there so that I can moderate. So I'll sit here. So just to begin with, we all on day-to-day basis, we face this common scenario of having a baby who is refluxing, and we are not sure whether the baby is refluxing or has severe esophageal reflux disease. And we try to manage these babies in our NICU setup or in our day-to-day clinic practice, especially during the first couple of months' time. So to go with this, how to manage gastroesophageal reflux babies is what we are going to discuss. We have fantastic panelists with wide experience, both medical as well as surgical. So let us start with the first question. Dr. Sampath, can you just define GER and GERD? What is the epidemiology, prevalence, and the burden of this GERD disease in neonates?
Good morning. So what we're talking about today is controversies in management of GERD. We need to know what GER is, what GERD is. We need to know there's a difference, and then unnecessarily treating GER is going to unnecessarily cause issues, affect babies' outcomes, short-term as well as long-term. So what basically is gastroesophageal reflux? It is defined as the passage of stomach contents into the esophagus, which can be accompanied, that is with or without regurgitation or vomiting. In simple words, that's what reflux is. It's a normal physiological process. It occurs throughout the day in newborn babies. It increases and peaks in incidence by about 3-4 months of age, and then subsides in more than 95% of babies by about 18 months of age. Another definition is involuntary retrograde passage of gastric contents into the esophagus with or without regurgitation or vomiting. So this is exaggerated in premature babies because of a couple of factors, that is esophageal sphincter relaxation, which is more pronounced in preterms. There's slower gastric motility, and there's increased gastric acidity. This is what accentuates or increases or exaggerates the issue with preterm babies. Now, what is GERD then? What is gastroesophageal reflux disease? This occurs when reflux of the gastric contents causes symptoms that affect quality of life or pathological complications such as failure to thrive, feeding or sleeping issues, chronic respiratory disorders, esophagitis, hematemesis, and so on. So basically, it becomes a chronic issue. It starts getting serious. It starts affecting baby. GERD is what needs to be treated, and not just GER, which can be normal and doesn't always need to be treated or mismanaged. So,
that's a kind of a definition which we all have to remember, that we don't need to be worried about GR, which is quite common in our babies. GRD with symptoms, and the babies who don't do well are the one we need to investigate and treat. So what do you think about the the prevalence or the epidemiology of GRD, Sampath?
So the exact burden of GRD in the NICU is unknown, because there's lots of symptoms wise, there's lots of overlapping, and it's a gray area. Exactly, we can't put we can't. So in different units you get different incidences. Some units have 5%, some units up to 25 to 30%, because they cannot put there's no fixed definition per se. There's a lot of confusion, a lot of overlapping between reflux and reflux GERD. To complicate it further, GER, it's a normal occurrence in the neonate with 2 to 3 episodes of reflux per hour also. It's related to infants' frequent feeding cycles. These symptoms are based on state of activity of the infants. Infants spending a considerable amount of time sleeping. There are interventions that change the child's sleep-awake activity status, but are not limited to routine examination, providing care, placement, and feeding methods. So, in an attempt to determine the burden of GRD, this is done in the Western world. Data was collected from 33 NICUs, and using the definition of GRD based on the symptoms, they noted a 13-fold variation in some units up to 2%, other units 26 to 30% of incidence in the diagnosis, and found that infants with GERD in general stayed for longer, up to 1 month longer in these 33 units. They also have longer hospital stays and higher hospital costs than infants without this issue, without this label of GERD.
Great. So there's a wide prevalence in different centers and different countries. So I have to ask this next question, which is more from the surgical perspective. We have Dr. Vinay and Dr. Mukund. Is Dr. Mukund here?
Hello, I'm here, sir.
Okay, Mukund, can you just briefly go about the the development of the gastroesophageal junction, and can you just highlight on that, please?
See, the lower end of the esophagus continues as the stomach, and the circular fibers becomes the lower esophageal sphincter, which is autonomically innervated, which is very, very important for the anti-reflux mechanism. And this lower esophageal sphincter has two components. No, one is the intrinsic component, one is the extrinsic component. Intrinsic component is the circular muscle fibers. Extrinsic component is the diaphragm crural fibers, acts as the extreme component to prevent reflux. So especially predominantly, the LES is intrathoracic in a neonate. So there is a high chance of reflux in a newborn child. As the baby becomes older, the lower esophageal sphincter becomes intra-abdominal, because there is pressure variation between the thorax and the abdomen. There is less chance of reflux. And the angle between which joins the esophagus and the stomach is in a straight line in a neonate when compared to a acute angle in a older children or adult. So the straight angle of joining of esophagus to stomach also contributes to the ongoing reflex mechanism. But as the child becomes older, the intrathoracic component of the LES becomes intra-abdominal, and the reflex becomes less frequent as the child becomes older.
Thank you. So the next question is to Dr. Siddharth. Can you just briefly, discuss about the neuromuscular physiology at the gastroesophageal junction and its implications?
Yes, sir. Just as I think I might just overlap a little bit with Dr. Mukund here, but I'll just go through the anatomy again. The lower esophageal sphincter basically will have one intrinsic and an extrinsic sphincter. The intrinsic one is made of the smooth muscle and with the inner circular layers in the outer longitudinal. The innervation here is from the vagus and also the sympathetic splanchnic system, but mainly the contraction, relaxation, both of them happen in different stimulation of the vagal motor neurons in the brain. So this and the extrinsic part is by the diaphragm, crura, as well as the intra-abdominal esophagus and the stomach sling fibers. In a preterm and in the neonate, the intra-abdominal part of the esophagus is very little. So therefore, the sphincteric function is going to be less. The neurohormones that actually regulate these things, we have a few of them, which many of them actually work on this. Histamine, serotonin cause contraction, whereas the relaxation is mediated by dopamine, prostaglandins, and nitric oxide. So what happens basically normally is that there is always a basal tone maintained in the lower esophageal sphincter. And there are certain times where there is an abrupt decrease in this tone. And that normally only when there is an esophageal distension, when there is swallowing, where is a pharyngeal movement, you can have the LES relaxing. But there are also not stimulated areas. They're called transient lower esophageal sphincter relaxations, which are the basic physiology for how a reflux develops. Coming up into the esophagus, the top part of the esophagus is the upper esophageal sphincter, which is a striated muscle as opposed to the smooth muscle of the lower end. This striated muscle is mostly the cricopharyngeus, and this also is a very high pressure zone. If there is a reflux happening, the milk bolus comes up to the upper esophageal sphincter, it immediately contracts. And because of the contraction, it prevents the milk or food bolus coming up into the pharynx and the laryngeal areas. And that's the protective mechanism. But in case the contraction is not fast enough to prevent the bolus, the milk goes up into the oral cavity. And then you see the spit up of the reflux as we see in term neonates. And it is basically a harmless thing. But what happens in preterms is, if this milk goes up and stimulates the glottis, and then there's a glottis reflex which is stimulated, the closure reflex. And this closure reflex will be sustained for a longer time in preterm babies, and they can go into apneas. And that's the relationship between how a reflux can generate apnea, at least theoretically, in a preterm baby. And same way can be harmless in many other babies who can manage their reflexes much better. There are other clinical implications as well. If there is when does this relax? When does the lower esophageal sphincter relax? Is when you have a stomach distended, and that can happen when you are on CPAP, when you have bronchopulmonary disease, you're coughing, you're straining your abdomen. That increases that can cause relaxation of the GE junction. Also, certain drugs that we use like caffeine, and then any babies who are neurologically impaired and their neurohormonal or local method of controlling the GE junction is lost, the tonicity is lost, they also can have more reflux.
Yeah, thank you, Siddharth. So the next question is pathophysiology of GERD to Dr. Srikanth. Dr. Srikanth is there? We don't have Dr. Srikanth. So we can come back to that question later on.
Okay.
Sure, we are blessed.
Yeah, I'm a gastroenterologist, so I should
Sure.
be knowing that. Yeah, basically, the anatomical reasons which have been already told by two previous speakers, because of the alteration of the anatomy. So one is the straight angle between the esophagus and stomach. Second is frequent transient lower esophageal sphincter relaxation. And the third is the small capacity of the stomach and the small length of the esophagus. And added risk factors like preterm, drugs, or ventilation. Nasogastric tube placement itself can cause increased reflux. Due to all these things, there will be reflux of the food contents. And then when there is a constant reflex, then that can have an aspiration or apnea kind of episodes, failure to thrive, excessive irritability, arching backwards. So all these things can happen. And one more important, especially when you consider therapy angle, at least for the pediatricians or neonatologists. So one thing what we should remember is these are all volume-based reflex. So these are not like what we see in the older children or adults, it's an acidic reflex. So these are all called as non-acidic reflex. So in this, accordingly, it's just not a giving some proton pump inhibitors or PPI would help. So here we have to consider, we should manage the volume what we are giving. Along with, there are various anti-GER measures. I think you have a questions on how to manage GERD. So basic pathophysiology is this: altered anatomy, straight angle between the esophagus and the stomach, small capacities of the stomach, small tube, and child is always in the supine position, unlike in the bigger children or this one. And then feeds is always liquid. So this makes the infants or neonates more prone for reflux and reflux related issues.
Okay, thank you very much. So Dr. Nichigal, can you brief about signs and symptoms of GID, which probably we just heard?
Probably Nagendra has already covered.
Nagendra
Probably
has
it will be
covered. You
always
can just-
recurrent vomiting,
Yeah.
loss of weight, then irritability, then apneic episodes. And then more severe symptoms are presence of any bile or blood in the vomitus, which is a warning sign which needs detailed evaluation of a neonate in a neonatal unit. That's all.
Yeah.
The rest of the things anyway, Nagendra has
I
covered.
think a lot of us know what are the signs and symptoms, but the difficult part is which one to be managed, acutely, or which are the ones which requires chronic treatment. So the next question is again to because we don't have Shrikant, so you can answer this: complications of GID and differential diagnosis of GID.
Yes, complications of GID is one is most common. What we find is aspiration. So especially in the acute neonatal ICUs, so that is the most important. Second is failure to thrive over a time, and then third is apnea. So they can go for recurrent apneas. So that is all in neonatal acute settings. Then long run we can have strictures, but not very common in neonatal age. So neonatology is mainly this aspiration pneumonitis and severe apnea and the feed intolerance. These are the three commonest complications which we see. And in oral children, we have failure to thrive and strictures as a complication.
Yeah.
And the close differential diagnosis is one is milk allergy.
Yeah.
So milk allergy is a one thing which we should, and even recent ISPEGAN guidelines say that if you are fairly sure that there are no other organic causes like achalasia, hiatus hernia or some congenital strictures which is causing the reflex. So I think you need to exclude the milk from the diet. So milk allergy is one of the important differentials of GERD, and other organic or surgical problems like hiatus or strictures or gastric volvulus or all these things can present with recurrent vomiting and GERD kind of presentation.
Thank you.
I think even post-surgery, post-tracheoesophageal fistula as well as post-diaphragmatic hernias, we can have reflux disease in neonates.
Great. So we'll move on to the next question, this to Dr. Sampath. So that I think basically the risk factors for GID rather than the the common ones. So which are the ones which are not, probably can highlight few of them.
So the risk factors for GERD are broadly classified into three. One is due to congenital issues, or mostly all of them are anatomical issues. The second is due to prematurity. And the third are just classified as others, that doesn't fall into these two. So under the congenital risk factor bracket, what falls there are all mostly anatomical issues like craniofacial anomalies, airway anomalies, esophageal atresia, abdominal wall defects, malrotation, pyloric stenosis, duodenal atresia, most of them anatomical. Under prematurity, it is classified within prematurity as pathophysiologic issues, like issues with the upper esophageal sphincter, where it can be inadequate function of the upper esophageal sphincter. With the lower esophageal sphincter, it can be transient relaxation or a short esophagus associated with the lower esophageal sphincter, and hypotonic lower esophageal sphincter. Pathological issues in prematurity, what do we see? We have it's associated when there is chronic lung disease, when there are neuropathological issues like intraventricular hemorrhage or hypoxic ischemic injury, and when there is absent or decreased or exaggerated laryngeal and pharyngo esophageal reflexes. Other issues which are not included are, for example, when we use caffeine and incidence of intolerance is higher, when there's milk protein allergies or metabolic disorders.
So when we know that there is a severe GERD, how do we go further? And what are the diagnostic strategies, Dr. Siddharth?
Mostly the diagnostic strategy is clinical in most of the time, but we do have three different kinds of tests that we can do. One is fluoroscopic studies. So, but the disadvantage here is that you know that there is a reflux, but whether this is significant or not, we really cannot tell. So it just tests whether it's GER or not, whether this is GERD. It's not possible with fluoroscopy. Actually, it's not possible with any of these diagnostic strategies, but the more advanced ones are better. So the second one is the pH studies. It is basically test the acidic component of the reflux. They have something called reflux index here, where they calculate the time that the esophagus, the lower end of the esophagus, is less than 4 pH, and more than 7% is considered to be abnormal. But the problem with this is, in infants, because of frequent feeding, the pH is going to be more than 4. So this might not be that helpful just to study pH. The latest one is the multimodal impedance studies. Here, there are several electrodes that are kept along the length of the esophagus. And then we kind of know which way the milk is moving, whether it's liquid, solid, antegrade, retrograde. And when this is combined with the pH study, it adds a little bit more information. For instance, when they checked about preterms less than 32 weeks, they found that they have about 70, around roughly, the reflux episodes per day. But again here, and then amongst these, only about 25% have acidic pH. So these, we can probably combine together a pH study and manometry to see if there is a significant reflux. But again, several clinical studies have shown that whenever they have reflux documented with manometry, it doesn't really correlate with any symptomatology. For instance, apneas or even behavioral symptoms like arching, crying, these episodes seem to be not related to, temporarily at least, to the GER. So we are kind of stuck with how much clinically we think this is a reflux and how much it is affecting the baby. And I think even treatment strategies, at least the recommendation is not to use anything till they are 40 weeks to use prokinetics or PPIs. So that's where we are for the diagnostic strategies.
Dr. Nagendra would like to add a few more diagnostic tools if you have something.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. So when we think about the diagnosis of GERD in infants, especially or neonates, I think there are three important things. One is clinical. So it's essentially clinical diagnosis. It's like a pyramid. So baseline is clinical. Unless you don't have any complicated, first you need to differentiate as previous speakers told, is it GER or it is GERD? So without complications, we should never consider GERD. So that is one. And when you look at the various diagnostic modalities, I think my previous speaker panelist told about that. So there are selective situations when you should consider selective investigations. So fluoroscopic studies only to rule out the anatomical defects, not to diagnose GERD. And just the reflux of content, just mere reflux of content into back into esophagus or mouth does not tell you that this is GERD. I've seen many times people have diagnosed GERD just based on the fluoroscopic study. So this is absolutely not correct. So only if you are suspecting stricture or hiatus or some sort of web or any anatomical abnormalities, my surgical friends generally see. So until unless post EF repairs, otherwise fluoroscopy does not have a role. And the proper contrast selection is very important, because severe GR, they can aspirate into lungs and they can have a chemical pneumonitis or all those complications. And then second modality is endoscopy. So endoscopy, again, we can use endoscopy to rule out anatomical defects and also to look at the mucosal changes that can happen with the recurrent or chronic reflexes. But otherwise, diagnosis of GERD is again not done endoscopically. And one more indication is sometimes we can see eosinophilic esophagitis or allergic esophagitis, at least in the older infants. So where we can do the endoscopy and rule out that there is no mucosal eosinophilic infiltrates and all those things. So when you come at the physiologic studies like pH metry and impedance, so pH is just assess the pH. So we have a reflective index, and it varies from the infants to adults. Adults is like 4%, and infants is the 8 is the RI. So basically here, when we should go for 24-hour pH metry is when you have a extra intestinal manifestations like recurrent V's, or there is a recurrent sinusitis, recurrent otitis media. So only in these extra GI symptoms, we should go for pH. But nowadays we have an impedance along with it. Impedance is basically measures the state of the contents. Is it liquid reflex, or is it just a gas, or it's a bidirectional? Is it coming from the top, or it is going from the below to the mouth? So it's bidirectional. Again, these are very, very extremely practically, it's very difficult to do it in infants because of the irritability. Child cries, and with the cry, there will be more amount of reflex. You exactly don't know. So essentially in infants, doing these tests are very, very tricky. And we generally select the children, older children who can cooperate, and they need to stay somewhere in the hospital. It's even though it is ambulatory pH. So we need to ensure that the probe is there for 24 hours and all. So essentially it is a difficult. So at the end of the story, what I want to say is it's more of a clinical, and then we have to use the diagnostic modalities and only when it is needed. So it's not done in, should not be advised to each and every child.
Yeah, so well taken. So the difficult part for most of the neonatologist and the pediatrician is, the parents do demand some investigation. Without investigation, they are not happy. They think that you are useless. So the takeaway message is basically monitor this child in the next couple of months and see how is the severity of reflex, whether changing the feeding techniques and changing the formula, or if the baby is being breastfed, we continue that and see how the growth of the baby is. So I think the counseling part is the most important diagnostic tool for them, rather than any investigation. So we'll go to the next question.
I do agree, and only 2 investigations which are doable, at least if someone insists that we need some investigation, like you point out, one is fluoroscopy, and other things we can't do also, and the counseling is the most important thing.
Yes.
Thank you.
A lot of people do this milk scans and you're ready.
Yeah.
So again, that is when you suspect aspiration.
Yeah, when you suspect aspiration
due to any reason, it can be because of the GRD, it can be because of the gastric pathologies, swallowing issues. Whenever we are suspecting aspiration, that time we can get a milk scan.
So the treatment options which are available are non-pharmaceutical as well as, pharmaceutical. So what do you say about non-pharmaceutical? You can answer. Anybody can answer. It's open now.
Hello. Sir, this is Dr. Srikanth. I joined now.
Okay, no problems. You can answer, Srikanth. Sorry.
I was busy with the poster assessment. Yeah.
No problems. I think that the question is straight to you. So
Yeah.
I can answer the non-pharmaceutical.
So basically going ahead with the treatment options. So in general, there are paucity of the data on the various treatment options, including the non-pharmacological and both the pharmacological. Though many of the units in the preterm babies receive both non-pharmacological and pharmacological management because of lack of adequate randomized trials. So if you go ahead to divide non-pharmacological options, we can divide into the three parts. One could be the first is parental education, because many of the times, so this gastroesophageal reflux is a common phenomena, and approximately 50% of the babies, especially preterm, have a regurgitation at least one episode in a day. It can go peak up to 4 months of age, and it can be there till 1 year of age. So these are known as happy spitters. They don't have usually any concerns. In this situation, parental education is important. Next, coming to the feeding strategies. So again, there are few studies are available. Basically, these are retrospective data or observational studies. Very few randomized trials are there. They have suggested that especially if they are symptomatic enough to be a concern, then we can do a smaller volume of feeding and giving it a more frequent interval than the routine. So, or the slower milk flow rate can also be used. And a few studies have shown that there is no difference in the continuous or intermittent bolus feeding. So next is thickening of feeds, whether thickening of feeds needs to be done or not. Again, in case of preterm infants or in the in the neonatal period, definitely it is not recommended to do thickening of feeds. If at all, if it is required, if baby is symptomatic enough, if thickening needs to be done, cereal based can be used. Again, avoid xanthan gum or starch which are commercially available. And there is no role of extensively hydrolyzed formula in only cases of gastroesophageal reflux disease. And again, trial of formula change should not be used routinely. The next one in another non-pharmacological intervention is body positioning. So it's widely used as a conservative management, like little head and elevation is commonly used, and positioning of the baby. So it's suggested that the reflex episodes, few studies have shown that reflex episodes are lesser in the left lateral position and the prone position. So few studies demonstrate both are reflexes are lesser as compared to the right lateral and supine position. But again, this American Academy of Pediatrics released the guidelines in 2018 that they have definitely told that to avoid these position, especially for sleeping infants, to avoid the risk of SIDS.
Okay, thank you, Srinath.
Thank you.
So the next question is to Nijgal. So the pharmacological interventions.
So basically, in a neonate, pharmacological interventions are very, very minimal. There are no indication for starting a drug. Basically, it is the modification of your feeds, it's the modification of your sleep pattern, all those things, and thickening of the feeds and frequent feeds, rather than giving a large volume of feeds. That is what they prescribe. But usually, because the parents tend to ask us, okay, if you can give us some treatment, we tend to give them some Rantac or else an isomeprazole granules. That is all what we use. Otherwise, most of the times it is all lifestyle modifications.
So use of any of these proton pump inhibitors or
not
H2
approved.
receptors, basically, if you look at the NICE guidelines or the European guidelines, these are the medications which are used for severe reflux. when you have a diagnosis, the A diagnosis for some reason, and they generally advise for 4 to 8 weeks based on
That is
what
only
it
in
is.
children, sir, but not
Yeah.
in neonates. That's
Not
what
in
I'm telling you.
neonates,
Yeah.
that's what.
Only when the child becomes a little older, you can start off. You can give for 48 weeks
Yeah.
and then taper it down for another 3 months. That is what they tell.
That's true. So early infancy, you probably can, but
Yeah.
you can't think of in a NICU setup.
Yeah.
So that's good. So that kind of is very clear message that don't use any
Don't use
medication,
any
any
drugs
medications
for
in
this.
NICU, at least in a very small babies.
It's
Even
not approved in any-
Yeah.
even drugs like sorry, with your permission.
Yeah.
So drugs like even prokinetics like domstol, domperidone and all. So most of the pediatricians or neonatologists do have that doubt. So literature wise, there is nothing to support in infancy or neonate to use proton pump inhibitors, H2 blockers, or even prokinetics like domperidone. So, and the most of the guidelines does not recommend using those things, these drugs. Sometimes I have seen personally in the personal level, I have seen there are some children do respond, but on the academic podium or in this one, we don't have any evidence to start any of these drugs. In older children, of course, we have, even when you don't have the diagnosis, you can give 4 weeks of PPA and see if child gets better, then probably it is a GERD. So even as a diagnostic modality, you can use proton pump inhibitors in older children. This is because essentially what we were discussing in the all previous speakers, pathophysiology. So that's why the pathophysiology is important. These are all non-acidic reflex. These are all volume reflex. Just giving some prokinetics won't help because of these all anatomical factors. Essentially, I think it's all non-pharmacological management which have been discussed. And then if it is out of control, then I think surgical options.
Yeah.
So pharmacological role is very, very minimal.
I think we need to look for a cause basically. If you have any cause, just take out, ruling out that cause probably helps it out, because history of surgery, history of any anticonvulsants, history of any bronchodilators, these are all the things which if we avoid, probably GR will be under control rather than giving some drugs.
So coming to that, we have the last question, and we have 3 excellent surgeons here, Dr. Vinay, Nijgal, and Mukund. So what is your take on surgical management and how do you follow up? So briefly, probably for a minute or so.
Yeah, role of surgery in reflux is very limited. The indications are very clear cut. The indications for doing the surgery in reflux is failure of the medical management. First, try all the whatever available described before, all non-pharmacological, all other modalities. If that fails on a long term, then advocate for surgery. The second other big indication for surgery is if there are complications like severe apneic episodes is one complication. If the child has got failure to thrive, these are the definite indications to advocate for a surgery. Essentially in surgery, it can be done either conventional open procedure or nowadays we are doing it laparoscopically. So you are trying to achieve a wrap around the lower esophagus. You're trying to create an artificial valve, which is not that physiological, whatever we are doing. So depending on the child, you do either a complete wrap of the fundus of the stomach along the lower esophagus. Either it can be a loose wrap or it can be a tight wrap. Often these children, as he mentioned, the risk factor to develop reflux, if the child, most of the time what we generally see is these children are neurologically impaired. So along with the protecting their airway from the reflux disorder, they also have a significant feeding issues also. So we tend to put them, especially children with the neurological impairment, tight wrap along with the feeding gastrostomy at the same time, to buy some time till the baby grows and there is some maturation in the neurological and swallowing coordination achieves. So we add on a gastrostomy also. The working horse treatment, working horse procedure, what we do is a Nissen fundoplication.
Mukund, you would like to add something?
See, I agree with Dr. Vinay. No, surgery is the last option. Unless the team, the parents, the neonatologist and surgeon come to a conclusion that nothing is working, the surgical role will come. And the contrast swallow, other speaker was talking about it. because one of the differential diagnoses is congenital esophageal stenosis. That's a rare thing, but it's a known thing also. And hiatus hernia. These anatomical problems has to be ruled out before jumping into conclusion of any anti-reflux procedure. Apart from that, I think I totally agree with Vinay. It's a last option and it should be taken carefully. The decision making is very, very important. Unless the child is, the neurological development is normal, we have to be very, very, very careful to make the decision of a fundoplication because it's a lifelong condition for the child. And apart from that, that should be, that's all I want to say.
Nijigal, you would like to add any surgical?
I think they are covered extensively, sir. Probably for a neonatologist, that should be good enough.
Great then.
So message in surgery is whatever we are trying to achieve is a completely unphysiological.
Yeah.
So it comes with its own set of problems. They can't burp. It's something which we don't generally recommend.
Yeah. Okay.
Finally, as a surgeon, we tend to rule out surgical causes rather than a medical cause. We never look at it.
Great. So I think we are running short of time and I'll be finishing. Last word from Nagendra.
There is something bridge in between this non-pharmacological and that is
Sure.
endoscopic.
Yeah.
So we can place nasojejunal tube just to buy some time.
Okay.
Okay. So we can establish the feed and just put a nasojejunal tube through endoscopically or through even fluoroscopic. And second is we have something called as endoscopic gastrostomy with jejunal tube, jejunal extension. So PEG-J we call it as, or even PEG also sometimes help it. So before going for like complicated surgeries, we can have these options also to explore.
Okay.
Thank you.
So to conclude, when I was looking into one of the recent articles, what are the controversies? If you look at it, whatever we discuss is a controversy. So yeah, from the definition till the therapeutic part of it, the success part of it, they say that we need to define all these things. It is very unclear. We don't know what the hell we are doing. So what ultimately I could conclude is basically most of them, 70 to 80% of them don't require any treatment. Don't try to use any fancy medications, fancy position, fancy feeding things unless until you're pretty sure that this is what it is causing the GORD. So with this, I would like to thank all my panelists, and we have two special guests to, Nagendra and Vinay joining us. So kind of them to be a part of this discussion, and we'll continue to meet again at some stage in later platform. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. It was really informative. Thank you, panelists.
Thank you, sir. With that, we'll be closing the session. Okay, so before we move on to the next panel, I have a question for the audience. Who is the father of ultrasound? Any guesses? Okay, so it is Dr. John J. Wild, who developed the Wild tube to deal with the problem of bowel failure seen due to bomb explosions in World War II. He then conceived the idea of ultrasound as a non-invasive means to determine the extent of intestine injuries in patients. So now with that interesting fact, I would like to introduce the topic for the next panel discussion, which is role of USG and echo in neonates. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our moderator, Dr. Nilesh Rao, who will be moderating this session for the next 40 minutes. I request our chairperson, Dr. Krishna Nanda, to introduce a moderator. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is a pre-lunch session. Most of us are sleepy and tired. I think that will be taken away by Dr. Nilesh Rao. Now, Dr. Nilesh Rao is a consultant neonatologist in Cloud9 Hospitals. He has done his MBBS, MD Pediatrics from JIPMER. He has done a fellowship in neonatal perinatal medicine in the University of British Columbia at Canada. He is a senior consultant neonatologist, Cloud9 Hospital, and his areas of interest is point of care ultrasound and echo, point of care echo in the neonatology or in the NICUs. I request Dr. Nilesh Rao to share his experience and to give us more insights into the echo and ultrasound uses in neonatology. Thank you, sir. Welcome, Mr. Sir, you can sit or you can talk.
I can talk. Thank you, sir. So we are here. Today, the panel is on POCUS. So point of care ultrasound in neonatology. So what is point of care ultrasound in neonatology? So point of care ultrasound refers to the bedside use of ultrasound and echo that specifically answers specific focused clinical questions. So the advent of point of care ultrasound mainly was from adult emergency medicine, where they were using ultrasound in trauma cases. So there are protocols called the FAST protocol, and then there was the eFAST protocol, where they used to do quick scans whenever adults come. So they used to look at whether there is a bleed here, whether there is a a hemo peritoneum, there is a blood in the lungs, and so this is how point of care ultrasound evolved. And we have seen that as the past decade has witnessed a huge surge of interest in point of care in neonatology. So as clinicians, what are the utility of point of care ultrasound? So one of them is to give some diagnostic insights into pathophysiology of the disease condition, for longitudinal assessment of the baby, for diagnostic procedures like for procedural things, and also for research purposes. So there are a lot of bodies now. So in the North America, there is what they call the targeted neonatal echocardiography group. There is a CPU group in Australia, and in Europe, they have a huge group called ESPNIC. So there is a lot of programs that are evolving and accreditation that is going on. So today we have a very good group of experts, and we are going to run through scenarios, and hopefully we'll be able to convince you about the utility of bedside ultrasound in neonatology.
Sorry to interpret. Sure. I'm Dr. Jay.
Sorry, there is an announcement. So just.
Good afternoon, all the viewers and the members of neonatology in all the districts and the national branch. We are all, I'm from Tamil Nadu. We're happy to announce the next South Neocon, that is 16th South Neocon to be held in Tamil Nadu. Date scientific program has been announced a little bit later. And this is with great honor to host it in Tamil Nadu, sir. I thank the organizers of South Neocon, Karnataka, and we'll do that. Thank you very much.
All the best, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So I invite one of our faculties who is attending the panel, Dr. S. Ramakrishnan. So a senior neonatal pediatrician with special interest in functional echo. So Dr. Ramakrishnan. We have online Dr. Rajat Pejawar, who completed his training from UK, and he's a consultant neonatologist in Sparsh Hospital. We also have Dr. Anil Kalesh, who completed his DM neonatology, and currently he's working in Shivamogga. Welcome, Dr. Anil. So I think we'll start the panel. So we are going through a few case scenarios. So this is for Dr. Anil. So I'm going to read the case scenario. There is a 25-weeker, 750-gram male neonate was born by emergency C-section following maternal antepartum bleeding. So incomplete dose of steroid 1 hour before delivery. Baby was resuscitated with delivery room CPAP and was shifted to the NICU. The baby had progressive respiratory distress with mild grunt, increasing retractions. So at 2 hours of age, the FiO2 was slightly beyond 0.3 to 0.35 fluctuating. The SATs were maintaining The ABG showed this. So the A by A refers to the arterial alveolar gradient. It was 0.4. So Dr. Anil, how will you proceed? What will you do next?
Sir, am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible.
Can I share my slides, sir?
Sure, please do.
Can I do it from my side here?
Sure, sure.
Yes, Dr.
Anil, yeah.
So we have a 25-weeker, extremely preterm, extremely low birth weight neonate who presented with respiratory distress immediately after birth. And with this history, with the antenatal steroid almost not covered, even 1 hour before delivery. And baby required delivery room CPAP, and as soon as the baby was shifted to NICU, we started on the baby on CPAP. So at 2 hours of life, baby has a fluctuating FiO2 between 0.3 to 0.5%, and he is maintaining an adequate saturation between 90 to 94%. And at this point of time, I would like to review my ABG, and I would like to discuss with my team, like whether to continue with the CPAP or whether the CPAP is optimized, and what can be done to optimize the CPAP in this baby, and whether to go ahead with the surfactant or whether should I continue optimizing the CPAP will be our next big question. So we have various modalities to consider here, whether should I go for a chest X-ray, or the other possibilities if my setting has an ultrasound, which can be non-radiation exposure modality to assess the baby's lung. So we can utilize this new modality or the upcoming modality in our situation to assess the baby's lung status. So my next investigation would be to go to a chest X-ray or a bedside lung ultrasound. And with this available information, I would like to take the next decision. So when the chest X-ray was done, the baby's chest X-ray showed the right side chest X-ray film, as you all can see. It shows a homogeneous bilateral diffuse ground glass opacities with inflation of around 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 spaces inflation, which is adequately inflated lung, but diffusely homogeneous opacity. We can call it as an air bronchogram. You can see the bronchial markings with the surrounding parenchyma, which is opaque, which satisfies the criteria for a respiratory distress syndrome. And if I do also a bedside ultrasound, I can see the picture you can see on the right hand corner of your screen. This right hand corner screen showing lung ultrasound picture obtained through a linear probe showing a pleural marking, and there is a homogenized confluent B lines. So we call this homogenized opaque shadows as B lines. So I would like to take some time to orient the the group of members to the normal lung ultrasound picture. So can I orient them with the normal ultrasound picture in this scenario, or should I wait for the next question?
Dr. Anil, you can maybe quickly, in the interest of time, so we don't have much time.
So in our finding, there is adequately inflated lungs, but there is diffuse ground glass opacities. And what I can tell in this scenario is there is absence of A lines, and there is confluent diffuse B lines, which is suggesting a subpleural consolidations. In RDS, it is classically the distal airways, that is subpleural airways, which are the terminal airways, are most classically affected. They are the ones which are early to get collapsed and early to get affected. So these confluent B lines are very suggestive of respiratory distress syndrome in this index child. And I would like to optimize CPAP in this condition. If it is optimized and still the baby is not saturating as expected above 90%, I would like to consider early rescue surfactant therapy in the index case. Thank you, sir.
Excellent. Yeah. Can you please unshare, Dr. Anil?
Yes, please.
So Dr. Anil clearly delineated how ultrasound can be useful at the bedside. So one thing to remember is that the turnaround time of an X-ray, if you look at the units, there is a long turnaround time. You have to call them. It may take sometimes 2 hours, and then by then you have missed the boat. Especially when the FiO2 requirements are going above 0.3, 0.4, and you are waiting, and now the baby is on FiO2 of 0.8. So kind of, we know that early rescue surfactant is considered evidence-based at this point. So we'll move on. So these are the patterns. Anyway, I think Dr. Anil already explained this is the normal A pattern here. Is there a pointer? Then you can see the B lines, and what we get a pattern where there are extensive B lines is called the alveolar interstitial pattern that almost indicates something like a lung edema. You can see consolidation. These are the different causes of respiratory distress in the neonate. So when there is a pneumonia, you can see consolidation, very irregular margins, hypoechoic margins. Then you can see the double lung point in transient tachypnea of newborn. You can see the lung point in pneumothorax. So it's kind of a modality where you can kind of evaluate most of the causes of respiratory distress in a neonate. So moving on with the scenario, this is for Dr. Ramakrishna. So the baby was intubated now and given surfactant like Dr. Anil had wanted. So at 7 hours of life, baby was ventilated on settings of tidal volume 5 ml per kilogram. FiO2 was 0.3. The relatively low pressure, 16/5, the mean airway pressure was 8 centimeters. There were no clinical signs of a duct. So no murmur, pulse pressure was 18, cap refill was good, well-perfused baby, passed urine once. So Dr. Ramakrishna, at this point, will you consider doing an echo for this baby?
Thank you, Dr. Nilesh. Yes, currently, this baby appears to be stable, and the ventilator requirements are not that high. And probably this is in the honeymoon period. And we all know, considering this being an extremely preterm baby with inadequate antenatal steroid coverage and antepartum hemorrhage history, this baby is a sitting duck for something major to happen in the next 24 hours. So certainly I would do an echo because on all these years we have been basically we do the echo only if there are clinical worries, but we are slowly shifting that away from that point. And nowadays what we do is we just quantify objectively. We do an echo, we assess the PDA, we assess objectively against set standards to see whether it is going to cause any problems in the near future. And also we get lots of information about contractility and cardiac output and all those information, which we keep it as a baseline in the event that the baby collapses in the next few hours. We know what may happen, or we may be able to anticipate what might happen. So that is the reason we certainly need to do a baseline screening functional echocardiogram to anticipate events that may happen in the near future.
So you want to do an echo to anticipate, even if the contractility is good. It might be good to have a kind of a baseline about the baby's contractility. Sometimes when babies are transitioning, especially extreme preterm babies, there can be reduced contractility. Of course, the echo, I think regarding the PDA, I think you have something more to say.
Yeah.
Yes, doctor.
So with the PDA, gone are the days when we just say whether, because we know that in this baby, certainly at 7 hours of life, there will be a huge PDA. But the question what we need to know is this PDA going to cause any problem? So for that, Elkfash et al. Published the PDA severity score, particularly in those gestations around 26 weeks. And basically, based on clinical scoring and echocardiographic scoring criteria, you score points for each of the parameters. Say, for example, if the oxygen requirement is less than 40%, if the mean airway pressure is between 8 to 12, whether there is any acidosis in the blood gas, what is the urine output. And putting all these information, you get the clinical scoring. And even on the echocardiogram, you look at the size of the duct, you look at the Doppler velocity in the descending aorta, whether there is absent end diastolic flow, whether there is end organ redistribution of flow, and quantifying what is the left atrial hypertrophy. So there is a score for each and everything. And depending on both the clinical score and the echocardiographic score, you classify it as a not hemodynamically significant PDA, mild PDA, moderate PDA, severe PDA. So only if you get this objective workup done, if you repeat an ultrasound scan, if you repeat an echo after 12 hours, you know whether this PDA is causing more hemodynamic worries or whether the PDA is benign. So serial objective echocardiographic assessment of these extremely preterm vulnerable neonates are very, very important. And that is the current recommended practice now.
Excellent. So you are kind of highlighting the fact that we should not go based on just subjective parameters. So look at clinical signs, some kind of an integrated score which incorporates clinical scoring and echocardiographic score, which might help you to objectively make a decision whether to go ahead with treatment. So this was the baby's X-ray and the echo. The echo findings will come. Any other?
So this is the baby. The X-ray again. There is haziness in the lung fields. There is no obvious pneumothorax. The ET tube appears to be slightly lower. It's beyond the expected position of T1 to T2, and the umbilical venous catheter seems to be above the diaphragm margin. So I will request my resident to adjust these ET tube and the umbilical catheters so that we would expect these to be in the optimal position. And with regards to the PDA, you are going to say about the PDA?
It will be coming. So excellent message there, especially for the new trainees. So when we look at a baby, look at the baby completely, clinical signs, and also whenever you have an X-ray, we look at the lungs, we look at the subcutaneous tissue and everything. Please do not miss out the plastics or the lines that are sitting inside. So it is, the endotracheal tube is deep, the line is deep, so you may have to pull it out. So all of these factors play a role, which we'll see in the subsequent scenarios. So the case scenario proceeds. So the baby is still ventilated, still needing around 0.35 of FiO2, needing slightly higher pressures, 20/5. The tidal volume of 5 ml per kilogram. The mean airway pressure is still around 10. So this is the ABG. The baby is not hypotensive, not on inotropes or pressors. So these are the echo findings. The PDA is 2 mm left to right. The PDA velocity is 1.5 meter per second. LA aortic is 1.5. There is no aortic Doppler reversal. Celiac and SMA Doppler normal. Will you treat this PDA at this point?
Right. So putting all the information together, the baby is requiring only minimal oxygen, and the mean airway pressure is only around 10, and there is no acidosis on the blood gas, and the baby is not requiring any inotropes. So based on the clinical criteria, if you put all these points in the clinical criteria, certainly it would score only on the lower side. So clinically, this is not a significant PDA. However, on the echocardiographic criteria, yes, there is a 2 millimeter duct, which is a large duct. However, and also the left atrium is enlarged. It's a borderline, it's a 1.5. So anything above 1.5 and above is significant. But there is no flow reversal in the aortic aorta or celiac artery, and the SMA Doppler is normal. So according to the echocardiographic criteria, the PDA is of a moderate significant, not a very significant PDA, but I wouldn't take it light. So the clinical criteria is not significant, whereas the echocardiographic criteria is probably mild to moderate PDA. In this situation, I would not start paracetamol or Brufen or indomethacin. right? There are conservative, there are non-pharmacological measures of managing a PDA, which is gaining more evidence-based popularity. There is a recent randomized control trial published this year suggesting that the non-pharmacological options like fluid restriction, diuretic medication, chlorothiazide is better than your furosemide, because furosemide augments your sodium loss and all those things. I will like to modulate the transductal flow by increasing the PEEP. This baby is on a PEEP of 5. I would gently increase the PEEP to 6 or 6.5 and lower the inspiratory time to minimize the left-right shunt. And permissive hypercapnia, gentle permissive hypercapnia, which acts as a pulmonary vasoconstrictor, but I wouldn't overdo it because we don't want the cerebral vasoconstriction, and aim for an optimized hematocrit. As per the current blood transfusion guidelines, ensure that the hematocrit is very good, because that augments your pulmonary vascular resistance and reduces your left-right shunt. So these are the non-pharmacological measurements of PDA, which I would try first before deciding further.
Excellent. So Dr. Rajat, so this is for you. The baby is currently 12 hours old. The baby was extubated and is currently on high flow nasal cannula support, 6 liters per minute, is on room air, not requiring oxygen, mild subcostal retractions, well perfused. Again, this is the blood pressure, past urine pulses well felt. So you can see the echo here for the benefit of our participants. I can maybe tell you the echo findings here. So this is a pulsed wave Doppler of the echo. Is there a pointer on this? So the leftmost panel, that is the, I don't know, I can see. Okay. So the left panel shows the ductal pulse wave Doppler. You can see that there is a pulsatile flow, very low diastolic velocities. The middle panel is the celiac artery. So you can see that there is a positive diastolic flow. And the rightmost panel, that is the aorta. And you can see that the diastolic flow is positive in the aorta. So Dr. Rajat, again, the most difficult conundrum, will you treat this PDA?
Coming to it, definitely, it's a big dilemma for any neonatologist, anyone treating. But we have to look at the baby in total, like how the previous panelist said. You have to look at the clinical condition, the clinical manifestations of the duct, how the baby is in terms of respiratory, and how the perfusion of the other organs are, especially the kidneys. And of course, we've done Dopplers of the SMA and the celiac. So looking at what this baby is on, it's currently on HFNC. The echo findings definitely seems to have progressed a little bit. You can see that the duct is a little bigger. It's 2.5 millimeters. The LAO ratio has progressed. However, this baby is passing urine well. Your Dopplers are doing quite well. So probably I would kind of hold back cautiously with regard to the pharmacological treatment, but how it was nicely explained by the previous panelist, I would kind of try to optimize what this baby is on. So this baby, you have to look at what the blood gases are. Is this baby slowly tiring out? Definitely a close watch has to be kept on this baby. HFNC, yes, it's a 25-weeker. You've boldly extubated this baby, is doing quite well on HFNC. However, are there certain things that we can do with regard to optimizing it? Maybe a slightly higher PEEP in this baby. What is the fluid status of this baby? Are we overdoing the fluids? We should be a little cautious with regards to giving a large amount of fluids. We don't want to worsen the condition. At the same time, we don't want to massively restrict this baby. So probably at the lower limit of normal, keep the fluids there. And of course, the ultrasound and the ultrasound scanning machine is our best friend. A neonatologist should, we should consider it as our best friend. We have the machine right next to us. And I think we should have serial scans to see what this baby will do in the next 12 hours to 24 hours. I think the consensus with regard to treating a PDA is always going to be controversial, where I'd like to kind of emphasize on one thing, that prophylactic treatment is completely out. I think there have been a lot of studies. we need to objectively look at the baby with regard to clinical status and with regard to echographic findings, put them together and have a focused echocardiography here, and put them both together and make a informed decision whether we're going to start or not. At this point of time, as I said, pharmacological treatment, I would hold with bearing in mind that this baby might need it. But as of now, I would kind of optimize the ventilation and the non-pharmacological aspects, and then see how this baby manifests in the next 12 to 24 hours.
Thanks, Dr. Ajit. Explained so beautifully. I think the message is clear here. One thing I would like to emphasize for our trainees is that, see, we should understand the ultrasound is an additional arsenal in our armamentarium. So it doesn't mean it replaces clinical medicine. So I would urge all of you to daily examine the babies like you would do, like look at the, monitor the pulses, the cap refill, look for a hyperdynamic precordium, also auscultate for murmurs that are new onset murmurs. And then you can add on the echo as an additional tool. That's the best bang for the buck. Now, there is a lot of literature on conservative treatment of patent ductus arteriosus. There was a recent meta-analysis published in 2021, Dr. Ram had given me. So there is a bigger role of conservative management. However, you should understand that follow-up is extremely important for these small babies, especially if there is a huge duct which doesn't show any signs of closure. On the other side of the argument, there are experts like Professor Martin Klakow and Patrick McNamara who have concerns regarding these very small babies, like 25 weekers, who have a huge duct and which just refuses to close for like 3 months. So exposing these small babies to very high pulmonary pressures because of the ductus, that is something, again, that's very controversial. So it's very important to follow them up, but at this point, conservative treatment is what is considered evidence-based. So we'll move on. Dr. Rajat, the baby is now 24 hours old and is requiring CPAP support, little more, 6 centimeters. The FiO2 is slightly trending up. The cap refill is again fine. The pulses are bounding. So the blood pressure is 37/16, good urine output. This is the blood gas. The lactates have trended up. The echo is showing, you can see there is a 2.5 mm PDA. LA aortic ratio is 2, pulsatile flow, but the aortic diastolic flow is kind of absent. So what would you do at this point?
Okay, so yeah, so going on from the last one, so it's 12 hours further down, 24 hours old. This baby is slightly moved up. He's gone on to CPAP. This baby is on 6 centimeters of CPAP. In the FiO2 has gone up a little bit, 0.35. Blood pressure is just about holding. It's okay. Urine output is quite good. However, you can see that the blood gas is showing acidosis, both respiratory and metabolic. This baby's had a follow-up echo. You can see that the echo is showing 2.5. LA ratio has further progressed down, progressed up to 2. What is important here is there are now signs on your echocardiography that this child is having a more hemodynamically significant. So what it shows is the diastolic flow in the aorta is absent. So what this is actually signifying and kind of telling us is that the PDA is causing compromise in the systemic perfusion. So there is steal of blood. So the aorta is having diastolic flow absence. Further, there are other things that you can look at with regard to the velocity across the PDA. We've already done the LAO ratio, which kind of signify that this duct is becoming a little more. So how do we look at it? We shouldn't look just at the duct. There are other things that we need to do. So first, what I would do is possibly I wouldn't jump into intubating this baby. Probably a graded approach here is what I would recommend. So we would go from CPAP. I would consider NIPPV or NMV, what some people call it, non-invasive positive pressure ventilation. Put the baby on NIPPV. Probably repeat a gas in an hour to 2. See how this baby is doing. If there is some improvement, then it will reflect in the gases. See what the FiO2 is doing as well. But the elephant in the room is that the baby has progressed with regard to the deterioration. So we would kind of start thinking of treating this duct now. So we have a lot of options nowadays, but this baby, you would probably tend towards going towards the time-tested treatments. So I personally would go with ibuprofen with this baby. We do have other options in babies who have more risk factors with regards to the SMA and the celiac Dopplers. If they are showing diastolic absence or reversal, then definitely you would kind of bear in mind the side effects of these pharmacological agents that we use, both with regards to bleeding and with regards to the damage on the intestines. So there you would probably consider paracetamol. Here, I think we are reaching a point where we will further have to consider treatments like ibuprofen. I'd also like to kind of bring up a couple of other trials that have happened over the last few years, which also kind of would tell us that what we are doing is similar to what they have found in their studies as well. So there is the PDA tolerate study, which told us that we should probably tolerate the PDAs, do the non-pharmacological assessment, and not go ahead and jump to conclusions and just start treating every baby right at the word go. And that has shown that the outcomes with regard to both the mortality and the acute manifestations are not very different. So why would we go ahead and unnecessarily give pharmacological treatment? However, when there is indications, both clinically and echocardiographically, I think we should go ahead and treat it. I probably had the opportunity to be a part of a trial, the Baby Oscar trial, which is going on. And I think it's had a little bit of issues, but they're going on, where they actually started doing echo scans on all these extreme preterm babies. And in the first 72 hours, and seeing if it's a significant duct, and if it is, they would automatically go ahead and treat the baby. So that again, I don't completely agree. I think we need to look at both the condition of the baby and the echo findings, and then go from there. So in this baby, I would optimize the ventilation with regard to NIPPV, see how the baby is doing, repeat a gas, and then further I get ready with the ibuprofen for this baby.
Thanks, Dr. Ajit. So we move on. So the baby finally got treatment and the duct started narrowing. But this is for Dr. Anil. The baby is now 36 hours old. Baby was kind of stable, perfusion good, and now has shown a sudden clinical deterioration. So baby suddenly developed recurrent apneic episodes requiring reintubation and ventilation. So you can see that despite FiO2 of 0.9, the saturations are barely maintaining. Baby appears mottled, the cap refill is 4 seconds, pulses are thready, low blood pressure, hypotension, ABG is showing combined acidosis. So Dr. Anil, what are your differentials at this point?
Am I audible, sir?
Yes.
Okay. So here we have a baby who is now 36 hours old. And with the previous stormy course with lots of ups and downs, and we have decided to treat the PDA, hemodynamically significant PDA, and also there is a respiratory worsening. So there is both hemodynamic worsening and also there is a respiratory worsening. So the baby required reintubation, which was extubated at 24 hours, and currently baby is on SIMV mode, still not maintaining the required saturations. So I did not get the pressures here, how much baby was maintaining. So
on the higher side, like the 25 and the requirements are slightly high, 25 by 7.
So here we have a baby who has a respiratory worsening and also a hemodynamic worsening. So with the PDA sitting in the background, first possibility I would like to consider here is hemodynamically significant PDA, which could have caused shock in the baby. So I would like to initially consider a neonatal shock in this condition. And the neonatal shock can be either purely cardiogenic shock, which is due to PDA, or it can be CCF, the congestive cardiac failure, which has occurred due to large PDA that has occurred here, and the CCF has flooded the lungs, resulting in pulmonary edema. That has probably resulted in the respiratory worsening. And the systemic worsening, which is the capillary refill time more than 4 seconds, could be due to the systemic hypoperfusion, which is caused due to pulmonary overperfusion due to a large PDA. And the other possibility is it could be also septic shock also. The neonatal sepsis has pitched in, which may be either due to an early onset sepsis, which may be maternally acquired organisms, or because of various interventions, any breach in the sterility of various interventions like the lines, the intubation, or the surfactant administration, or any breach in the sterility of the procedures could have caused neonatal sepsis and also contributed to worsening of the picture. And also the other possibility could be if there is any fall in hemoglobin with the onset of pallor, sudden pallor noted in the baby, which is not mentioned here. If there is a pallor, I would also give I would also entertain either intraventricular hemorrhage or a pulmonary hemorrhage in this possibility. And I would like to investigate, considering all these differentials in the background, I would like to investigate my baby. So first foremost investigation is I would like to order a fresh chest X-ray and would compare with the previous chest X-ray that what has happened, whether there is any worsening of chest X-ray signs. And I'd also like to order the fresh blood gas, which is in this baby to assess the improvement in our after starting the ventilation. And I would like to employ my favorite tool, that is bedside lung ultrasound and the neurosonogram to rule out intraventricular hemorrhage.
All right, thank you, Dr. Anil. So explained so well and makes a clear logical sense. I think we'll see what it is. So I've got the investigations that you had wanted. So this question is for Dr. Ramakrishna. So I can explain. So the right panel down, that's a cranial ultrasound. The middle panel, that's the lung ultrasound. And this one, this is a picture. Let me see. Video plays. So we have a video. Please bear with me. No, it's proceeding.
Go back.
Down. Which one? This.
No, let them play the video. You go back, let them play the video.
So we have a video here. This was the bedside. So the cranial ultrasound was normal. The lung ultrasound was normal. Dr. Ramakrishna, can you please comment on this video? I hope you can see the video.
So before going to the, so basically what you see is a huge pericardial effusion in this video, and there is also the diastolic collapse in your ventricle. And if you go back, so this pericardial effusion has caused the deterioration of this baby. You can, in the history, there was a thready pulse and there was mixed metabolic and lactic acidosis. So this is a significant pericardial effusion which requires urgent drainage. And if you go back to the previous X-ray, you may recall that I, go back, and the reason for the pericardial effusion is even on the first X-ray, we spotted that the UVC was above the diaphragm, and we requested the resident to pull that back. However, sometimes this happens in real life, that when they get busy with many other emergencies, somebody has forgotten to pull that UVC, and that consequence we are suffering now in the form of a pericardial effusion and a sudden deterioration. So bedside ultrasound is very, very important in picking up all these things. If you have not done the ultrasound, we would have missed this baby with this pericardial effusion would have been missed, and the baby might not have been saved. So that's the thing. And the other thing I would
just make a point. So that's a point worth noting. That's a learning pearl. So please be careful when you have a line. Please don't leave it. Many a times the line tend to migrate inside, the nurses move, handle. So you have to be extremely careful. So pericardiocentesis can be done, and it is a known fact that with point of care ultrasound, the complication rate can be as low as 2 to 3%. Whereas if you do a blind pericardiocentesis, it can be as high as 25% complication rate. So it's a procedure, it can be life-saving. So bedside ultrasound can save your baby's life, especially in the context of a sudden collapse in the NICU. I'll invite Dr. Ramakrishna.
So this is whenever there is a sudden deterioration in babies, yes, you do your clinical assessment first, like acute deterioration of a baby on a ventilator, you have this dope mnemonic. You look for dislodged tube, obstructed tube, pneumothorax, and electromechanical failure. And you try to figure out what is happening. And then you do a quick examination. You look at your fontanelles, you feel your pulses, look at the BP, urine output, and all those things. And you assess your blood gas. But nowadays, there is something additional that you can do with the ultrasound machine. And similar to the FAST protocol and EFAST protocol, we have, go back one side, please. We have this RANS criteria. Go back. One more. So this rapid assessment of the neonate with sonography, this is called RANS scan. This was published recently in 2018. And if you go to the next slide, so what they're recommending is any acute sudden deterioration, you do a focused clinical examination and then perform something called as a RANS scan. So in the RANS scan, you quickly look for a subcostal view, look for a pericardial effusion. If there is a pericardial effusion, you treat it. If there is no pericardial effusion, and if there is a UVC, you look for the central line mall position on the ultrasound itself. You can find the UVC coming and joining the IVC. And if it is migrated into the right atrium, it gives immediate answer. You don't even have to wait for the chest X-ray confirmation. You can pull the, UVC. Sometimes the UVC over enthusiastically migrates through the foramen ovale and into the left atrium, and it can cause all sorts of sudden deterioration and collapse. Sometimes it can trigger arrhythmias. So also look for arrhythmias in a baby who has suddenly put an ECG lead and get a quick arrhythmia rule out. And the next one is pneumothorax. Again, lung ultrasound, as Dr. As previously it was discussed, pneumothorax has to be ruled out. And if there is any, you need to do a needle thoracocentesis or a chest drain insertion. And similarly, by the side of the chest, you can look for a pleural effusion. All with one probe, just quickly scan, very fast RANS scan. And if there is a pleural effusion, that needs to be drained immediately to save the baby. And the next one is put the scan on the top of the head, because sometimes severe IVH can also cause sudden acute deterioration, and fluid resuscitation and blood transfusion may help this baby. So this is one take-home message, that the role of ultrasound, in rapid assessment of a deteriorating neonate.
So thanks, Dr. Ramakrishna, for explaining it so well. So just like FAST and EFAST, and in neonatology, slowly we are going to do all these things. So this has great clinical utility, just especially with babies who are getting sick and trying to pick them up before they go into a decompensated phase. The last case scenario, again, Dr. Ramakrishna, preterm baby, 28 weeks, now post-menstrual age, 31, almost 32 weeks, brought to the NICU after laparotomy, NEC with gram-negative sepsis, ventilated in SIMV mode. Baby was given 2 normal saline boluses, volume was given, and dopamine at 10 mics. Norepinephrine was started and gradually increased to 0.3 mics per kilogram per minute. So the baby continued to have persistent tachycardia, poor perfusion, reduced urine output despite all this. So increasing metabolic acidosis and lactic acidosis, so worsening lactic acidosis. So how can we explain the clinical picture? So what would you consider here?
So the key thing is, this is a premature baby, in the very acute phase of post-laparotomy. So we have to always think of post-operative complications here. And this baby is also having a gram-negative sepsis. Sometimes, there's a dissemination of gram-negative sepsis following any invasive procedure. We have to consider that as well. Post-operatively, the major reason for poor perfusion, tachycardia, one could be acute blood loss post-surgery. So intra-abdominally, there could be a collection of blood or fluid loss. So the best key thing here is a bedside ultrasound would clearly tell whether there is any fluid collection, or if it's a clear fluid, then it's probably just plain fluid collection. If it's a turbid fluid or hyperechoic fluid, then you consider whether there is a blood collection. So one is blood loss, fluid, third spacing, severe gram-negative sepsis, and similarly, any baby who has come from the theater, post-operative complications of the anesthetic medications, that can also result in these sort of picture, and that needs to be considered. We need to speak to the anesthetist to find out how much volume they gave inside the theater, how much blood loss was there in the theater, and what exactly medications, what dose, and what timings they were given, so that we can act accordingly based on this information. And here, if you look at it, the baby has already received 2 boluses of saline fluid, and then the baby is on 10 mics per kilogram of dopamine, and norepinephrine was increased from 0.05 to 0.3. 0.3 is slightly a bit on the higher side, and whether 2 vasopressors, dopamine and norepinephrine, whether it's causing systemic vasoconstriction and afterload, increased afterload, and whether that is causing this problem. So all this information can be obtained by an echocardiogram, where you look at the contractility and all those cardiac output. You can estimate your systemic vascular resistance, and also an ultrasound abdomen would give you an answer as to in what direction we are going.
Thank you. So much information that we get from bedside ultrasound, especially when you have a issue. Especially if you have a clinical scenario where the baby is not responding. This video, right? The video. So you have to click.
So go back.
1 minute.
Let them play.
So if you have to click on each one, and then it will play. Now it will play. Now it will play. Click it. Now it will play. So this is you can Dr.
So the picture on the left side is a normal
echo. So yeah,
this is a normal heart on the left side. So here you can see that the right ventricle and the left ventricle are adequately filled, and the walls of the ventricles are not touching the septum. Whereas the picture on the right side, here you can see that the walls of the left ventricle is very close to the septum, and there is no space inside the ventricle. So this suggests that this is an underfilled ventricle. And in this baby's case, post-operatively, lots of third spacing and fluid loss following the repair of the procedure, that can result in this sort of underfilling. So whenever you see underfilling, the baby clearly needs more fluid boluses to get on top. And reducing the afterload in this baby would help in the cardiac output and contractility. Yeah.
So do you want to talk about inferior vena cava, the imaging?
Again, so this is the apical 4-chamber view where you get this information, but at the same time, the inferior vena cava, the subcostal view where the inferior vena cava comes and joins the right atrium, gives more information.
So you can see it there. So this is the IVC, this is the M mode of the inferior vena cava.
And you can see if there is a 50% collapse, if the compression of the inferior vena cava is less than 50%, it suggests that there is volume loss. The baby needs volume. And on top of that, there will not be any, this is not a video, but there will not be any normal changes with respiration if the baby is underfilled, and that needs to be addressed. And on the left side is the ultrasound of the abdomen, where you can see that there is fluid collection in the abdomen, suggesting that the fluid is lost there and the baby needs intravascular fluid to get on top with the cardiac status.
Excellent. So in IVC collapsibility index, so if you just eyeball the IVC, you can see that it's almost kissing IVCs, the inferior vena cava. And you can do a Doppler where the hepatic vein joins. So typically small IVC, less than 8 mm in a preterm baby and highly collapsible. So this may again throw some light on the volume status of the baby. So now we are moving on to the other aspects of functional echocardiography. So more and more neonatologists are doing functional echocardiography. Now, how can we ensure that there is a formal training there? How can we ensure there is accreditation, accredited programs, and ensure that we are doing safe ultrasound or echo? So the first question is for Dr. Anil. The scope of point of care ultrasound, bedside echo in neonatology. Dr. Anil?
Yes, sir. Yeah, am I audible, sir?
Yes.
Okay. So, to the question of scope of point of care ultrasound, it's like gone are those days when we have to depend on we have to wait for longer time for the cardiologist or the radiologist to come and confirm our differential diagnosis and act at hours or days later. And gone are those days where we have to miss diagnosis and lose many babies. So today is an era of immediate diagnosis and instant treatment, and we can assess immediate response to the treatment by bedside point of care ultrasonography or point of care echocardiography. There has been many guidelines, especially the latest guidelines which has been given by ESPNIC, the European Society of Pediatric Ultrasound Guidelines, which mentions about around 41 guidelines which have been discussed. There have been 41 points which have been based on many panelists. There has been strong agreement or disagreement where to use the point of care ultrasound and where should not be, it should be dependent on the point of care ultrasonography. There are many uses in point of care ultrasound, like as already we have discussed, the bedside lung ultrasound, helpful in TTNB or respiratory distress syndrome. Many of the times where we don't have an X-ray machine which has been functioning to give us diagnosis. So many of the times in government hospitals or in any other hospitals where we need a technical engineer who needs to come somewhere and repair our radiograph machine. So most of the time we can use the bedside ultrasound to optimally to diagnose such scenarios. And we have already discussed it can be used for upcoming diagnoses to identify the length of ET tube, in depth of ET tube insertion, and or the line insertion, which can be optimized immediately at the time of insertion. Only we can optimize the length of line and prevent all the dangerous complications which have been discussed in the previous case, like pericardial effusion, wherein we need to wait after the fixing the line, and we need to wait for the X-ray.
Yes, thank you. So I'll have to move on to the next question in the interest of time. Thank you. This is for Dr. Ramakrishna, training requirements for neonatologists. So maybe quickly.
Yeah. So in the West, there are lots of recommendation for neonatals performed echocardiography. Next slide, please. So there are specific recommendations for training centers where this training should be given. And next slide, please. And for the trainer, again, for each trainer, there should be set criteria of what all training they should undergo to keep their skills up to date. Say, for example, a minimum of 50 echocardiograms per year, which are functional in nature, and maintenance of logbook of scans. And for the trainer, yeah, and for the basic echocardiographic training for the trainees, it's basically a 6 months period where you should complete more than 100 studies and all those things. Next slide, please. And for advanced echocardiography, So there are criteria for each and everything, like, how many pathologies you should have seen and all those things. Unfortunately, till now, we don't have any specific guidelines in India. I think this is the right time that people who are involved in focus, bedside ultrasound, the seniors should all group together. And based on these guidelines, we should formulate our own Indian guidelines, considering all the Indian practicalities. And also this has to be run through by the NNF and the IAP, and we should have accredited guidelines so that it will be very clear for the future trainees and future training directions.
Thanks, Dr.
Thank you.
Ramakrishna. So the last question to Dr. Rajat. So what about the PCPNDT Act, and what do neonatologists need to know, and the medico-legal aspects of doing ultrasound in the NICU? Dr. Rajat?
I think it's extremely important that we bear in mind the medico-legal aspects and this PCPNDT Act. It's easy to get to forget these things and overzealously use the ultrasound without bearing in mind the medico-legal aspects. We all know that we can tailor make our treatment for our babies with the help of POCUS. However, this act that was started in 1994, mainly for the, to stop the gender assessment and the subsequent female feticide. But however, it also does kind of tie our hands a little bit with regard to point of care ultrasound. So there are small things that we can do is be aware of it, read the rules properly, ensure that our ultrasound machines are registered properly and the names are updated. Also, our documentation has to be perfect with regards to our POCUS. We can't just do scans and then not document them. I think we need a uniform reporting sheets and uniform reporting criteria, and make sure that each time we do a scan, we're not missing out on the bigger picture. And we are doing a scan, for example, if we're doing an echo, we must ensure that we are looking at the heart in total and not just a duct, because we could be missing out things. So things like that to kind of safeguard us in our practice and ensure that we can use POCUS in the best possible way without getting into trouble medico-legally. I think it's very essential.
Thank you, Dr. Rajat. So well summarized. It's important, if you're doing an echo, please register with the PCPNDT. Ensure the machine number, and you're doing the echo with the same machine that your name is enlisted on in PCPNDT. Extremely important. Also, please document your notes at least in the daily progress notes, whatever, even if you are doing a functional echo. With this, we come to the end of this panel. I hope through these case scenarios, through these illustrative case scenarios, at least we could impress upon you the importance of doing functional echo as an additional tool to supplement clinical exam in neonatology. I hope it will help you to improve your clinical management of babies. I would ask all the panelists to give their concluding remarks. So, Dr. Ramakrishna, just one small message.
POCUS is the way forward. That will be your bedside stethoscope in the future.
Dr. Rajat?
Absolutely. I think we should move with the times, keep ourselves updated, and do the best possible thing by using ultrasound in tailor-making our treatment for our babies.
Dr. Anil?
I would also second Dr. Rajat's advice. We all rightly use the POCUS, and also know the limitations of POCUS, and always consider always supplement with good clinical diagnosis, good clinical assessment. Also make use of other investigations to confirm your findings.
Thank you so much. I thank all our eminent specialists for making the panel so interesting. So again, we have to ensure that we kind of get to know this modality. See, we have to, this point of care ultrasound is going to be there in clinical care in neonatology, and very soon it may become standard of care that to supplement the clinical exam. So it is better to be an early adopter rather than a late bloomer. So with this, we conclude our point of care ultrasound panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nilesh, for that informative and interesting session. I'd also like to thank all the panelists for their valuable insight. We will be closing this session now. Thank you, one and all.
Hello, everyone. There's a saying which goes by, balance your hormones, balance your life. Welcome all to our next panel discussion on common neonatal endocrine problems and neonatal hyperglycemia. I request our esteemed chairperson, Dr. Roger Joy, to introduce our moderator, Dr. Siddharth. So are you with us?
Yeah. Hope I'm audible.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you for the golden opportunity for being a part of this prestigious event. I'm as a speaker, as an introduction kindly mentioned, because endocrinology is one of the most important aspects of neonatal management. It can be a close mimicker most clinical states of newborn. It can actually mimic sepsis. It can mimic any shock, just like we heard previous discussion. So recognizing of the timely endocrine problems is of utmost importance in the management of newborns. And so we have a good panel on this, and I'd like to introduce the moderator for the day. Is none other than Dr. Siddhartha Udavara. He has been done as MD and has qualified in the President's Fellowship in Neonatal and Perinatal Medicine from Canada. He's currently holding as a consultant head of the Division of Neonatology, Sri Ramakrishna Hospital, Coimbatore, and has been interested in the nutrition of extreme preterms and infection controls in NICU as well as in PPHN. And without wasting much time, over to you, Dr. Siddharth, for your panel discussion. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Roger, for the wonderful words. I think we have a lot of ground to cover in a very short time. I think we'll start without much ado, but I'll just share my screen. Can I share my screen? Is screen visible to? Yeah. So I'll just introduce all the panelists right now. We have a good panel for you, and Dr. Kumar Angadi. He's our pediatric endocrinologist, and he works as an associate professor of pediatrics and consultant pediatric endocrinologist at MR Medical College in Gulbarga. He also is a member of the Presidential Action Plan for Congenital Hypothyroidism. I welcome you, sir. Dr. Ashwich Shriyan, and he is the consultant pediatrician neonatologist at AJ Hospital and Research Center in Bangalore. Welcome, Dr. Ashwich. And a final panelist, Dr. Srinivas Murthy, is a lead pediatrics consultant, pediatrics and neonatology at Aster Hospital, Bangalore. So welcome all the panelists, and I think everybody's online. We'll just go ahead and start the session. To Dr. Kumar, so we all know the devastating effects of congenital hypothyroidism. And fortunately, all this can be just prevented by simple screening methods. So can you just take us through how newborn screening works and how to manage if the screen is positive?
Okay. Can you have a next slide, please? See that?
Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. Sorry, good afternoon. It's not evening yet. All right. We know that there are different modalities of screening with children. So very most cost-effective and most economic way of screening the children for congenital hypothyroidism is TSH-based screening. So there for two reasons. One is log linear relationships, and second one, TSH search will be that free T4. Sometimes we can this is when we are suspecting central hypothyroidism. So sticking to the conventional way of screening the children, that is TSH-based assay, we have these two magical numbers. Number 1, 40, number 2, 20 to 40, number 3, less than 20. So if the child screen, when the screen, this is, mind you, I'm talking about screening sample, where we screen only TSH. If the TSH is more than 40, then we have to immediately recall this child. TSH can be done on two samples, one on core sample or another one on the peripheral venous sample. So we will recall the child. If the TSH is between 20 to 40, this warrants a second sample that that should be done after a week. Okay, so we will call this child after a week. And if the TSH is less than 20, we don't have to do anything about this child. This child can be sent home normally. Quite often, I keep getting reference for the children whose TSHs have been, say, 10, 11 on a screen period. And most of them, they have been started on treatment also, unfortunately. So that happens. Mind you, neonatal TSH screening sample of TSH of less than 20 is normal. It doesn't require any further investigations or treatment. Coming to the very tricky question, when the TSH is more than 40, what to do next? Next is, if the sample was done on a venous sample, then we will immediately recall. If the sample was done on a cord sample, then we'll call this child after 72 hours and we'll do further things. If it was between 20 to 40, we will recall this child after a week. Here, the second sample is called as confirmatory sample. The first sample was a screen sample. We take a confirmatory sample. Then we have two scenarios. One is normal T4, high TSH, and a low T4. If T4 is normal and TSH is high, what we should do? What do I mean by normal T4 and high TSH? So when do we say TSH is high in a confirmatory sample? If the TSH was done in a child who is less than 2 weeks and the TSH is more than 20, then we say it as elevated TSH. Okay. And if the TSH is more than 10 in a child who is more than 2 weeks, so TSH of more than 20 in a less than 2 week child, we say it as a elevated TSH. If the TSH is more than 10 in a more than 2 week baby, we call it as an elevated TSH. Then we'll go for a T4 and a free T4 if they are normal. Here, there is an asterisk which is done, kept on after 2 weeks. We have to repeat TSH after 2 weeks. These are Indian guidelines. We know that there is a lot of resistance when we are doing repeated pricking and we are doing tests and we are not giving anything. If you're confident about the patient, if you have a good rapport, if you think that they'll come back after 2 weeks, then repeat TSH. If the TSH after 2 weeks is less than 10, don't worry. If the TSH is more than 10, start treatment. So, but if you have a doubt, even a slightest doubt that they're not going to turn up after 2 weeks, because what is happening is screen done at birth, confirmatory sample, second sample, then after 2 weeks, this means 3 samples child has to undergo. If it is practically not feasible in Indian circumstances, ISPE, that's our body has given us a free hand to start treatment if you are not confident of the patient returning to you. If they return back, if the TSH is more than 10, then we treat it as congenital hypertension. There is a second scenario where we have a low free T4 or low T4. What do I mean by low T4? Low T4 is FT4 of less than 1.1 nanogram per deciliter or total T4 of less than 8 microgram per deciliter, irrespective of TSH in a confirmatory sample. And I say T4 is low in relation to TSH when FT4 is less than 1.17 in a TSH of more than 20 or more than 10, depending on the age of the child. More than 20 in a less than 2 weeker, more than 10 in a more than 2 weeker. If the TSH is elevated and T4, if free T4 is less than 1.17 and total T4 is less than 10, we will start treatment in these children. So this is the second thing. And the next one, please. So if normal T4, normal TSH, what is that normal T4? TSH of less than 20 or less than 10 in 2 weeks child, free T4 of 1.17 and a T4 of 10. If this is a situation there, this child does not require anything, send home. All right. So just TSH of 10, TSH of 11, please don't start treatment. They are not congenital hypothyroid. This is all the exercise that is need to be done in a neonatal screening or a thyroid screening protocol as concerned. When it comes to treatment and follow, treatment in a congenital hypothyroidism is a high dose treatment, unlike the older children. So we have to hit it hard and hit fast. Levothyroxine dose of 10 to 15 microgram per kg per day has to be done. And we should be targeting the normalization of the T4 within 2 weeks. So after 2 weeks, we have to do free T4 and total T4. Don't do TSH after 2 weeks because it will take time for TSH to come down. So once you start treatment, get done a T4 only after 2 weeks and TSH after 4 weeks, and target normal free T4, that is 1.17 nanogram per deciliter or if you are doing a total T4 of more than 10 should be our target in 2 weeks duration, because that's the time when we are dealing with a growing brain. So we have to rapidly increase the thyroxine concentration in the blood. Number one. Number two, very important point to be stressed upon is how do you administer the tablet? So when a child, when a neonate comes to you, these neonates are commonly, they will be on numerous medications like iron drops or calcium drops or multivitamin drops. Mind you, thyroxine does not go well with these drops. So this has to be given. It is not so practically possible in an empty stomach, but at least don't mix with other medications like calcium and vitamin D and iron drops. Okay, this is a technique that has to be done. So once you have started treatment, once the free T4 is normalized, then subsequently regularly we need to follow up these children with free T4, TSH and monitor thereafter. Over to you, doctor. So there is one tricky thing that is, I was speaking about central hypothyroidism, though it is very rare, but there are chances of a child being centrally hypothyroid. Mind you, when we are dealing with a central hypothyroidism, what is central hypothyroidism? Central hypothyroidism is TSH deficiency of TSH being secreted from the anterior pituitary. Isolated TSH deficiency is very rare. I don't say impossible, it is very rare. So in a central, once you diagnose a child to be having central hypothyroidism, it is a must to rule out other hormone deficiencies which are secreted from anterior pituitary, that is ACTH deficiency. Okay, so ACTH deficiency has to be ruled out, and if it is there, then we have to correct ACTH deficiency first, that is cortisol replacement first, then only start the thyroxine. So why this is important is a child who was hypothyroid will be having a low BMR. Once you start this thyroxine to the child, the low BMR will pick up, and if the child was having a cortisol deficiency, you will precipitate adrenal crisis. Okay, and the child may die also of shock. So we should not be precipitating adrenal crisis in a ACTH deficit child. So it is prerogative, it is a very must to rule out ACTH deficiency in a centrally hypothyroid child. Once you should start replacing cortisol. Once the eucortisolism is established, then we will be starting T4 in a child who is centrally hypothyroid. Pituitary imaging is a necessary. And if you want to rule out the growth hormone deficiency, euthyroidism has to be established. So order of replacement is cortisol first, eucortisolism, then start thyroxine, euthyroidism, then test for growth hormone and start growth hormone. All right. This is the scheme of things that needs to be done if you're dealing with a centrally hypothyroid child. Thank you, Dr. Sudha.
Thank you, Dr. Kumar. That was a great explanation of screening. Just my 2 bits. I think there are still some hospitals which are not doing newborn screening for thyroid mandatorily. I think in these times, it's not difficult to keep it optional. Second, once we send the screen, we need to make sure that we follow it up. Many times it's missed. And third, if we really suspect hypothyroidism, because we do only TSH screening, we should be thinking of a rare cause of central hypothyroidism, even if our TSH is normal. Thank you, Dr. Kumar. Go to the next question. To Dr. Kumar again. So what's the role of imaging in hypothyroidism, and what is permanent versus temporary hypothyroidism, and what is this implication?
Yeah. So when we say transient, when we say a congenital hypothyroidism screen is positive or a child is congenitally hypothyroid, there are two varieties. One is permanently congenital hypothyroid, and the second one is transient hypothyroidism. So these cases of transient hypothyroidism could be caused because of the transplacental transfer of maternal antithyroid drugs, mother on an antithyroid drug, or mother is a known case of autoimmune thyroiditis. There could be maternal transfer of the antibodies which get transferred across the placenta and they block the TSH receptor in the child. Or mother could be having a maternal iodide deficiency. Next, please. Iodide deficiency. So that next slide, please. Or if the mother is having untreated hypothyroidism. So what do we do about these transient cases? Why they go into transient nature is once these blocking antibodies pass across the placenta, they have a half-life. Once their life is done, they are destroyed and they are thrown out of the body. Then the baby's thyroid gland is free of the blocking antibodies and it will start functioning. So do we need to replace these children? Yes, if the blockage is severe enough to cause hypothyroid in the child because we are dealing with the growing brain. Is it forever? No. Once the blockage is gone, then we can gradually taper off and we can stop the treatment. But ideally, when can this be done is once the child achieves the age of 3 years. After 3 years, once the brain growth is almost complete after the 3 years, we can take this chance of stopping thyroxine. Once we stop thyroxine, we have to wait for 6 weeks or at least a month, repeat thyroid function test. If it was a transient hypothyroid, then the thyroid function, euthyroidogenesis will happen on its own. That means the baby's thyroid gland will start producing and the TSH or thyroid functions will be normal. So if it is euthyroid, you just have to follow up this child. If the child turns out to be hypothyroid after stopping the treatment, then we need to go for a nuclear scan to establish the etiological diagnosis. Nuclear scan can be done at birth also, but in many of the tier 2 cities, it is not possible. So if it is not possible, don't wait for a nuclear scan, but nuclear scan can be done after 3 weeks, but it's mandatory that we have to stop treatment for a month. Okay. Then coming to what is the role of the nuclear scan? Mind you, hypothyroidism is a clinical and a biochemical entity. It is not the complete diagnosis. What is complete diagnosis is if the child is congenitally hypothyroid, what is the cause? Is it agenesis? Is it disharmonogenesis? Is it ectopic? Is it hemiagenesis? It is a legal, moral, and a clinical obligation on a clinician to have a complete diagnosis. There comes the role of nuclear scans. That is, initially we go with technetium-99 scan. If you can see the arrows, if there is no uptake, a scan is injected into the baby's body, the thyroid gland doesn't take up the nucleotide, then it means that there could be, number one, thyroid gland could be completely absent, or there is something which is blocking the uptake. So we do an ultrasound of the thyroid neck and see for the thyroid gland. If the thyroid gland is absent on ultrasonography also, and if there is no uptake, then we diagnose agenesis. If the thyroid gland is present, it means that there is a TSH receptor defect or there could be a blocking antibodies. All right. So if there is an uptake, second point, if there is an uptake, but the uptake is in an ectopic position, say sublingual or subhyoid, or there is dysgenetic thyroid gland where there is only half of the thyroid gland is functioning, that is hemiagenesis. In that case, again, we have a complete diagnosis. On the other hand, if the technetium is taken up by the gland and if there is increased uptake of the technetium, it means that the thyroid gland is hungry for this iodide. But this thyroid iodide is taken up, the technetium is taken up, but immediately this technetium is discharged. It means that the iodide that is uptaken is not being iodination defect, that is hormonogenesis, that is thyroid peroxidase deficiency could be there. So that is when there is rapid discharge, we diagnose disharmonogenesis. Why we should know whether the child is having disharmonogenesis or agenesis? Because once you diagnose disharmonogenesis, your antennae will be up, or your sensitivity for diagnosing a Prendet syndrome associated problems with disharmonogenesis will be very high suspicion on high priority. Okay. If you diagnose agenesis, other structural anomalies in the child could be, we will always be keeping in our mind. This is the reason we should have a complete diagnosis, if not at birth, at least after 3 years of 3 years of age. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Wonderfully explained. I like the stress that even if it's transient, you need to give replacement for at least 3 years till the brain is fully grown. And that's a good takeaway. Moving on. Okay, to Dr. Srinivas Murthy, I think he's live there in the auditorium. How this is mainly concerning thyroid disorders in the NICU. How common are these transient hypothyroidisms in preterm babies and the sick euthyroid syndrome? What are their implications? And is there any treatment that we need to do? Dr. Murthy?
Yeah, so transient hypothyroxemia of prematurity, it's a very common condition in neonates, and up to 85% of the preterms, when they are in NICU, they are going to face this low T4 levels and normal TSH levels that you see. So the reasons behind this low T4 levels in these babies is because of delayed TSH surge and immature hypothalamic pituitary axis, On top of it, most of the premature or very low birth weight neonates, they tend to have low iodine reserves, and also they are prone for many illnesses during the NICU care. So all these things will decrease the T4 levels, and also they will have normal TSH levels. So whether such conditions needs to be treated or not, there are studies that has been done on that. I'll be discussing about that in the next slide. And this transient hypothyroxemia of prematurity usually stays for up to 6 to 8 weeks, and after that it gets normalized. And second state is sick euthyroid state. Sick euthyroid state not only is seen in premature babies or very low birth weight babies, but it can be seen even in pediatric children or any ICU adults also, in ICU patients. So in 40 to 100% of the sick cases, especially in term and preterm neonates in an ICU, most common finding of sick euthyroid state that we see is low T3 levels. This is the most common finding. As the severity of this sick euthyroid state increases, or as the sickness of the child or baby increases, what happens is the T4 levels also decrease. When the T4 level decreases, it means to say that the patient definitely has a poor prognosis or bad prognosis. There are about in 10% of the cases, even the TSH is also low in sick euthyroid state. Here, the thyroid is not at all a problem. It is basically the sickness of the patient. When the patient, for example, if he's in shock or something like that, the cytokines that is released in the baby's body will prevent the thyroid gland to function properly. So regarding the treatment of these transient disorders that we see in the NICU, so for transient hypothyroxemia of prematurity, there are two studies that has been done to look at the long-term outcomes. One study was followed up to young adults up to 19 years, and one study was followed up to 18 months. The first study, which is followed up to 19 years, here they compared the patients who had premature babies who had transient hypothyroxemia of prematurity, and in comparison to the normal level babies, and they did not found any difference in the motor or IQ scores at 19 years of age. In the second study, which was the outcomes were studied at around 18 months, here the patients were followed up. These patients were treated for transient hypothyroxemia of prematurity, and in these cases also, even after treatment, there was no difference in the long-term outcomes. So to say that, actually, in conclusion, we can say that the evidence is not sufficient to suggest any treatment for THOP, actually, or transient hypothyroxemia of prematurity. Coming to the sick euthyroid state treatment, most of the babies' thyroid levels will improve once the underlying condition is treated properly. So there is no need for any treatment for these patients.
Thank you, Dr. Murthy. So even though these things are very common in NICU, a lot of evidence suggests that there is no need for any treatment and they get better. Thank you. Moving on, we'll welcome Dr. Ashwich and to the next topic of hypoglycemia. So Dr. Ashwich, which babies are at high risk for developing low sugars, and what is the physiological basis for hypoglycemia in neonates?
Good afternoon. As the slide suggests, there are quite a number of babies which are at risk for hypoglycemia, but our concern for hypoglycemia comes out of because we need a prompt diagnosis and an effective treatment to avoid any seizure and permanent brain injury. Neonates with hypoglycemia, those are large for gestational age, those having suffered perinatal stress that can include your asphyxia, maternal preeclampsia, IUGR, meconium aspirations, as well as your polycythemia. And those premature, as well as the infants of diabetic mother, these babies are all prone to your hypoglycemia, and your syndromic babies also, definitely. Next. Now, why do we need to understand the glucose homeostasis in newborn? Basically, based on these disturbances on one of more of these processes, we can conclude or come to a conclusion that either we are dealing with the transient or a prolonged hypoglycemia. So the baby is relatively dependent on the maternal glucose, which gets abruptly interrupted at the time of birth. So there are certain physiological changes and metabolic changes that do occur in the body to maintain the glucose homeostasis, like the increased catecholamine following the delivery, which stimulates the glucagon secretion and thereby decrease in the insulin glucagon ratio. And the glycogen synthesis inactivated, as well as the glycogen phosphorylase, which is activated, thereby stimulating the glycogenolysis and inhibition of the glycogen synthesis, thereby releasing of glucose from glycogen. And the availability of glycerol from fatty acids, which is stimulated by the catecholamine release, and the free amino acids, which are into the circulation, which by thereby significantly help the glucogenesis by at least around 4 to 6 hours of life. So these enzyme activities normally reach at an age after a week or two. So the initial period of life, like in cases of preterm babies, infants, and all SGAs, we know that the limited stores are the reason for the hypoglycemia. Like in case of your inborn errors of metabolism, usually it is the hepatic enzyme that are to be blamed for. In transient ones are those which are undergoing the perinatal stress or IUGR. So once you understand these, whether it is the need of the stores or whether it is the enzymatic or whether it's a normal functioning endocrine system, you can conclude or come to a conclusion, relative conclusion, that what is the problem with the baby. Next.
So again, Dr. Ashwich, can you just elaborate on hyperinsulinism and when or how much to evaluate?
Okay. Now, when do we suspect hyperinsulinism? If there is a prolonged hypoglycemia extending beyond 5 to 7 days, your glucose infusion rates are more than 12. And if you have, in the history wise also, if you look at the physical examination, you're looking at few features like baby has a micropenis, cleft lip or palate, might suggest towards hypopituitarism, hepatomegaly, that will tell you problems regarding glycogenosis. Then weight loss, hyperpigmentation, that might point towards your adrenal insufficiency, or as I said earlier, syndromic babies, those with macroglycia or your omphalocele are seen in babies with Beckman-Widman syndrome. So, or at any given moment of time, any detectable insulin with a low sugar is significant. Just a note on your non-ketotic hypoglycemia, I'll take it later on.
Okay.
And those which we are looking at, a transient ones, are basically your IUGR or perinatal asphyxia, that is just stress induced. Yeah.
Just a question, what time do we think about critical labs? What is there a cutoff for GAR?
Yeah, the moment we shoot a GAR of 12, I think we can consider sending the critical lab values. Under when the sugar is less, less than it is 35.
Okay. So 2.2 roughly come, yeah. Or 35 to 40 and
yeah.
Right. So
as I mentioned again, you should carefully look into the history, whether there are any risk factors, as in any drug intake in the mother, and prematurity per se, SGA babies. Sepsis always should be looked into, because it can be your first, second, third diagnosis as well, because you can have your hypoglycemia as well as hyperglycemia in either one of them. But in general, any hypoglycemia which passes beyond 1 week, we need to start evaluating for hyperinsulinemia or other inborn errors of metabolism. Now, as I mentioned, just one small word on hyperinsulinism in SGA babies. So usually these are very transient ones, which occurs due to your alteration in the regulation of the beta cell insulin. You can even have your transient hyperinsulinism even in cases of your infants or diabetic babies also, because the maternal glucose is cut off, whereas the surge in insulin level is still high in the fetal circulation. So those babies also will tend to have your hyperinsulinism, which is transient. So most of these resolves in coming weeks or few days, but rarely we have reports of lasting for more than 2 weeks.
Thank you, Dr. Ashwich. That was a beautiful elucidation of the physiology. Just a word on the evaluation.
Yeah. So as I mentioned, these lab tests and all will give us a diagnosis in the sense, because as we looked into like which causes your ketogenesis. If you're sending your beta hydroxybutyrate, it will give you an idea of what ketogenesis is occurring. If you're looking for your free fatty acid levels, you know that lipolysis is occurring. If you're looking at lactate levels, you know gluconeogenesis is occurring. So insulin, cortisol, growth hormones, as well as your ABG and your iron workup become very critical and important for this. And as I said, your ketone bodies and reducing substances will highlight upon your non-ketotic hypoglycemia, as well as your galactosemia can be highlighted with that.
Thank you. So the urine ketones is probably an important clue where you can branch out in different kinds of physiology, pathophysiology. Dr. Srinivas, what is the screening protocol in the unit? And have we started using dextrose gel as a therapy?
Yeah, so this is what we can see, the treatment protocol that we use in Aster. So for all the high-risk babies that we see in the from the mother, actually, for example, if the baby is less than 2.5 kgs or preterm baby, or if there is a large for gestational age child, sick baby, and infant of diabetic mother, all these risk factors, whenever we see, we generally check a blood sugar, giving a feed at 1 hour of life, and then we check the sugar, say around 30 minutes later. So if the sugar at this point of time is less than 50 milligram per deciliter, then we decide what needs to be done for the child. So if the sugar level is less than 25, then we go for directly IV replacement. The values that we have quoted in our unit is slightly different from what the AAP recommends or any other institute recommends. This is what we are following in our unit, and it has been very easy to follow, and also it is good for the nurses, especially when they are managing the low sugars in the unit actually. By chance, if the sugar is somewhere between 25 to 50 milligram per deciliter, we can give a trial of oral feeds and recheck sugar after 1 hour. Always remember, when we are giving an oral feeds, check the sugar after 1 hour, and any IV fluid changes we make, we generally check the sugar after 30 minutes. So if the sugar after giving a trial of oral feeds, if it is more than 50, then we check the sugars 2 hourly for next 3 feeds, and then every 6th hourly till 36 hours. Most of the babies will get settled by this 36 hours period duration. During this next sugar 3 times sugar time, if the baby's sugar falls to less than 50 milligram per deciliter, or if the initial sugar is less than 25 milligram per deciliter, a trial of oral feeds is not going to be working at this point of time. So we had to place an immediate IV cannula, give 2 ml per kg of 10% dextrose, and start IV fluids at around 6 milligram per kg per minute and recheck the sugar in 30 minutes. You can see that with IV fluid changes, we generally check the sugar at 30 minutes. So if the sugar is more than 50 at this time, then follow the same protocol, check the 2 hourly sugars, and then go 6th hourly sugar later. If the sugar is less than 50 milligram per deciliter at this point of time, then generally we increase the IV fluid rate of whatever it is, like 10% dextrose if we had started, we increase by at least 2 ml per kg. This approximately amounts to around 1 to 2 milligram per kg per minute of GIR for the patient. And we increase till the TFI reaches up to 100 ml per kg per day to maintain a sugar of more than 50 milligram per deciliter. In case if the baby is not able to maintain the sugar on day 1 up to 100 ml per kg, then you are going to increase the risk of fluid overload. At this point of time, better go for higher concentrated fluids, at least 12.5 or 15% of the fluids. During this time, what you do is you insert an central lines like UVC or a PIC line, and then start a higher concentration or high concentrated dextrose solution to manage the hypoglycemia at this point of time.
Just a question here. If the sugar is the repeat after the between 25 to 50 and we refed the baby and still less than 50, how many times can you refeed? When do you think you will put on IV after?
See,
or any
in
other
our unit,
approach?
we don't take risk of giving multiple trials at this point of time. We generally go for IV directly if the trial of oral feed fails. So there are some studies where they try to do it at least 2 or 3 times, but since I just wanted to highlight our unit protocol, if by chance, if it is an hyperinsulinic hypoglycemia or something like that, the risk of having a brain damage with even with one low sugar is very high actually. And especially when we are thinking of like an IDM mother hyperinsulinemia with no ketone body backup as a secondary fuel, I think we should not be giving too much of trials of oral feeds in such situations.
Thank you.
So, regarding the dextrose gel, there are 2 studies that you have to remember. One is the sugar baby study. So the sugar baby study was done as a part of treatment for neonatal hypoglycemia. Patients had an asymptomatic hypoglycemia, and these babies were treated with the dextrose gel. That is 40% dextrose gel, and these babies responded very well, and the number of babies receiving IV fluids or NICU care further was reduced by the use of dextrose gel in sugar baby study. Recently, in PLOS 1 2021, they published a multicentric randomized controlled trial involving 18 centers in New Zealand and Australia, where they managed around 2,149 high-risk babies. They are not hypoglycemic babies. They are high-risk babies born to mothers of gestational diabetes. And immediately after the baby was born, at 1 hour of life, all the babies who are at high risk of this one were randomized, and the randomized intervention group was given a single dose of dextrose gel. So when they gave this dextrose gel, they were able to prevent the hypoglycemia for these neonates. The number needed to treat was around 21. So we had to treat 21 babies with just dextrose gel to prevent 1 case of hypoglycemia in a neonate. But the long-term outcomes of this study is yet to be published actually. But when we see the sugar baby studies, the long-term outcomes up to 18 months has shown definitely that it's going to reduce the risk of major developmental disability. So what we would suggest is oral dextrose gel, definitely it's going to reduce the risk of neonatal hypoglycemia in at-risk neonates. And also there are results which show that it can decrease the risk of major neurological disability in the kids actually. So definitely it's going to be a very useful tool, but as of now in our unit we are not using it, and definitely it's going to be a great intervention that needs to be looked after in future.
Thank you, Dr. Srinivas. I think this is going to come up quite fast now. People are using it around the world and not very easily available in our country, so we're not able to put it in the protocols, but it'll help with decreasing the interruption with feeding, breastfeeding. So that will be a great help. I think this is a kind of, this is from New Zealand, and they're using this dextrose gel when the sugar is between 35 to 450. And so that helps in interventions, IV interventions faster. Cochrane also has said that dextrose gel is probably going to decrease your IV fluid and probably reduces the long-term neurological outcomes as well. Dr. Kumar, the last question in hypoglycemia. Persistent refractory hypoglycemia, what's the best approach to arrive at the cause?
Yeah. First thing is, hypoglycemia, like what Dr. Ashwich took us through, could be due to it could be due to decreased production, or it could be due to increased utilization. When do we say that it's because of decreased production? Is when the GIR is between, just above around 6 to 8 milligram per kg per minute. If the GIR is less, then we think of decreased production. If the GIR is more, that is more than 12, that is supraphysiological GIR, we think of increased utilization like hyperinsulinemia or sepsis, where the glucose is consumed more and utilized more. In case of decreased production, we have substrate deficiency or SGA or preterm, or we could be having an impaired production kind of a situation where there is growth hormone deficiency, or we could have cortisol deficiency, like ACTH deficiency, or we could have a glycogen storage disorders, or we could be thinking of fatty acid oxidation defects. That's how. When we have a persistent hypoglycemia, then the first question to be asked is, what about the GAR? If it's a very high GAR, think of hyperinsulinism or sepsis. If it's a moderately high requirement of sugars, glucose at 6 to 8, we'll think of decreased production problems. This is how it's a very simple approach to how we are dealing with hypoglycemia, which is persistent.
Thank you very much. We have about 10 minutes to wrap up the session, and I think we're probably running late. So just quickly, Dr. Srinivas, about hyperglycemia and whether insulin is, how do we use it, and what are the side effects, complications?
Hyperglycemia in extremely low birth weight babies, the prevalence is very high, but various studies have reported various results. The prevalence is somewhere between 20 to 88% in different studies. The main reason for hyperglycemia in prematurity is in ELBW babies is, one is prematurity, second one is insulin resistance in preterm neonates, and a relative insulin deficiency that we can see because of the immaturity of the beta cells, and several other factors like hypoxia, severity of the illness, sepsis, all contribute to increased sugars. Some of the drugs that we use normally in ICU, like dextrose, intralipids, steroids, theophylline, we may not be using nowadays, but earlier we used to use these aminophylines and other things, which used to increase the risk of sugar levels in babies. So normal sugar levels, when we talk about, it is somewhere between 60 to 150 milligram per deciliter. Anything more than that, we define and say that it is hyperglycemia in neonates. So the possible complications of this hyperglycemia is, one is intraventricular hemorrhage and necrotizing enterocolitis. So regarding the treatment part of this hyperglycemia, so initially what we do is basically we monitor these patients and we check the urine for glycosuria. If the urine is showing glucosuria and the sugar is going beyond 180 to 200 milligram per deciliter at an interval of 4 hours, the first thing that we do is we decrease the GIR for the patient. Actually, you should not be giving like 8 or 10 GIR for these cases and expect the sugars to be normal. So try to decrease it to the acceptable limit of 4 to 5 milligram per kg per minute. In spite of this GIR of 4 to 5 milligram per kg per minute, if the sugars are still elevated, definitely there is an issue with insulin deficiency or resistance, which is going to be contributing to this hyperglycemia. So in such situations, you can try and give insulin as a treatment for the patients with hyperglycemia.
Thank you, Dr. Srinivas. Just a word of caution on the insulin use, though, that we need to have cross-checking the dose very much, and then make sure that we are not causing hypoglycemia as an injury when we treat. Priming of the line with insulin is also very important before we start insulin treatments. Dr. Ashwich, it's probably going to be the last question because they're asking us to wrap up. How does the late hypocalcemia differ from early hypocalcemia in terms of etiopathogenesis?
Most of the early onset hypocalcemias are those which are presenting within first 72 hours of birth, and the late ones are after 72 hours of birth. So when we are looking at early onset hypocalcemic causes, some few of the things, next slide, few of the things that we can say is probably due to, it can be due to prematurity, intrauterine growth retardation, perinatal asphyxia, and infants are diabetic. So these will, prematurity, we are well aware that the transfer of calcium from the placenta might be reduced. Hence, they will be having hypocalcemia. As well as that there is a delayed PTH secretion response to the hypocalcemia, and the nadir is usually achieved somewhere at around 2 days of life. So approximately by the time these things occur, by the time the child reaches that nadir, initially or 48 to 72 hours, there might be hypocalcemia, but these are most of the time might be a transient one. But those with the probable causes other than these might be iatrogenic also, if there is alkalosis, usage of diuretics, or if you are given any drugs as such, aminoglycosides or anticonvulsants, they can also cause your hypocalcemia. Next. Now, why are we worried about screening? Because most of the time they are asymptomatic, which we see. But we are well aware that few changes in our, say your calcium, when you're looking at calcium, we would like to look at the ionized calcium, because sometimes your respiratory alkalosis as well as metabolic acidosis, both can cause your change in value of the ionized calcium. As well as we know that very well that there is a drop in your calcium concentration by 0.8 milligram for every drop in 1 gram or deciliter of plasma albumin level. Hence, we would preferably like to see your ionized calcium. Next. Now, when should the calcium levels be checked for this baby? I have just put up a rough guideline, but we should do consider that those babies which are at risk, that is, you're less than 32 weeks, infant of diabetics, those who had a perinatal asphyxia, stress, extremely low birth weight. So the frequency of checking, as I said, it is more dependent on when do we achieve that nadir. So based on that, I have put this timings. Next. Late onset hypocalcemias are usually symptomatic ones, which occur, as I mentioned earlier, after 72 hours of life. Usually that occurs, most common causes being your excessive phosphate intake, hypomagnesemia, your hypoparathyroidism, and your vitamin D deficiencies. Sometimes your primary hypoparathyroidism and secondary hypoparathyroidism also, we don't have to leave it out of this. Your primary ones, basically, those are all syndromic variants, and the other being your calcium sensing receptor related. As well as your secondary can occur due to your maternal hyperparathyroidism also, but very, very less likely. Next. The etiopathogenesis, as mentioned, a hyperphosphatemia, it is usually due to your feeding with cow milk, and there is a high phosphorus content in most of the formulas. Iatrogenic causes, then hypomagnesemia, that is the gastrointestinal losses or diarrhea or malabsorption. Vitamin D deficiency, if there is a maternal vitamin D deficiency itself, and your renal failure. But most important of this is your impaired PTH secretion, as well as your reduced peripheral response to the PTH can cause any of the above said symptoms.
Okay, we'll just quickly go through the biochemical clues.
Yeah. So vitamin D deficiency, when you suspect, that is when it is usually accompanied by your hypophosphatemia, your hyperparathyroidism. There will be hyperphosphatemia with the low or inappropriate PTH levels, with the normal magnesium levels. And hypomagnesemia, you'll see with your normal PTH levels, and your hyperphosphatemia, definitely there is going to be a high phosphorus. Other than these, definitely, as I said, history wise, what you're looking into, you have to look for your clues also. So when do we actually start thinking of hypoparathyroidism as a cause? As I mentioned, hypoparathyroidism, there can be a primary, there can be secondary. Secondary is due to your maternal hyperparathyroidism, primary being your syndromic variants. So during examination, you might come across your facial anomalies, cleft lip, cleft palate, then cardiac anomalies. So these will give you a clue towards whether you're looking at your syndromic variants, as well as low or appropriate PTH levels with the serum phosphorus, as well as your hypercalciuria, that will point out towards your calcium sensing receptor related issues.
Thank you very much. I think I'll quickly jump to Dr. Kumar, and then we'll skip this question and say, so can you just tell us in 1 minute how to go ahead with DSTs? Right.
Last slide, Ashwin.
Okay.
Sorry, Siddharth.
Yeah.
Yeah. The take-home messages, what a neonatologist or a pediatrician should be doing when we come across. Next slide, please.
Next one?
Next.
Yeah.
Next one. Yeah. These are some key messages that we need to know as a pediatrician or neonatologist. Always examine external genitalia. If you find it is very difficult to declare the sex of the child, it's a male or a female, then do not rush to declare. Say that currently I'm not able to say whether the baby is male or female. Just admit it. It'll solve so many of your problems. Number 3, rule out immediate dangers to the life. Like if you're dealing with a CH child with a salt losing crisis, we have to, there is no role of endocrinologist there. intensivists, that is neonatologists, have to take care of the dangers to the life. It could be salt losing crisis, or it could be a growth hormone deficiency which presents like a critical hypoglycemia also. So immediate dangers to be ruled out by neonatologists and pediatricians. Number 4, very important, is there is no word called as third gender. Whatever we are celebrating these days, that the separate column has been added, that you can write as a third gender, intermediate sex. No, every child born on this earth has a right, or in fact, it's very essential to be recognized as either a male or a female. No word called as third gender. We have to have a diagnosis and assign the sex of bearing. Number 5, please ask for help in these cases. Very quick reference. Number 6, when you diagnose a child with CAH, you have to counsel the family for stress dosing of steroids when a child is has been diagnosed to have a salt losing crisis. Thank you so much. These are the key messages that a pediatrician and neonatologist should be knowing when you're dealing with ASDs.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for a wonderful session. Thanks, Siddharth. Thanks, Ashwin. Nice
Thank
to
you.
meet you.
Thank you, everybody. That was a great panel.
Yeah.
Thank you all. It was a nice panel. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, sir, for the valuable session. Before we go, there is a 5-minute talk on management of neonatal respiratory distress. Dr. Prashant and Dr. Vishwanath will have the session. Over to you, sir.
Put that slide, no? Second slide. Slide share. ಹಾಕಿದನ್ನ slide. Take photo more. This is a sponsored talk. You can take a photo. So this is a sponsored talk for about the newer recent concepts in the management of neonatal RDS, that is respiratory distress syndrome. I'll be inviting Dr. Vishwanath, and myself and Dr. Vishwanath will be speaking on this. All right, can you move on to the next slide?
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone, for being here, sir and madam. It's a sponsored talk, and we'll probably finish it off fairly quickly. The talk is divided into 3 different subsets of how we manage respiratory distress syndrome. One is the antenatal management, the delivery room management, and the neonatal intensive care management. We all know that. What do you know? We all know that respiratory distress syndrome is a dreaded complication in the neonatal unit, affecting nearly 50% of neonates under the age of 28 weeks and nearly 1/3 of babies under the age of 32 weeks. And it's not just that, it adds on to complications which the baby has as BPD later on. One of the most important therapies which has been in motion being used in the last 20 years to reduce the BPD is the use of antenatal steroids. That has really changed the how we manage neonatal intensive care in preterm babies. And it's been very clearly shown that it reduces perinatal death, neonatal death. It reduces the risk of RDS by 34%, reduces the risk of moderate to severe RDS by about 41%. It reduces the incidence of IVH and necrotizing enterocolitis, need for mechanical ventilation, and systemic infections in the first 48 hours of life. So how do we give the steroids? So all babies less than 34 weeks must be offered a dose of steroid. Any dose of steroid is better than no steroids. And if 2 doses of steroids are given, that helps improve the respiratory morbidity so much. And if the course of steroid is done, the delivery happens 2 to 5 days later, that has a much better outcome than steroids being given immediately and followed by delivery. A single repeat course of steroid may be given to threaten preterm births before 32 weeks if the steroid dose has been given more than 2 weeks back. What are the delivery room interventions? Again, the delivery room interventions have changed, evolved over a period of time. From when I was doing neonatology, we used to intubate all 28, 30, even 32 weekers, and now that has changed to putting the baby on PEEP immediately at birth and managing this baby straight to the ICU and then make a decision about what we do to these babies. So the question is, what's the evidence for CPAP versus intubation versus sustained inflations? Which FiO2 to start in if baby needs resuscitation? And the TP resuscitation has really revolutionized the resuscitation in preterm babies. If you look at the CPAP versus intubation in delivery, this is a forest plot chart with 4 trials, RCTs, nearly 3,000 babies. And there's a point. So the forest plot is very clear in showing a better risk ratio when CPAP is used in delivery rather than for intubation. The conclusion of all these 4 is 1 additional infant could survive to 36 weeks without BPD for every 25 babies treated with CPAP in the delivery room, which is quite a significant change for all these babies. Now, again, we had a sustained inflation to open up the lungs versus IPPV, the SAIL trial, which was published in JAMA some time back. They involved preterm babies, 23 to 26 weeks gestation, requiring resuscitation with inadequate respiratory support. 600 babies were planned to be enrolled, but the trial was stopped after enrolling just about 2/3 of these babies because it was very clear that sustained inflation caused more deaths, and this was stopped in between. So that's also a change in the management of RDS. Oxygen for resuscitation. We started with giving 100% oxygen because the baby is possibly hypoxic at birth. So give as much as oxygen, and that's completely reversed. Especially in term babies, we'll start with air and then titrate depending on what is happening. In preterm babies, we'll probably start with about 30 or 40% oxygen, decide on the FiO, the PO2, SPO2, and then see how things go. What has also changed in NLS is use of SPO2 monitor in all babies. And depending on that, we can titrate the oxygen need. TPs versus self-inflating bags. Those who have used the self-inflating bags will realize that the amount of pressure given to the baby varies per individual. Some do it slowly, some do it fast, some squeeze it. And so it makes a huge lot of difference to babies who are very preterm. What TPs has taken away from that is it gives us a good amount of pressure, a fixed amount of pressure rather than a varying pressure. What a quasi-randomized trial was done with 90 babies. It showed the duration of PPV significantly less in the TP resuscitation group. Higher proportion of babies could be resuscitated with room air only, and fewer babies needed invasive ventilation for these resuscitated TPR. So we saw antenatal, and in the delivery room, we gently support breathing using CPAP if possible. And if inflations are needed, avoid excessive tidal volumes. Intubation should be considered only for those who are not improving, and the pulse oximetry should guide how much oxygen we are giving to the baby. What about NICU care? In the neonatal unit, if you have intubated, you must give the surfactant. Now, which surfactant, how it is to be administered has also changed. What is the best mode of administering surfactant? Can we use nebulized surfactant? And more research is coming through using surfactant and budesonide. We'll have a look at that. So there is something called as less invasive surfactant administration. There are 6 trials and the trials are still ongoing. Some units are completely established using the less invasive surfactant administration, which is also called as LISA. And if you can see, this LISA technique was propounded and aggressively managed in German neonatal units, from where all of these trials are coming through. Colon method and colon method, if you see those things, colon and colon, the 3 trials, the gestation age range was less than 34 weeks or 26 to 28 weeks. The primary outcome was intubation at less than 72 hours, and it clearly showed 28 to 48%, 30 to 45%, and the last one is pending. And when you pool all of these into forest plot, you will see a clear benefit of using the less invasive surfactant administration in the neonatal unit. The only problem with LISA is the technique and how you do it. It is cumbersome, and you need to be very quick, slick to put in the tube, whichever tube you're using. There are plenty of tubes specifically designed to administer surfactants in all these situations. So LISA technique results in lesser need for mechanical ventilation in infants. There's a reduction in composite outcome of death of BPD, and it reduces the BPD as well. There are some unanswered questions. When you intubate or when you are giving less invasive surfactant, do you need to sedate because the baby is moving, and are you causing a little bit distress trauma to the upper airway? And whoever has given surfactant will always see that when you instill the surfactant, there is a surfactant regurgitation back into the tube. Sorry. And there are different studies have used different techniques and different tubes. We have not been able to standardize what type of tube and which surfactant is the best in giving those things. So the surfactant administration is animal-derived surfactant. When FiO2 is more than 30% on CPAP, how LISA technique is the best. Early rescue surfactant is better, and if baby needs intubation in delivery room, you give it as soon as possible. Okay. I'll skip this cortisone study. And budesonide. What is more interesting coming on is surfactant with budesonide. And there are 2 studies involving 381 babies, where surfactant with budesonide given every 8 hours in the intervention group versus surfactant alone every 8 hours in the control group. Less BPD, similar mortality, 40% reduction in composite outcome of death or BPD, and large trials need to be done before reaching conclusions. So this is something the page to be watched for, because just giving surfactant may not reduce the overall BPD, but surfactant plus budesonide may help in longer term outcomes. So summary of recommendations is an animal-derived surfactant should be used and given as early as possible. Treatment threshold of FiO2 30% on CPAP pressure of 6 centimeters seems reasonable. Repeat dose of surfactant may be required if there is an ongoing evidence of RDS. If possible, use the LISA method when you're intubated, the extubation can be on CPAP, high flow, or NIPI immediately following surfactant. And judgment needs to be made if an individual baby will actually tolerate this. For those who require mechanical ventilation, volume targeted ventilation and saturation alarm limit of 89. You can't keep the upper limit. It can go up to 100%. Should be 88 to 100% is what we would recommend. And that's the end of the talk. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We would like to move on to our next panel discussion, which is on interpretation and management of torch infection. I would also like to welcome Dr. Sahana, who would be introducing our moderator for the day. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon to everyone. Presidents are there, and I welcome Dr. Maya sir. And I would like to introduce today's moderator for torch profile, Dr. Rojo Joy. He is from Kerala. He's a consultant neonatologist from Lord's Hospital, Kochi. And his areas of interest are preterm and perinatal asphyxia, and he has multiple publications. And he is a gold medalist in MD Pediatrics from JIPMA. And he has won gold medal for the best paper in IAP, Chennai Pedicon 2013. And he is his interests are he's an NRP instructor. Thank you. I would like to take you over, sir.
Thank you, ma'am, for that kind introduction. Today we are, can I have the slides, please? Today we are discussing on a topic that is updates on the interpretation of the torch infections. Now, this word torch, I should say it was coined by Mr. Nehemias et al. In 1971, but it creates a lot of confusion because one thing was because it actually underestimates the incidences of the diversity of the viral infections the babies tends to have. It actually, the acronym starts for toxoplasma, other infections, rubella, cytomegalovirus, as well as herpes. And also sometimes if you do the serology, the IgG won't tell you whether it's a baby is actually infected or it's like cross-placental or transplacental infection. So there are problems with this mnemonic called the torch. So to add on to it, I have a group of esteemed panelists with me. So can I have the slides, please?
Just a minute, sir. We're putting on the slides.
Yeah, next slide. Next slide. One among the panelists is Dr. Venkatesh. He is currently a clinical lead general pediatrics as consultant neonatologist at the Rela Institute, Chennai. And sir has done, sir has also various publications, around 20 publications to his name. Next slide, please. Then we have Dr. Abhishek K. Padke, who is a consultant neonatologist in Indiana Hospital, Mangalore. And he also is in charge of a level 3 NICU. And he also have a lot of publications to his name. And he's a certified NRP instructor too. It's a past executive committee member of NNF Karnataka State Chapter. Next slide, please. And Dr. C. Vinod, he's a senior consultant neonatologist at Rio Maternity and Children's Hospital in Madurai. And he has also a lot of publications to his name. All of them have special interest in preterm nutrition, neonatal resuscitation, etc. and high risk follow-up. Next slide, please. And Dr. Sahana, Madam is a professor of pediatrics and Vanivilas Children's Hospital, Department of Pediatrics, Bangalore Medical College and Research Institute, and also as a member of multiple societies, as we can see in this picture. And he has a lot of more than 30 research publications, and she's a trainer of trainers and workshop in neonatal resuscitation program. And so it's nearly around 30 research publications to her name. Next slide, please. And Dr. Sudhir K is a consultant neonatologist at the CMI Bangalore. And he also has numerous publications to his name, and is a faculty and guide for the fellowship in neonatology under RGUH. Sorry for rushing through your introductions because of lack of time. So next slide, please. Let's go on to the panel. This already have covered. So this is what I was telling, that the torch panel has outlived its usefulness. So shall we go to the next slide, please? Yeah, this question is directed to Dr. Vinod. So Dr. Vinod, can you just elaborate, as an astute clinician, as I've already mentioned, the torch panel may not be that useful for detecting an IU infection. So what will be a focus history in case of a suspected congenital or neonatal viral or protozoal infection?
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you for the question. I first thank the organizers for providing me this opportunity. Next slide, please, sir. So as you told, having a focused history for diagnosing congenital viral infection in neonates is definitely going to be a diagnostic challenge because of the presence of overlapping clinical features, multiple pathogens, and changing in epidemiology. So a high index of suspicion is needed when we see such a baby when it presents to us. So the history starts from the antenatal period. So mother's history should be focused on initially. That gives so much of clues for diagnosing. So ask for the history of maternal fever with rashes, especially in case of rubella, varicella. So all these things can have effects on the baby. History of travel to endemic areas like protozoal infection, malaria, toxoplasma, all those can have an impact. So routinely now in antenatal periods, we are having serology testing done, that is HIV, HBsAg are routinely being done. So look for any positivity of serology in the mother in their history. One important thing is look for the antenatal ultrasound findings. So ask about or focus on the ultrasound findings during the antenatal period. The common presentation with which a baby can present with suspected infection, viral infection, will be an intrauterine growth restriction or retardation. And intracranial calcification and the CNS complications are more common when we see, when we take into account the babies which are presenting to us, like intracranial calcification, ventriculomegaly, microcephaly. So focus on the history, which gives all these details in the ultrasound findings. Hyperechogenic bowel, which is mainly because of placental insufficiency, presence of oligo or polyhydramnios, fetal hydrops that can happen because of heart disease or presence of anemia that can complicate. So all these things we can focus and we can get some clue out of it for diagnosing. Next slide. So coming to postnatal history, once the baby is born, the main things we are supposed to focus on will be the growth of the baby, because as I told you earlier, IUGR, which is subsequently followed by EUGR, is more common with these babies.
Vinod?
Ophthalmic evaluation for the presence of microphthalmia, cataract in rubella, chorioretinitis in CME. So all these things can be easily picked up. Keratitis can also.
I didn't catch that. Could you try again?
Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, right now you're audible. Previously, I think there was a connection problem.
Am I audible now, sir?
Yeah, sure.
Next slide, please. Next. So with this, Apart from this, we can have a focused systemic examination that can give you some clues. So coming to skin, look for the rashes, petechiae, purpura, that is maybe because of thrombocytopenia, or DIVC, because the hepatitis that can complicate coagulation failure, that can go in for DIVC. So in GIT, as I told, many hepatotopic viruses can cause congenital viral infections. Especially HSV can have hepatitis with encephalopathy. So look for hepatomegaly, hepatic derangement, and also the presence of jaundice. In cardiovascular system, look for congenital acyanotic heart disease is the most common, like PDA and rubella can present with myocarditis. So history focusing on this should be obtained. CNS, we have already discussed presence of microcephaly, hydrocephalus, or intracranial calcification during the antenatal as well as the postnatal period should be focused on. Hematological, bleeding diathesis because of DIVC, presence of extramedullary hematopoiesis, rashes, ecchymosis, all these things should be collected from the history. Limb and bony deformities commonly present with syphilis as well as in Zika virus, all these things we can get from history. Next slide. Next slide, please. Hope I think it is visible. So this picture, so previous slide. Previous slide, sir. Yeah, thank you. So this picture depicts the diagnostic challenge. So in the left side, we have all the symptoms or the signs which has been listed here, and in the middle we have the infective agents, that is the viruses. Syphilis, CMV, others include enteroviruses, Zika virus, malaria protozoan infection, rubella, toxoplasma, chickenpox, and H viruses like HSV, HIV, hepatitis B, so on. So here what we see is when we take syphilis, it almost can present it any way. Any of the symptoms can, any of the systems can be involved. So there is cluster of symptoms present in syphilis, be it cytomegalovirus, toxoplasma, rubella, whatever it is. So these things really make the diagnosis a challenge. So high index of suspicion, as I told, a systematic as well as the antenatal history, a focus history can give some clue, and with this we can make out or can just arrive at the clinical diagnosis. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vinod, for that elaborate one. Obviously, proper history and examination is very important. Just add on to a little bit. Obviously, we need to ask about the immunization history of the mother, especially whether she had a chickenpox in the past, whether there are pets in the home. That also may add on to the reliable history, and also what was the overall health of the mother. I think that should also might clinch some amount of diagnosis in evaluation of the baby with intrauterine infection. Next slide, please. Thank you, Dr. Vinod.
Thank you, sir.
So we have here a 7-day-old baby brought to the emergency department with poor feeding, fever, and lethargy. In general examination, the baby reveals that the baby is in shock and is found to be icteric. The retrospective examination, the mother clinches the diagnosis. What will be the possible clinical diagnosis in this picture, and how we are going to investigate this neonate? And what will be the line of therapeutic management of this particular baby? And are there any bad prognostic signs in this baby? So what is your take on prolonged acyclovir therapy for this baby? It's so Dr. Venkatesh, sir, can you just answer?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. And thank you for giving me this opportunity to talk in the South Neocon panel discussion. The questions almost covered nearly 7 or 8 questions. So overall, already Vinod has told about the general examination and history is very, very important. So for this, your question, we have to think of a differential diagnosis, because you have given the clue about the acyclovir. Straight away it is going for HSV infection. But other than that, we should have a classification, history, clinical examination, everything put together. We come to the conclusion of this may be a disseminated HSV infection. Next slide, sir. Next slide, sir.
Next slide, please. Next slide.
So most probably this may be a disseminated herpes simplex infection, because the child has got fever and other features suggestive of some shock. So it involves all other systems like cardiovascular. So it looks like a sepsis. So plus we have the history. We have to take the history from the antenatal history, suggesting any other past history of skin lesion from the mother and from the Odyssean, everything come to a conclusion. This may be a disseminated sepsis simplex infection. Next slide, sir. Next slide, please.
Next slide, please.
So coming to the HSV, so it's a DNA virus. Everybody will know about that. There are two types of virus, type 1 and type 2. There is no difference between type 1 and type 2 in causing disease and neonatal infection as such. A lot of studies has been done. So this virus usually harbors over the genital area and also sometimes on the skin, sometimes through the contact, everything it may spread. So usually it produces to the infection in the newborn like skin, eye and mouth, SCM infection, or sometimes with CNS disease alone, and sometimes with disseminated disease. Depending upon the classification of the disease, the mortality rate and morbidity varies, and the time of starting treatment also it is very, very important. So about the HSV, everybody will know about that DNA virus and transmission through the contact. Most of the transmission at the time of delivery only it will transmit. Transplacental transmission is rare. So at the time of delivery, we should be very careful. And sometimes reactivation may be there, a primary infection will be there. So for HSV alone, we need to discuss for quite long time to get a detailed thing. Next slide, sir. Next slide.
Next slide, please.
So coming to the clinical features of any infections like that. So you can get all from the skin scarring, vesicles, hyperpigmentation. From the high manifestation, you can get retinal dysplasia and other manifestations, CNS microcephaly, encephalomalacia, hydrancephaly, everything it will be there. And intrapartum infections, you can get all these things, disseminated skin infection. So these are all the classification. You can get a clinical features is same for all type of neonatal infection, but it may be get overlap. And according to the neonatal history and clinical examination and type of presentation, which one is the majority one, we have to think clinically, and we have to start empirical treatment, and along with that we have to send the blood investigation to confirm our clinical diagnosis. So the clinical features are almost 90% overlapping with sometimes with TMB, torch, toxoplasmosis, everything. They present with seizure, lethargy like that. So these are all the specific clinical features for HSV infection. Next slide, sir.
Next slide, please.
Next slide. So these are all certain pictures. These are all vesicles, eye vesicles, and skin lesion. You can see the scarrings of the skin. So in time of birth itself, baby may get a lot of skin lesions with scarring like that. Next slide,
Slide, please. Next slide.
So if you have a close look, you can see the vesicle nature of this infection. This can be presented on the newborn itself, and over the scalp also it can be detected. These are all very severe SCM disease, but this child can go for a disseminated infection or a localized CNS infection or CNS infection in future if we miss the diagnosis at the earliest point of time. Next slide, sir.
Next slide. Next slide, please.
So coming to your classification, how to approach this case. So we have to classify according whether it's baby is having HSV infection or not. So if clinical features and history and maternal history are suggestive of HSV infection, again we have to classify whether baby is having disseminated infection or a CNS localized to CNS infection. or SEM disease. Depending upon the treatment mode may vary, but all primary treatment we will give acyclovir for 21 days. So with the dosage of 60 milligram per kg per day in 3 divided doses. For even disseminated infection and CNS infection, SCM disease, we can give up to 14 days. Sometimes what will happen after CNS infection or disseminated infection, repeat test has been done to detect whether the infection is cleared completely or not. During such period, if it is not clear, then we will go for the passive therapy, that is suppressive therapy for a prolonged period of time, up to 6 months also. So to prevent further neurological disorder, so that may be given with the dose of 300 milligram per meter square and over the period of 6-month period. This is for the entire classification for HSV infection. And if the investigations turn to be negative and empirical treatment, we can stop at any point of time. Next slide, please.
Slide, please.
So,
next slide.
So before, whenever you are suspecting any HSV infection, so before going for therapy with acyclovir like that, so we have to take a sample for to confirm the diagnosis. So we can right now we are having to do, if you are suspecting a CNS infection, you have to do CSF analysis for HSV DNA PSR. And also sometimes with blood also you can do, or if you are having a vesicles and skin lesions, you can take a swab from that area and you can do the same test to confirm that baby is having HSV infections. And blood for other system also, it has been taken, sometime LFT and RFT depending upon the category. So because the slides will be increasing, that is why I am confined to very minimum investigations. So ALT and other related investigation to be done to confirm whether the child is having HSV infection. Very important is by doing nested PCR assay or isolation viral culture, we can do to confirm the HSV infection. Next slide, sir. So the thing is, if a child is having a disseminated disease or a CNS infection not controlled with 3 weeks therapy of acyclovir, and sometimes baby is having some other sequelae like that, by doing some radiological examination, if you are considering the child may be benefited by giving a prolonged suppressive therapy, then we have to give acyclovir for 6 months. So, but giving acyclovir,
Dr. Venkatesh,
yes, sir.
Can I stop at this point because already running late actually? So I'll go to the
Yes,
next
sir.
question. Thank you, sir, for that detailed introduction, detailed description on the herpes virus. So next
Yes,
slide,
sir.
please.
Yes, sir. So the bad prognostic indicator, what by giving all these medications. So still, when do you think of bad prognostic indicator? Sometimes by clinical condition itself, localized CNS disease sometimes will have a bad prognostic indicator. Bad prognostic indicator, late time the baby may get a neurological problem, delay, spasticity like that, and disseminated disease itself a bad prognostic indicator. Sometimes delayed diagnosis of and late starting of treatment may prolong the therapy and cause lot of adverse effect. And sometimes child may associated with high morbidity because of drug complication also. Sometimes persistence of viral load after a therapy also, it's a bad prognostic indicator. And lack of sometimes suppressive therapy itself, it will not clear the entire viral load. So that also it may be a bad prognostic indicator. So the point to be taken is a diagnosis is the first thing. Second, as quick as possible, we have to initiate the therapy. The response to the therapy is important, and the neurological examination of the baby and starting of early supportive care for the baby will prevent long-term neurodevelopmental problems. That all these things we can take as a bad prognostic indicators, and we have to act accordingly, sir.
Thank you, sir, for that detailed one. The crux is, like as sir mentioned, HSV also has to be considered as a cause of sepsis in any newborn who comes with fever in first 3 weeks of life. Next slide, please. Yeah, Dr. Abhishek, you are called for attending the delivery of a term baby whose mother was diagnosed with herpes genitalis. How will you plan the investigation and management of the baby? Can you just mention it briefly? Dr. Abhishek, hope you are here.
Sorry for the interruption, sir. Dr. Abhishek is facing some problem joining us. So, is it possible if we can take his question at the end?
Yeah, sure. Can you go to the next slide? Go to question number 4 then. Yeah. Dr. Sahana, madam, can you briefly outline the management of a neonate who was born to a mother with positive VDRL and is appearing well at birth? So can you just enlighten us on that?
Yes, sir. Thank you for the question, sir. And, I would like to tell you all that congenital syphilis is one of the torch infections where it is a treatable, in addition to your herpes simplex, what we thought about, but it can transmit from the mother to the baby during any part of the pregnancy. Next slide. Next slide. And during primary and secondary infections, we have primary, secondary, and tertiary. So, and late latency. So about primary and secondary infection, 100% of the time it is transmitted, and it's 30% during the tertiary care. So that's why you need to there are certain stigma of congenital syphilis from the mother to the baby. You have to do a complete physical examination looking for evidence of congenital syphilis, like your IUGR, then snuffles, then skin rashes, etc. And you have to do a quantitative non-treponemal test, could be a RPR, rapid plasma reagent, or a VDRL test, may be negative if acquired in late. And it has to be repeated. The test must be, if necessary, has to be repeated. And you have to, even macroscopic examination of the placenta or the cord is very important, because you'll have a large placenta, because postgraduates are there. And you have to take the sample from the placenta and the umbilical cord for fluorescent anti-treponemal antibody staining. And you have to do a dark field microscopic examination of the skin lesions or the body fluids, especially nasopharyngeal secretions. And you will have a serosanguinous discharge. Characteristic. Yeah, next, please. So you have scenarios as you get, once you get a baby with that, many a times it will be negative and you will not look for it. And this is one.
WhatsApp karo yaar, utna तेज से बोल रहा हूँ ना. No, I can't hear. WhatsApp me no.
Hello, please mute others. Yeah, this is one example. Last about 1 month ago, we had this baby of X, who was born at 32 to 34 weeker. He was an IUGR baby, had some skin lesions. Okay. So mother's VDRL was negative, but this baby had a typical features of a maculopapular rashes at birth and had typical desquamation of the palms and soles. Any skin lesion, palms and soles, peeling of skin is typical of a congenital syphilis, even in infancy or in the newborn period. One of the DD should be that, and had a hepatosplenomegaly with a chorioretinitis cataract was there in this particular baby. So I would like to highlight that mother, when we went back and took the history, her VDRL was negative. I mean, RPR they had done, it was negative, but still the mother had, when we went and asked, she had one abortion, then she had an IUD, then one more after birth, baby had died because of, we don't know the reason, because it was not delivered here. On day 3, day 4, it had died. This is typical of some loss are there in congenital syphilis as postgraduates, like Prophetas, Thakur, Voyager's law, so loss there you have to know. As pregnancy goes by, then the outcome improves. Whereas RH, it is the other way around. Okay, so this is for your sake. Next slide, please. So we have 4 scenarios as when you come across with a baby with this. And later when we did for that baby, I mean, babies was 1 in 64, the titers. Whereas when we went back and repeated this test for the mother, it came as 1 in 16. Okay. So you have to not just leave saying that VDRL is negative, and you have to take a note saying that all pregnant women have to be repeated at pregnancy. If she has not done, even when mother comes and delivers in the hospital, you are supposed to get the VDRL even once baby is delivered. This is one point I would like to emphasize. And we have 4 scenarios, like if the non-treponemal test is equal to, that is, one is proven or highly probable disease. The other one is possible congenital syphilis, less likely or unlikely. Okay, so 4 categories are there. So if you have a 4-fold higher than the mother's titer, as I said, 1 in 16, the baby had 1 in 64. Okay, so this baby or positive dark field or a PCR is positive in this baby. So this is a proven or highly probable disease, and you have to give the treatment for 10 days. So the next scenario is maternal treatment not taken. Okay, she is not detected, not taken, or treated with erythromycin or a non-penicillin G regimen, treatment given within 4 weeks before delivery. Okay, then it is a possible congenital infection, syphilis. So mother treated during pregnancy, she is positive, and for more than 4 weeks delivery, and it is less likely. And if the titers are positive, but adequate maternal treatment before she is treated well, okay, before pregnancy with a low titer and continuously in the pregnancy, it is VDRL is less than 1:2. It is unlikely to have a congenital syphilis. Or did you get it? Okay, next, please. Next. Yeah, so what we are going to do in this, if it is a proven or a highly probable disease, you have to do a CSF analysis to rule out your neurosyphilis. And because treatment is only for 10 days, whereas if it is CSF VDRL positive, we treat for 21 days. And you have to do a routine investigations because CBC, LFT, these babies will have a direct jaundice. Whenever you talk about this, conjugated jaundice is more common in these babies, and our baby also had this. And you have to take the long bone radiographs because babies will have panosteitis. Yes. So neuroimaging is very important in this condition, and ABR, that is, it is more riskier to have a sensory neural hearing loss. And the management would be aqueous crystalline penicillin is the drug of choice, 50,000 units per kg per dose. You give 12th hourly for 7 days, and after 7 days you give 8th hourly, that is total of 10 days. Or penicillin G 50,000 units per kg once a day daily for 10 days. Next, please. So this is a proven or a highly probable. So next we go for a possible congenital syphilis where we thought mother is inadequately treated or less than 4 weeks. So you do a similar to that CSF analysis, including VDRL, CBC, LFT, and long bone radiographs, and the management would be the same. Next, please. So less likely is requires no further evaluation, and you can give but still there is a suspect because it can occur anytime. These babies have to be followed up. That's why you give 1 dose of benzathine penicillin, 50,000 units per kg, IM single dose, and these babies have to be under close follow-up every 2 months for 6 months. Clear? Next. So this baby requires who is unlikely, we had a criteria, right? This baby does not require any evaluation and no treatment is required. So this is the 4 scenarios everybody has to remember. Next, please. Next. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam, for that detailed discussion. I think we'll go back to question number 4. Dr. Abhishek has joined.
3.
Sorry, question number 3. Yeah, sorry, next slide. Yeah. Dr. Abhishek,
Yeah,
Can you
good
hear me?
afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good.
I hope I am audible.
Yeah, sure. Just can you just briefly mention how do you plan the investigation of a baby whose mother was diagnosed to have herpes genitalis at the time of delivery?
Yeah, so basically, management of a child born to a woman with active genital herpes simplex virus infection. So we can broadly classify it into two scenarios. Scenario one, where there is a maternal primary or a non-primary first episode infection, that is HSV PCR or culture of genital lesion positive, or type specific HSV1 or 2 IgG negative. That means she has active infection, but she doesn't have the antibodies in her. So probably I can show it in the next slide. If you can just move to the next slide.
Next slide, please.
Yeah. So in such a scenario where she is having active genital lesion and she has not generated antibodies, that is, this is active infection. So in such case, first step would be offering an elective cesarean section regarding of lesion status at delivery, and if membranes are ruptured for less than 4 hours. Once a baby is born, we have to swab the infant's conjunctiva, nasopharynx, and anal for PCR and culture, and to determine exposure to HSV. That is, does the baby have virus in the body? So for that, we will have to swab from mainly these areas. It's a conjunctiva, nasopharynx, all from the anal opening. So blood can be collected for HSV PCR, and serum transaminases can be done. Also CSF for HSV PCR, cell count, and chemistries. And acyclovir can be initiated while we are waiting for the laboratory results, because generally it might take 40 to 70 hours for the report to come. So meanwhile, acyclovir can be started while we are waiting for the report, or if signs of neonatal HSV are present in the newborn. So acyclovir, we continue with the treatment if PCR or culture is positive, or signs of neonatal HSV is present. So in such a case, the dose is going to be 60 milligram per kg per day in 3 divided doses. And if there is only skin mucous membrane involvement, it's 14 days. If there is any disseminated infection, including CNS, it has to be for 21 days. So now the second scenario, maybe we can move to the next slide.
Next slide, please.
This scenario is where there is a maternal recurrent infection, which is active at the time of delivery. That is, HSV PCR or culture of the genital lesion is positive, as well as a maternal IgG also is positive. She has had a past infection, and at the time of delivery, she is having an active infection too. In such case, we again have to swab the infant's conjunctiva, nasopharynx, and the anal opening for PCR and culture, and to determine exposure to HSV. Blood is collected for HSV PCR and treatment with acyclovir if PCR or culture positive or signs of HSV. Basically, in this scenario, baby will have some protection because baby's mother is already exposed and she has generated antibodies. So the risk of transmission probably is on the lower side compared to the previous scenario. So as of now, there is no data to support the prophylactic use of antiviral agents or immunoglobulins in the mother to prevent transmission to the newborn infant. And what do we call as the evidence of dissemination? That is, the evidence of dissemination is important for us to decide on the duration of acyclovir. So basically, hepatic transaminases, blood counts, coagulation tests, chest radiograph, all these need to be done to look for signs of dissemination. So based upon these two flow charts, we can probably decide on the course of management.
Thank you, Dr. Abhishek. Can you go to question number 5 for the next slide? Next slide. Question number 5. Yeah, Dr. Suthir, we have a pet lover who was over here who was married for 5 years, who got conceived, and out of curiosity, she did a torch titer. The toxoplasma serology came positive. How will you, she had come to you with your reports, and how do you go about with your further investigations and proposed line of antenatal management? Dr. Suthir, can you hear? Good. think he is facing some problem. Can you go to the Dr. Sudhir? Can you hear me? I think we'll go to the, I thought I'll finish off one full round with all the panelists so that at least all of you will get a chance, because we are running out of time. Dr. Sudhir? So next we'll go to the next question, sir. Then question number 6. So now, madam, since we are running out of time, can you just briefly mention what is the current recommendation on the evaluation and long-term follow-up of congenital Zika virus? Dr. Sahana, please.
Yes, sir. Next, please. Next. And Zika virus is one of the important causes for a severe microcephaly in the newborn period. And all of you should, if you get a case of Zika virus, you have to report to the registry. There is a particular thing where you have to tell for the birth defects registry is there. You have to go and log on and tell. Next, please. Next slide. Next slide, please. So this congenital CZS, what we talk about, has a distinct pattern of birth defects in fetus and infants of women infected during pregnancy. And typical 5 kinds of defects are there. Severe microcephaly, as you all know, less than 3rd centile for the age and sex. And then with a collapsed skull and decreased brain tissue, and typical eye findings are there. In addition to that, there are hypertonia with contractures. Next.
Next slide, please.
Next slide, please. Okay, so why we are worried about this? In 2015, there was an outbreak in Brazil. So they had the certain, that is 5.5 cases per 1 lakh population, but it had a resurgence in 2015, that is 99.7 cases. So during Brazil, South America, Central America, Africa, and Southeast Asia had this many Zika, all these microcephalies, they went back and saw, then Zika virus came positive. Okay, so then that was the incidence. And I think sir knows, even in Kerala, we had some outbreak.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. That's why I put this question actually.
Yes, sir. Recently, then this was about the prevalence there, and it has to be informed to the, reported to the birth defects registry. Next, please. Next, please.
Next slide, please.
How do you evaluate this, manage this possible Zika infection? Would be ask about possible Zika virus exposure. If she has come from the endemic places which I mentioned, for travel or any history of travel. And if no maternal Zika virus exposure is identified, routine care is recommended. If you have a possible Zika exposure, you have a stigma of congenital Zika. If it is no, next.
Next slide, please.
Next. Yeah, this is an algorithm which is, if you read, you will know. So if the baby has microcephaly, facial disproportionality, hypertonia, spasticity, seizures, and arthrogryphosis, sensory hearing loss is more common here, with an abnormal neuroimaging. If the baby doesn't have CZS, the stigma of that, and mother has no evidence of Zika, no testing is warranted in the baby. Suppose initial evaluation, if you have this, yes, then you have to do an initial evaluation of an anthropometry with neuro examination, that is head circumference or occipitofrontal circumference, hearing assessment, BERA has to be done, and Zika lab testing has to be done. And there are only 2 places where we do NIV, Pune, and one is NCHC, one is I think New Delhi. Okay, New Delhi and Pune, they do that. And then if it is positive, you have to do a ABR and ophthal evaluation within 1 month. If it is negative, again routine care. Next, please.
Next slide, please.
Clinical features are there, any one of the following. If it is yes, again comprehensive evaluation has to be needed with a physical and neuro examination, Zika lab testing, head ultrasound, then ABR, then ophthal evaluation, lab testing like a LFT and metabolic panel, and it has to be under a multidisciplinary approach. Evaluate for other causes of congenital Zika, I mean other congenital infections like your torch, what we are talking about. If it is Zika positive or probable, then you will have to do, this is an outpatient, management and follow-up is very, very important because these children will have neurodevelopmental neurodisability is more common. You have to continuously monitor the growth and head circumference, and it needs a developmental specialist, early interventions. And you have to, if it's the district early intervention centers are there, you have to send them to these places, and ophthal evaluation has to be done, immunization as per the schedule, and neurological. This is a high risk baby who has to be followed up, and anticipatory guidance has to be given to the parents and referral to the specialist. And Zika test negative and evaluate for other causes. Next. So this is over. And CSF examination is again, this I have completed. Next.
Next slide.
Next. This is over. Yeah. So multidisciplinary, a neurologist for comprehensive neurological examination and determination of appropriate neuroimaging with the EEG, and infectious disease specialist to assist you in the diagnostic evaluation of Zika virus and other congenital infection, early intervention centers. And because baby has a contractures and clubfoot, he needs an orthopedic psychiatrist and then a physical and occupational therapist for the management of hypertonia, and endocrinologist for a hypothalamic pituitary. There again a problem with these children with thyroid dysfunctions, and pulmonologist or otolaryngologist is a concern for the, because baby will have aspirations, and lactation specialist, nutritionist, gastroenterologist, speech and occupational therapist for managing the feeding issues, cardiologist if there are any cardiac defects, and family and supportive services are very, very important. Next, please. Yeah, long-term follow-up, primary care provider should be visited, occur monthly at all the follow-up center for 6 months after birth, and growth monitoring with head circumference and standardized developmental charts have to be used, and validated developmental screening tools, and routine immunizations and family supportive services. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, for that detailed description. Next slide, please. Is Dr. Sudhir still available? Or shall I go to the next one? Next slide.
Are you able to hear, sir?
Yeah, right now. Oh, can you answer your question? I think you go back to the slides.
Basically, I will just, because short of time. So basically, we have a situation: mother being a pet lover, conceived, IgM positive, torch profile showing toxoplasma positive. So the questions here to be answered is whether it is a primary infection, acute infection, or she had it in the past. So if it is a primary infection, probably to determine that, probably we may have to do serological test. So where IgG and IgM both will contribute to know whether it is an acute infection or this slide. Enough, sir. This slide should be fine.
Yeah. Oh, next slide.
The previous one. So situation here is probably screening test we have done. So IgG, IgM is the most common test done. And most of the times in our Indian setting, probably apart from the serology, so most of the reference will be from the fetal medicine people showing some ventriculomegaly, and they've done a torch profile and you have got something positive. So the scenario most of the times is IgG positive or IgM negative, or IgM positive and IgG negative. So these are the common situation. If both are positive, then we know that it is already an infection is there and it is a primary infection. We need to treat as early as possible and monitor the fetus accordingly. If IgG only is positive, then IgM is negative, then we have a situation, if it is less than 18 weeks, then it is maybe a past infection probably. So IgG is positive more than 18 weeks, then probably we may need to see whether it was a recent primary infection. So probably we may have to do an extra test called IgG avidity test to know whether if it is low avidity, then it may be an acute infection. So if only IgM is positive, there is a rare situation where it may be false positive. So then probably we may have to check for seroconversion after 1 to 2 weeks where the IgG titers will go up or becomes positive. We can recheck on the IgG or do from a different lab. So that will give us whether it is a primary acute infection or it is a past infection. So after this one, probably we may need to counsel the mother regarding the chance of being it is a primary infection as well as the maternity to child transmission. That is the most important thing. So we need to keep them probably tell her regarding the risk of infection to the fetus So next slide, probably next slide. Next slide. So previous one. So what happens is like in the risk of infection. So as the gestation advances in, like probably the risk of infection will go up in toxoplasmosis, but the severity of illness will come down. The earlier the infection, earlier the gestation, severity will increase, but the risk of infection to the maternity transmission, MTCT, is very high as the gestation improves. So like considering that, like probably she should be monitored throughout the pregnancy, fetus has to be monitored. Say, assume that mother is in the first 18 weeks. So to screen the fetus for amniotic fluid PCR at around 18 weeks and above, and do the repeated every month fetal ultrasound to look for hydrocephalus, look for other echogenicities in the liver, in the spleen, so intracranial calcification, IUGR component, so that it will give you a risk for the fetus. And like mother has to be counseled for prolonged treatment throughout the pregnancy. So as well as the baby may also require the need for treatment for a year, has to be counseled, and she has to be monitored. So that is the most important thing. So like any other infection here in toxoplasmosis, the important thing is mother to be treated till delivery. So if it is less than 18 weeks, so probably first trimester spiramycin can be given. So then it can be changed over to pyrimethamine and sulfadiazine. After second trimester, we can change it over to the pyrimethamine and the sulfadiazine. Next slide. So if everybody can see here, so we can classify the patient as less than 18 weeks and more than 18 weeks. So less than 18 weeks, so probably spiramycin is the drug of choice. So but spiramycin will not prevent the infection once the fetus is already infected. It only prevents the transmission. So we can't use sulfadiazine and pyrimethamine in the first 18 weeks because of the teratogenicity aspects. So, and we have to screen the fetus at 18 weeks with amniotic fluid PCR to know whether the baby is infected, as well as do the fetal ultrasound serially every month. So if it is more than 18 weeks, so it is
Dr. Suthir, I think I have he's lost connection. I think already I've getting so many informations from the organizers that we are running out of time. So hello. Hello. No, continue.
Are you hearing?
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, I can hear.
ನಾ ಇದು ಮುಗಿಸೋಣ ಪಿಕ್ಚರ್ ನಾವು ನೋಡಿಲ್ಲ ಪಿಕ್ಚರ್ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ ಏನೋ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಬರ್ತದೆ
I think we can sorry for interrupt right now. We have left with 3 more questions.
ಬಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಆನೆ ಇಲ್ಲ
Please mute.
Request others to please mute.
So the important thing, take home message is, it is a long thing for toxoplasma infection. Probably mother has to be counseled for the duration therapy as well as the risk for
before taking the baby off the support or pressure support completely.
I think we lost connection with Dr. Suthir. But unfortunately, due to lack of time, we may not be able to take up the rest of the questions. Can you I'll just because I've been getting information from the organizers to wind up, because already we have passed the time. So Dr. Suthir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry. So sorry, Dr. Remaining Dr. Abhishek, Dr. Vinod, and Dr. Venusef. So because we are not running out of time, so I have to end up and wind up the panel over here. Because thank you all for the describing in detail in whatever topics which we could cover. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. So we'll.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
The next session. Thank you.
We are really very sorry to cut you short, sir. We were running out of time.
No issues, no issues.
Thank you for the session. Let's continue this afternoon session. Good afternoon, everyone. A warm welcome once again to all the panelists for the next session, the moderator and the chairperson for this session. The chairperson for this session is Dr. P.P. Maya. Unfortunately, he is not present for this session. The topic for today is developmental follow-up high-risk neonate. It is moderated by Dr. Chandrakala B.S. She is professor and head neonatology, St. John's Medical College, the state academic coordinator of Karnataka for NRP. I request her to moderate the session, ma. Over to you, ma.
Good afternoon, everyone. So today we'll be discussing the development of the high-risk neonate. So we have a panelist. Can we have the first slide? We have Dr. Mani Kumar. Can I request Mani Kumar to come and take the stage? The second panelist is Dr. Sai Kumar, Sai Sunil Kishore. So can we have the introduction slide? Okay. Our panelists are today Dr. Mani Kumar, Sai Sunil Kishore, Dr. Ravi Kumar, and Dr. Maya is not here right now. Moving on to their introduction. Dr. Mani Kumar is a DNB neonatology and is in Chengalpet Medical College, and he has many publications for his credit. And we have another a panelist, Dr. Sai Sunil Kishore. He is a DM neonatology from PGI. Right now, he is practicing in Medicover, Vizag. So next panelist is Dr. Ravi Kumar. He is a pediatric neurologist. Right now, he is practicing in Aster CMI. I welcome all the panelists for the discussion. So why this is important? So we have more and more of the babies are surviving. More of the VLBW, ELBW babies are surviving. So what is important is not only survival of ELBW, VLBW, but also the intact survival. So what happens is these babies, if they survive, later they are at a chance of having a neuromotor, neurobehavioral problems, cognition, and learning disabilities. So that is why it is very important to identify the timely identification and intervention of these high-risk babies, so that we can prevent or we can reduce the complications they would have. So for that, we have all the panelists here who are all experienced here. And so we will go by case scenarios. I have one preterm baby who's been here as a STOMI course in NICU. And how do we follow? So I'll just present in one minute or 2 minutes a case scenario. This is for Dr. Mani Kumar. So we have a baby boy. So baby comes to NFC at 9 months of corrected age with delayed developmental milestones. And the baby was born at 27 months of gestation. Mother had severe PIH, EROM for 3 days and had Doppler abnormalities. And baby required positive pressure ventilation. Baby was intubated and birth weight was 630 grams. And this baby had RDS. Baby was invasively ventilated, received surfactant and high frequency ventilation because he had pulmonary hemorrhage, and had HSPDA. For that he was treated, and ultrasound suggests He had epilepsy and shock, which required inotropes, and he was treated with paracetamol because baby had thrombocytopenia. Neurosonogram revealed IVH. Septic workup was positive, was treated with antibiotics, and he received platelet and packed cell transfusion as he had anemia. And he was kept NPO because he was suspected NEC, and gradually he was weaned out of that, and he was transferred to another hospital at day 45 of life, as per the parents' request. At the time of discharge, baby's weight was 1 kg, 1.03. So I request Dr. Mani Kumar. Could you all discount already number So the other panelists, please mute. So reduce all that. So how do you, Dr. Mani Kumar, this question is for you. Give the mic, please. Okay, Dr. Mani Kumar, tell me how do you strategize this baby for the neurodevelopment? So and why? So when, and how do you plan his follow-up?
Yeah. Am I audible? Yeah. I think I'll take the second question right now. When and how to plan his discharge. When do you plan discharge is that you have to be medically fit. I'll just briefly highlight the issues, and that is not the primary concern here. And baby has to be hemodynamically stable, and baby has to be on full feeds, and mother should be aware of how to feed the baby, and mother should know about how to put KMC and all. And more importantly for this baby, the baby should be off caffeine for 7 days at least. We need at least 2 half-lives of caffeine to go before you claim that the baby is off caffeine and breathing normally. So make sure, don't compromise on this period actually. Has to be off caffeine, and mother should know about all those supplements the baby is getting, and mother should be confident enough in feeding herself on her own. Don't rely upon some other family members for this actually. And vaccination and ROP hearing screen should be done, and which we will follow later on. So how do you stratify this baby? Next slide. So first of all, yeah, previous ones. Previous.
Yes, it's
so how do you stratify is that yeah, we have to identify the high risk factors. The high risk factors for poor neurodevelopmental outcome. It will give you a great insight for your unit also. And it's more important for the mother because early intervention is the thing to go for these babies. And the neuronal plasticity of a preterm brain is so much that we can rely upon it for a very great future for the baby. So as early it is, as good the outcome is. So you don't try to waste time for starting early intervention. You just have to try to identify the high risk factors in this particular baby. So grossly, it can be a biological risk or an intervention risk because of our treatment like steroids, postnatal steroids, or ototoxic drugs. So all these can have an impact on neurodevelopmental outcome. And more importantly, this socioeconomic status should not be should not be brushed aside. As you can see in that picture, actually, this is where a mother resides. And hardly 50 years ago, your 34-week 2 kg baby of a son of a US president died of RDS. And now there are advancements in both tertiary care as well as in primary care. So the baby which I showed there, it's a 1.1 kg baby, 28-week baby who stayed for nearly 2 months. And later on, we could also follow up through our home-based newborn care at the baby's home itself. So that is the advancement that we have right now in primary as well as tertiary care. So this is the chart which is advised by our NNF, and this is devised by Naveen Jain from Kerala, Dr. Naveen Jain. And we have certain identify all these risk factors. I just have rounded up all those things in a particular baby. The baby is an SJ baby, and there is preeclampsia in this baby, and the baby is 27-weeker ELBW. And though booked, the antenatal course is very stormy. I had PROM in addition to the SJ status contributed by preeclampsia. And steroids, we don't know. I'm not sure about that history. And there is also need for resuscitation at birth. And next slide, the baby is ventilated for more than 7 days. This ventilation for more than 7 days is a single most independent risk factor in addition to gestational age. These two are the most prominent risk factors. And other thing is that the baby had shock treated with inotropes, and the baby had a hemodynamically significant PDA. The baby is treated for meningitis. Remember that LP is traumatic. and the baby had a severe IVH and probably a normal neurological examination at this stage, and that's why the baby was shifted downshifted to other hospital. And there was some economic concerns as they have been shifted back to another hospital. Next slide. So having had all these risk factors, and this is what the whole idea is, to stratify this baby, whether this baby comes under a low risk baby or a high risk baby for a poor neurodevelopmental outcome. So if the baby falls under high risk, we have to start intensive early intervention program. We don't call it as early stimulation, we call it as early intervention. So we have to intervene appropriately to get a proper neurodevelopmental outcome. So we don't try to waste time in that. So the active surveillance also includes neurological assessment, typically by a Hammersmith examination or a Hamilton examination. It's preferable to go for a detailed examination, and if possible, at least a screener. And these RFT screening and hearing screening has to be done, and we have to also involve the mother in participation of all these things. Community KMC is one of the important things. KMC has to be continued even in the community, even after the baby gets discharged. So in the right side, actually, I have shown the AnthroCal app. Actually, this is endorsed by the WHO. So where you can see the Intergrowth 21st newborn status. As you can see, you can enter the gestational age as 27 weeks and 3 days for this male baby who is having a weight of 630 grams. You can see that the weight falls under less than 1 centile, which is very severely affected. As you can see in this, the weight length ratio is fairly okay. So just indicates that the insult is chronic rather than for the past few days only. So you can definitely have a good idea in that. And there are separate charts for weight at birth, or anthropometry at birth, and anthropometry for follow-up. So these Intergrowth charts can be used up to 6 months actually. So this is what I wanted to convey. Don't say the poor economic status as a proxy for non-compliance with your follow-up. So we have a very good primary healthcare system where we can follow up the baby with the home-based newborn care. So we utilize this for, actually 6 visits are there actually. It's done by the village health nurse. And we can involve them in our follow-up also. And we are actively, and in private hospitals, you can have something like a teleconsultation. You give your number proactively so that the parents can contact you at any point of time if they have any doubts.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you to Dr. Manikumar. The message here is any baby who gets discharged from NICU, you have to have a complete examination of the baby written down in your discharge summary and all the head circumference, medical examination, neonatal course, everything, and explain to the mother. Involvement of the family is very, very important. And when you have to, what are the things you need to follow up in your follow-up, that you have to write it down, everything in the discharge summary, and involve the mother for the care of the baby in the community. And not only your responsibility ends at the time of discharge of the baby, and you will have to call them a follow-up, or you'll have to, if they're not able to come, you will have to visit through ASHA worker if they are not able to come to us. So now on examination, the corrected age was 9 months. The baby was on direct feeding and the baby was on complementary feeds. The baby weighed 5.8 kgs and baby had mild pallor. There was no head holding, no rollover, follows objects, lateralization to sound present, but there is no localization or recognizing the mother. Only monosyllable, noticed to have truncal and appendicular hypotonia with brisk deep tendon reflexes, ATNR present, morose reflexes incomplete, and parachute is absent. So now, Dr. Sunil, you're there, right?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Can you please explain the examination plan at the neonatal follow-up clinic and these questions, and what screening this baby has to undergo post-discharge, and what are the tools available for developmental screening and confirmation? Could you please explain to us?
Yeah, thank you very much, ma'am, and thank you for the invite. So basically here we are dealing with a baby, a neonate who is at risk for severe neurodevelopmental delay based on the whatever the risk factors which we discussed. They were nicely discussed by Dr. Manikumar. So basically assessment of a high risk neonate in neonatal follow-up clinic. So it is a holistic approach and it should be a comprehensive approach. So basically you need to assess different domains of development.
So your medical examination, which includes nutrition, growth, and immunization, neurological examination, developmental assessment by using different kind of tools, which we'll discuss in a while, and after assessment, hearing, language, function, as well as behavior and cognition. Next. So basically, it is a multidisciplinary approach. It involves all these people. So not only neonatologist, so pediatric neurologist, physiotherapist, occupational therapist, and everybody. Next. So in medical examination, we'll discuss, we'll see head circumference, OFC, and other anthropometric measures. And of course, growth by using special growth charts. You can use actually postnatal growth charts or Fenton's charts, which are like combined, which are called combined intrauterine and postnatal charts. Nutrition. So these are all important. So these are the different aspects of medical examination and anthropometry. Next. So we know that actually growth faltering is predictive of abnormal neurodevelopment. So definitely all your parameters, anthropometric measures should be plotted. Next. So when it comes to neurological examination, it should be a structured neuromotor assessment. So which should be done at least once in the first 6 months. And second one should be done in the latter part of the infancy, latter half of the infancy in the second 6 months. And subsequently once yearly at least. And that is regarding the frequency. When it comes to assessment, there are various scales which are available and various tools which are available. So Emil Tyson is the most popular one among most of the neonatal follow-up clinics as well as neonatologists. And of course, Hammersmith also. So Emil Tyson, basically, the predominant thing is it assesses the tone. There are other components of it also, but mainly the tone. So we know that actually that, like if you start from a prenatal period, by term gestation, the tone will be maximum, and subsequently gradually the tone will decrease. So that's why, can you go back to previous, ma'am? Yeah, as you can see here, actually we assess different angles, adductor angle, popliteal angle, so scarf sign. So as you can see here, actually as the age advances, 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, 12 months of corrected age, the angles are increasing because the tone decreases physiologically. Next. Next slide. Yeah, these are some details about Emil Tyson's. So we these are the pictures showing how to look at the adductor angle as well as popliteal angle and scarf sign. Next. Yeah, next. Next slide, please. Next, please. Ma'am, can we go to the next slide?
Examination, that is, anthropometry is very important. Dr. Very, very important. So how you do the examination is also shown there. Okay. So this is a Hammersmith. Yeah, continue, Dr. Sunil. Continue, please.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Next slide. So this is basically a Hammersmith. So both Emil Tyson as well as Hammersmith are popular. Next slide. Next one. Can we go to next slide, ma'am?
Yeah. Yes, Dr. Sunil.
Yeah.
Over to you.
Yeah. Please share the screen, ma'am.
Yeah, we will do that. We will do. Share the slides, please.
Yeah. Next slide.
One second, it's moving.
Yeah, now coming to the developmental assessment, so there are various tools which are available. Some of them are simple screening tools, and some of them are for confirmation. So we have different scales like DOC and TDS, Trivandrum Developmental Screening Chart, and DDST 1 and 2, as well as DASI, which is more popular in India, Development Assessment Scale for Indian Infant. Next. So DDST2 is basically it's not a IQ test. It is only developmental screening test, which will assess all the 4 sectors. So you have a DDST chart. Actually, you need to assess each parameter and you need to plot whether it's a pass or fail. So normal means there should not be any delay or maximum of 1 caution. And in that way, actually we have to rescreen at the next visit. Suspect means like delay 1 or more, or cautions which are 2 or more. So for that child, actually we need to rescreen after a couple of weeks. Next. So now coming to the recommendations on screening aspects, which are very important for all the pediatricians as well as the residents. So these are very important aspects like for ROP, for hearing, and for neurosonogram. So for ROP, actually the Indian guidelines are different and Western guidelines are different. So we need to follow the Indian guidelines because actually we know that because of increased oxygen exposure and various other genetic factors, our babies are at more risk of ROP as compared to Western babies. So we need whom to screen? Babies who are less than 34 weeks and less than 2 kilo. And if the baby is more than 34 weeks, like if the baby has multiple risk factors like baby requiring transfusions, severe sepsis, fungal sepsis, extended transfusion, IVH. So all those comorbidities, if they are there, even if the baby is more than 34 weeks also, we need to screen. So when to screen? So as a gross recommendation, it should be done by 4 weeks of birth. But this is applicable for more than 28 weeks. So if a baby who is less than 28 weeks, these babies are also at risk of AP-ROP, aggressive posterior ROP, and it can develop quite early also, like even before 4 weeks. So we need to screen them at 2 to 3 weeks of age. So now what about neurosonogram? So routine screening is recommended for babies who are less than 32 weeks and less than 1.5 kilo, and the rest of the babies based on the clinical indication. So when it has to be done, the first one within 72 hours of birth, second one probably in the 2nd week of life, and third one at discharge or 36 to 40 weeks of corrected days or at discharge, whichever is earlier. And coming to the last one, actually hearing screen. So high risk babies like this kind of baby definitely requires ABR. For the routine screening recommendation, we have a two-stage screening protocol. Like the first one is OAE, and if the OAE is abnormal, we go for ABR. So it has to be conducted, like the screening has to be conducted before the neonate's discharge. And if the first one is failed, you can call for immunization visit at 6 weeks and you can do that. Next. So if the babies, all the babies with abnormal ABR, they should undergo detailed evaluation and hearing aid fitting as well as artery rehabilitation before 6 months of age. Basically, the goal is to screen the newborn babies before 1 month of age, diagnose hearing loss before 3 months of age, and start intervention before 6 months of age. So that is the whole idea of a hearing screen. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Sunil. So any baby who comes to the NFC, neonatal follow-up clinic, neuromotor examination by Hammersmith examination, Hamilton angles, and in that Hammersmith examination, Hammersmith screener is there. If any one of the blocks is abnormal or any one of that faded or shaded area is the baby is in that shaded area, you will have to do the detailed neurological examination by Hammersmith. Okay, so then hearing assessment is is very important, and the ROP screening and neurosonogram. This just now you heard this, and this is what we also do in our NICU as well. And any baby who get discharged from the NICU, we send them based on these risk factors. We send them to hearing examination, and this is what we follow. These are the different. I'm just showing all the instruments and they are doing. Okay, so now thank you, Dr. Sunil. Dr. Ravi Kumar, are you there?
Yes, madam, I'm there.
Thank you. So the question is to you. Please elaborate on early stimulation. So how do you do early stimulation? How do you advise occupational therapy or developmental therapy for this baby? And how do you counsel the family at the time of discharge regarding the prognosis? And what is the vaccination schedule for a preterm? Do you recommend any optional vaccines? This is for you. Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, everyone, for being present here. First of all, when we start off early stimulation, the golden principle is earlier you act, the better the outcome. Generally, once the premature has reached around 36 weeks of age and they're hemodynamically stable, we would start with simple physiotherapy, which includes positioning, passive exercises, and oral stimulation. This will encourage for the child to feed and also start moving helping in the kinesthetic movements. According to developmental milestone, anticipating a evolutionary step or acquisition of the motor skills, we plan out the therapies. A tactile or a kinesthetic stimulation, at least 3 to 4 times a day with a trained therapist, whether it is a physio or whether it is an OT, depending upon the availability, has to be started. In addition, passive movements that involves all the joints and also compressions or kind of muscle, in a simple layman term, I would say massage, which will help in the improving the mobility of the baby. Early physiotherapist intervention once the baby gets discharged in the postnatal period includes training the parents in appropriate lifting, carrying, swaddling, positioning the neonate, and also various calming strategies. I'm sure our NICU, most of the NICUs have become very advanced with a lot of gadgets, and they all lead to invariably what we call soft noise and also quite loud noises and also a lot of alarms. And this kind of consistent, noisy environment can significantly affect the neurodevelopment of the baby. So many units have now started this quiet time where the child is not disturbed. So the child's sleep pattern is set and it helps obviously in the brain growth. In addition, a lot of other calming strategies like swaddling the baby as soon as possible, limiting the noise in the unit, and also limiting the light. This is something which we may not obviously give much weightage. The preterm is not designed for the external environment, and very bright lights, particularly we use during procedures, can have a significant impact on the development. So, madam, if you wish to move to the next slides.
Okay, fine. Thank you, Dr. Ravi Kumar. So what sir says is early stimulation starts in the NICU, not after the baby goes home.
Yep.
So you have to ensure that, to reduce the noise, lights, okay, early stimulation, oromotor stimulation, that has to be started in the NICU. Okay, so yes.
Your other questions can I answer later or should I finish it off?
Your wish, sir, whatever you are
Okay. The other question you had was, what do you counsel the family? So I think going back to the first speaker,
Dr. Manikumar.
Dr. Manikumar, sorry. Thank you. Dr. Manikumar, he mentioned about stratification. That is very important to start highlighting to parents even before they go home that what are the potential risk factors that exist in this child. And once we categorize into mild, moderate, or severe, or irrespective of the classification, to prepare the parents for a rehabilitation part, whether it is very aggressive or a minimal stimulation, it depends upon the risk stratification. So counseling of the families should start immediately after the child is stable. To talk about long-term morbidity or neurodisability at the very early stages may be counterproductive. Once we know the child has gone through has crossed all the barriers or crises, we should prepare the family for the rehabilitation part. Just telling them to go to a neurologist or a neurodevelopmental person or a physiotherapist a few days before discharge, that doesn't sink in. and they won't realize the gravity of the situation until the milestones are delayed. So counseling in the long-term rehab should start at very early age. And the last question, what is a vaccination schedule for a preterm? Do you recommend any optional vaccines? I don't think there is any specific schedule. I would stick on to the national schedules as suggested by the government or the IAPR.
Thank you, Dr. Ravi Kumar. So there is no different vaccination schedule for the preterms. You will have to give them according to their age, except hepatitis B, which has to be given after 2 kgs. Only that is there. So apart from that, you can give all the vaccination. So what is important, as Dr. Ravi Kumar rightly mentioned, that you need to start counseling the parents right in the beginning after the baby is born, and tell them, and everything document in the discharge summary, and tell them what are the screening the baby has to have in the follow-up is what you need to mention. Also, importance of bringing the baby for follow-up, and also explain to the mother the danger signs and when she has to come back immediately also to be mentioned. Okay, thank you. And the next one, yeah, this is just, I've put a picture. So this Dr. Ravi Kumar has already mentioned. I've just put some of the pictures here. So this is one preterm case scenario. I'll just quickly go through the second scenario. We have some time. We have 10 more minutes. We will finish in 10 minutes. We have 10 more minutes, right? Yeah. So second case scenario, baby girl at 14 months, he comes to the neonatal follow-up clinic, and mother complains that the mother, that baby, there is difficulty in changing baby diaper. Baby is not sitting or standing. And the first child, this is the first child for the 30-year-old mother on regular antenatal visits, and she's GDM on diet control. Baby weight 2.9 kgs at 38 weeks, and baby cried at birth. Discharged on day 2 of life because he was feeding well, passed good urine and no jaundice. Referred to after discharge, baby come back to another hospital on day 11 of life with seizures. And he had a significant weight loss and decreased urine 1 day before the hospital visit. In that hospital, it was noticed that the baby had 31% weight loss, baby had moderate to severe dehydration, and baby had multifocal seizures. The labs were normal except the platelet was little low and the sodium was high, it was 181. There was metabolic acidosis, urea was high, and EEG renal scan was normal. Baby was treated for the same, and we have done MRI because there was thrombocytopenia, and the baby had focal seizures and weight loss. We definitely suspected he may be having a thrombosis. MRI and MRI venogram was done suggestive of thrombus, and there was hemorrhage, and the baby received low molecular weight heparin, which was given for 6 weeks. And the baby was discharged after 2 weeks. As the baby, there was no seizure. This is the MRI of that baby. This is MRV, and this is the MRV report. So the question to Dr. Mani Kumar now. So if this baby were to be admitted to your hospital, what was your diagnosis at discharge, and what problems do you anticipate at follow-up, and how would you counsel the mother? And what is your plan on the anticonvulsants?
Okay. And actually, yes, this baby has multiple, go to the previous slide, please. Has multiple risk factors for actually hyperthermic dehydration. So primary mother, motivated mother, and early discharge. And before breastfeeding was established, the mother was discharged.
Yes.
And there was no immediate follow-up, and they came directly at 11th day of life. And she is also a diabetic mother, if I'm right. So all those are potential risk factors for breastfeeding failure.
And weight
so this
loss
has to be identified, but basically, and this baby had clinical evidence of dehydration despite being a hyperthermic dehydration. I would underline that fact. Actually, in hyperthermic dehydration, the clinical signs are masked. So if you see dehydration itself, it means that the baby is severely dehydrated. And as expected, you had a 31% weight loss and all other features of all those things. So what is the, how will you prevent this is that, so basically we try to establish breastfeeding and ensure that breastfeeding is established before we discharge. And we don't deny upon early discharge. Early discharge is the norm actually, it can be practiced safely. And what we have to do is to volunteer support. And there is a Cochrane review on it itself, how to promote breastfeeding actually. You don't ask the mother to come back if there is any problem, as it happened in this case. You have to volunteer support. Even if there is no problems, ask the mother to come for a routine postnatal checkup just to ensure that breastfeeding is okay. So that is the thing. So these are the typical risk factors for your hypertime dehydration. Primary mother, elderly mother, LSCS, diabetes, exclusive breastfeed, SGA babies, early discharge. So many of these occur in combination. Most of the time, these babies are early term rather than full term. So they have some feeding difficulty which has to be anticipated. And this is a beautiful graph which shows that the volume of breastfeeding is directly proportional to the sodium content in the breast milk. The volume is very low, your sodium content in breast milk is going to be very high. So naturally, you have to establish breastfeeding. That is one thing. And go back, previous slide. So previous. Yeah. So now coming to the risk stratification, again, that same chart, previous one. So again, the same thing. So here, most of them are mild risk factors. It's more than a 38-week baby, 2.8 kg baby who has booked, no need for resuscitation, smooth transition, not ventilated. Next slide. And there is no shock and no sepsis suspicion. Baby is on exclusive breastfeeds also. And there is NICU admission, of course. And there is some suspicion of CNS infection, but later on it proved that it is only because of uremic encephalopathy and as well as the thrombotic sinus thrombosis which had caused the encephalopathy. So because all these things are there, but whatever it is, there is some seizures. So even if you take the highest risk factor. If there is one risk factor suggestive of a moderate risk for poor neurological outcome. So we have to follow it up as a moderate risk, literally. So for seizures, actually, these are typically defined in a baby with HIE, though there is no reason that it is very different in this case also. This can be treated as a postnatal HIE for all practical purposes, even though the seizure is of some other cause. So seizure follow-up, what we generally do is to try to taper all the anticonvulsants which you have given for the baby and try to continue with only one drug as much as possible. So we prefer phenobarbital to be continued. And after coming down to phenobarbital, you just assess the neurological examination of the baby at discharge. If it is normal, you stop phenobarbital before discharge. If it is abnormal, you continue phenobarbital and reassess at 1 month. And again, you do the same thing. You repeat your neurological examination at 1 month. And you find if it is abnormal, you just continue your AEDs for life. Because these babies are at risk of developing epilepsy or seizure disorders in the future. They are prone to have recurrent seizures. And we have to remember that multiple seizures will cause ongoing brain damage, which will further compromise your outcome. So these are the things which we have in mind before you have to take one. And if it is abnormal examination, still we do a EEG. And if it is abnormal, you just continue drug for at least 3 months. And most of the time it may be needed for 2 years also. And if it is a normal EEG, we try to taper and stop over the next 2 weeks. So this is the plan for seizures for this follow-up. So the bottom line is that, so you have to follow up these babies as with the highest identified risk factor, one thing. And yeah, that's the thing.
Thank you, Dr. Manikumar, for stressing upon the importance of breastfeeding. So you must have noticed that the discharge was early on day 2, and the baby had lost 30% of the weight, which is really abnormal. So ensure that the breastfeeding is okay, mother is confident of feeding, and then you discharge her. So this is the anthropometry of this baby. This is a growth chart. Okay, in NFC at 14 months, baby weighed 8 kgs, head circumference was 43 centimeters, and baby follows slight mild asymmetry of the posture was noticed. CNS examination suggestive of hand fisting, persistent hypertonia noticed on the right hand and leg, asymmetric scarf sign, and adductor was 100, popliteal 90 on the right side. No asymmetry of ankle dorsiflexion noticed. Deep tendon reflexes were brisk. ATNR present, palmar-grasp present, the symmetric tonic neck reflex present. Follows objects, recognizes mothers, turns to sound 180 degrees. Dr. Ravi Kumar, this question is to you. What is the neurological diagnosis and explain how to do neuromotor and neurosensory examination at follow-up? And how do you plan developmental therapy for this baby?
Okay, thank you, madam. First of all, the clinical features, what you have explained, is pointing towards early development of early signs of CP. In this case, if you break down, the child may also have a gross developmental delay. For example, the motor signs are very clear, like fisting, spasticity, And also with respect to the mention of difficulty in changing the diaper, asymmetric scarf signs, all these are pointing towards a motor impairment. So obviously there is a motor delay. Once you have a gross motor delay, almost you can take it granted that fine motor function is also affected. With respect to cognitive function or other areas, we can see that child is able to turn towards the mother's face. So there is some kind of cognitive function there. That also tells you that eye contact is there. But given this information, it is very difficult to comment on the diagnosis entirely, but it is showing all signs of early neurological developmental delay or evolving CP. And how do we assess? Motor assessment, NDT, and other areas can be also other areas that can be assessed using Darcy, Bailey, and Mullen, and also DDST. So these are some of the scales which are available. Each has its own limitations. So I would not elaborate on it for now. I would stick to NDT, which is usually done by physiotherapy, and a DASI, which can be done by a trained pediatrician or even a psychologist. Bailey is quite complex. Mullen's needs a lot of training as well. And the other one is a Denver scale, which unfortunately is very difficult these days to get hold of.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So how do you assess language, behavioral, and cognitive test follow-up, sir?
Okay, so when it comes to language and behavioral, I think it's too early at this moment, but I was look for signs of cooing and whether the behavior, whether the child will respond to the sound, whether the child will respond to handling, smell, and cognitive function. Once again, after 3 months or so, child starts to make good eye contact. This is how we can assess as such.
Yes. Some of these tests, behavioral cognitive tests, maybe it is too early to assess. But
yes.
So that is the importance of doing, Dr. Manikumar has already said that at least one neurological examination in the first year and 6 months and the next one in the next year and subsequently till 6 years of age, because some of the problems like learning disabilities, behavioral problems can pick up later. So that is why it is important to do the developmental examination or follow up these babies till adolescency. So that is why it is very, very important. Thank you, Dr. Ravi Kumar. We'll move on. Yeah. So, one more question for you. What is the role of general movements assessment for prediction of CP? You mentioned about CP. Can you please explain to us about the general movements assessment and what is the sensitivity and specificity of this? And is it okay? We will go to that 2 questions first, and then we'll go to the medical management.
Okay. General movements or Prechter scale of assessment is a very good tool. It is quite specific and also sensitive. And the movements are classified into several subtypes. One is general movements, writhing movements, poor repertoire, and fidgety movements. So these movements evolve in a proper order, and only a trained person can identify the early signs of CP, and it is quite specific as well as the chart, and the chart you kindly put it across. So it is important. I think every neonatal unit should have somebody who's trained in GM movements. And with respect to tone management, the first and foremost is active early physiotherapy. Medicine is not the first line of management. I would always encourage the parents to just go for early physiotherapy. And once you notice that in spite of physio, the tone is continuing to increase, I would usually go first choice as trihexyphenidat, which is often known as Pacitin. So start with a small dose, usually morning dose and afternoon dose, and not necessarily in the night. And based upon the response, titrate the dose upwards.
So the question to you again on the same topic. So when do you decide to give medical treatment for this baby, for any baby?
Any baby, once again, as I said, we start off with the physiotherapy. And if the physiotherapy, in spite of good physio, the muscle tone continues to increase, I would start the medication. And in our unit, we have a pediatric physiotherapist and we have a complete child development team. And we don't wait for 3 months or 6 months follow. So when the child is coming for regular therapy, within a few weeks, I reassess and speak to the physiotherapist to see how's the tone. If I get a feedback that the tone is better, then I will try to push the medicines for a later date, because medicine is not a solution for all the cases. And if I get a feedback the tone is not getting better, then I will start it off. There is no set time.
Okay, thank you. And the participant just make a note of this. The general movements are very important. And this is a sensitivity and specificity of general movements for picking up the cerebral palsy. It has a 93% sensitivity and specificity of 82 to 100. Okay. The last question to, thank you, Dr. Ravi Kumar. The next question to Dr. Sunil. What is the prognosis for this child? How do you counsel the mother based on GMFCS assessment? And how long do you want to follow up the baby in the newborn follow-up clinic? Dr. Sunil, this question is fine.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, next slide, please. Yeah, some of the aspects like regarding prognostication were already discussed, like based on the general movements as well as the tone abnormalities. And coming to GMFCS, like it is gross motor functional classification scale. Like assessment of gross motor function is a very important adjunct in assessment as well as in prognostication. So this GMFCS actually it can be used between 1.5 year of age even till 12 years of age, and this is based on the functional ability of the child. So based on the direct observation, so it has got 5 levels actually. So the levels actually 1 to 5 it vary depending on the age. Like up to 2 years we have a set criteria, and 2 to 4, 4 to 6 years of age, like that. Go back to the previous slide now. So like this baby is 14 months of age. So we need to see like where the baby is fitting. So in this particular case, actually it's almost fits in level 4 or 5. So level 1 is like close to normal, sitting and pulling themselves up and using both the hands to play with. And level 2 can sit up with the help to balance. And level 3 can sit up with the heavy back support. And level 4 can roll from back to stomach and can't sit up with unless held. So like that, and level 5 needs support to hold up the head and trunk and needs assistance to roll over. Next. So this is like between 6 to 12 years of age. Basically, this GMFCS, it helps in communicating with the parents and to maintain the uniformity in communication. And it also helps in the management plan for the long term. Next. So how long to follow up? The formal developmental assessment must be performed at least once in the first year and repeated yearly thereafter till 6 years of age. Ideally, like it has to be continued till late adolescence, but at least till school age, because the problems like cognition, behavioral issues, they are apparent only in the long-term follow-up. So I hope I answered your question, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Sunil. Thank you so much. Okay, so what is the, I think our panelists have in detail discussed about if you, have a sick child in the NICU at the time of discharge, what are all the advice you give to the parents and how do you plan the discharge and how do you follow up the baby in the neonatal follow-up clinic? Very well has been explained to you, and the carry home message from each of the panelists. Dr. Mani Kumar, what is the carry home message you want to give it to them?
Yes, Dr. Navin Jain sir will put it actually, never say nothing can be done for the baby. So you don't realize your importance of neuronal plasticity.
Yeah. Yes, I want to really stress upon that neuronal plasticity. Don't say the baby is like this and it is going to have the same problem forever. Because of the neural plasticity, it is going to change and baby is going to improve. Dr. Sunil? Hi, Sunil.
Yeah. Intact survival is the key. Like we are saving many babies, but intact survival is the key. And early intervention has to be practiced. Like one in the initial stage itself in NICU, we need to prevent the problems like ROP as well as IVH. They're like by using proper interventions, you can prevent many of these problems. And early screening. So you have to identify the problems early and early intervention. These three things are the key to have intact survival.
Okay, thank you so much. Dr. Ravi Kumar, the final take-home message from you.
Think early, act early. That's all, ma'am.
Thank you so much. On behalf of the organizing team, I thank all our extreme good panelists, Dr. Mani Kumar and Dr. Ravi Kumar and Dr. Sai Sunil. Thank you for your excellent presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. Sorry for the inconvenience. Quickly moving on to the next session. The next session is on the topic of neonatal seizures. I hope all the panelists and the moderator are virtually present. It is moderated by Dr. Rajat Atreya. So are you there?
Good afternoon, I'm here, yes.
It is chaired by Dr. Sudhir. Dr. Sudhir, are you there? Okay. So I request Dr. Rajat Atreya to moderate this session. Can you please continue, sir?
Yeah.
Thank
you. Good afternoon. My fellow panelists have asked me to keep it brief. And I think in the best interest of the time, it cannot be even brief. It will have to be a bikini kind of a short panel discussion. But having said that, let me just move on and introduce my panel. Before that, sir, with the permission of the chair, can I just shorten the session to about half an hour, because a lot of people have other commitments. And I think, some of us are in the next panel as well, if that is okay.
That's okay.
Yeah. So is the screen visible?
You're visible and clear. Go on, Rajat.
Yes.
Yeah. Fire.
So panelists are all well-known neonatologists, and Dr. Ravi Kumar is a well-known pediatric neurologist. Dr. Vikas Satvik is from Bangalore Motherhood Hospitals. Dr. Venugopal is from Shimoga. And Dr. Ravi Kumar, you have heard in much detail all through the day. I'm very happy that he's continued to join us. Dr. Arun is a neonatologist at Mehta's in Chennai. And Dr. Sanjeev is a pediatrician neonatologist at Manipal Hospitals in Bangalore. So what would be the aim of this panel discussion? I thought, why do we really need to explore this topic? Because we have been talking about neonatal seizures all along. Why bring it up again? Is it a common problem? Is it something that we can easily recognize and treat as neonatologists? Are all the seizures same, or do we need to think a little bit around what is happening with one particular baby? And I was thinking, in our setup in the Indian neonatal units, which three common etiologies are either important or troublesome in terms of managing and prognosticating? Ultimately, I think at the end of the discussion, we should just go home and do the right thing by each and every baby that we come across. So with that in mind, Dr. Arun, can you please take us through what is the burden of neonatal seizure, especially in Indian context? Why is this important for us?
Yeah. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, yes.
The data, not much of the data is available on the Indian context, but whatever is available, like the perinatal database is 2002, it says like 10.3 per thousand live births. It's more common in ELPWs. That's a logic because they are more for the ELPWs and preterm are more for the around 36 per thousand live births. Compared to term is 8.4 per thousand live births. It's the same with that's 2002, and there is one more article which is in 2016. That's from multi-centric study. 4 centers in India that also says like 7 per thousand live births in terms, and around 11 for preterms per thousand live births. Again in 2016, that is also the same thing. And in the high-income countries like US and UK, again they have somewhere between 1 to 5 incidence of neonatal seizures, and in certain US registries it goes up to 64 for ELBWs per thousand. So the mortality has decreased over the years. Like it was initially around 40% of neonatal seizures die around 1990, and it's just come down to 20% in recent years, and it is still between 25 to 30%. Long-term neural outcome is sequelae is 30% chance of having a sequelae in neonatal seizures. And they may have a epileptic post-neonatal epilepsis in 20%.
Yeah. So
So most of the causes, HIE is the primary cause, and rest are genetic and metabolic.
So just to wrap that up, I think it's a very common problem. The published data suggests anywhere between 40%, 40 per thousand live births to upwards. And depending on where you work and what kind of babies you're treating, your unit might be seeing quite a lot of these babies. And when we get Dr. Ravi Kumar into the panel, he might be seeing a lot of remote epilepsy syndromes that would have had origin in the neonatal period itself. So Dr. Vikas, if I can bring you in here, and this would have been a talk in itself, and you've given us really very informative slides. So the problem I always have when I have a video sent to me, or when a resident calls to me and saying the baby is fitting, or even when I am standing next to the baby, is that is this a seizure? Is this not? If so, how do I confirm it? And some pointers, like really basic bedside kind of pointers that we can always apply. Vikas.
Thank you, Rajat. That's why I always call Ravi, to come and help us. So he's the one who kind of saves us a lot of times. But anyway, it is very confusing. So just to get the terminologies right, so that we know what we are looking into and what we should be aware of. So the paroxysmal non-epileptic motor phenomenon is also very common in neonates, and a lot of times my nurses call me for this. Can we go back to the previous slide, please? Thanks. EEG is the one which actually helps us, but then clinical features are very, very important. So we will, distinguishing is important. Next slide. Now, I think a lot has been spoken about why seizures are important, because it can damage the brains, and it affects the cognition, behavior, and has later complications in life. I think this has also been discussed. What are the commonest causes? So yeah, I'll just stick to this one. So just to know what are the type of seizures. This is kind of maybe a DM or a fellowship kind of the knowledge, or even an MD knowledge. So the most important or the troublesome ones are the ones like where we have subtle seizures. This is where we have difficulty in distinguishing whether they are real or they're something else. So this could be eye signs, apneas, cycling, boxing, stepping, various kind of mouth and chewing activities. And this is where a lot of confusion comes in. And this is where EEG really, really helps us. But it can be a variable, still confusing. So you have to keep an open mind about what we are doing. Double check before we jump on treatment, whether it's actually affecting the baby. So that's the most important one I would request the audience to keep in mind. The other ones are like in a bit of a, sometimes can be much easier, like tonic seizures, which are stiffening, clonic seizures, repetitive jerking movements. Again, EEG correlation is highly likely here. We have myoclonic jerks. Now, be careful of myoclonic jerks, because this is the one which frequently comes across. And they may actually not be seizures at all. So be very careful before you diagnose a myoclonic jerks. Next slide. EEG diagnosis, again, I'm not an expert in reading EEGs at all. So I always use the help of a expert neurologist. For us, Dr. Ravi helps us a lot. And we always make that diagnosis based on the EEG and what is actually happening to the baby. So if you look at it, if there are EEG changes, you almost invariably end up with some of the changes that you see on the clinical aspects, which is like changes in the heart rate, or be it changes in the saturation, changes in the autonomic activity. So something else is going on, which actually gives us a clue that actually this baby is having a seizure. So very important, EEGs are definitely going to help us. So it's beyond the scope of this discussion to discuss about what is normal, what is abnormal. What I want to highlight today is basically about this non-epileptic motor phenomenon. Common occurrence and various types have been described, but three broad categories. You have hyperkinetic movements, dystonic or extrapyramidal type of movements, and ocular movements. I'm going to just touch upon the hyperkinetic ones, which is basically jitteriness.
So
So
slides
here,
are having a bit of seizure. So
Yeah, they are actually. This is where we actually I have to diagnose. So jitteriness is the most commonest one. So various factors. It could be most commonly what you see is the postnatal ward calling you and saying this baby is jittery, and then the question comes, is it what is it? Most commonly hypoglycemia or hypocalcemia. Distinguishing feature is that this can be suppressed easily by applying gentle restraint, and they are not accompanied by any EEG changes. Next one, please. Next slide, please.
Is it moving? Slides moved.
The other one is a benign myoclonus of early infancy. Again, very, very common. I think we need to go back to the previous slide. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so there is abrupt and consistent cessation of movements with arousal. Again, the EEG readings are normal. The most important thing is the movements can be induced by actually rocking movements of the baby. So that you need to keep in mind. Again, EEG helps us in diagnosis. Benign myoclonus of early infancy, again, very similar, may resemble epileptic spasm like in West syndrome. And I actually have seen a couple of these actually with parents presenting, actually labeling it as West syndrome. And they come up with, saying it is West syndrome. Can I go back to the previous slide? And we actually had to prove it by EEG and tell them that, look, this is normal, and then and the child's development is normal. So we had to actually tell the parents. So it actually can come up in your day-to-day practice. Next slide. REM associated movements, again, very, very common. These are the ones which actually present to you in the follow-up clinic. So these are the ones which the parents are worried, they think it's seizures. They bring in and show you a lot of videos about these. So they can range from brief twitching of limbs to anything, grimacing, smiling, frowning. And the parents are actually very worried. Trust me on this, they are very worried, and we sometimes have to really do. I haven't done any EEG so far on these babies except for one or two, but again, these are very common. Next slide, please. This is again a stiff baby syndrome. This is actually more of a genetic or familial, where it's a non-epileptic disorder, but actually needs clonazepam treatment, which is exaggerated startle response followed by a moment of generalized muscular rigidity. So they can be life-threatening. So this needs to be diagnosed properly to be treated properly. And the other ones we have are motor automatisms, which is bicycling, pedaling, swimming movements, again, brainstem release responses. Video EEG does help, but EEGs, video EEGs or EEGs again needs to be done for these. Last one, oral buccal lingual movements can be tricky. But again, repeated, multiple times, having a look at the babies, again, doing EEGs to demonstrate that they are not associated can be helpful, but we need to be very careful with these ones because they can actually be seizures. Thank you very much. I hope, it has.
Thanks, because you covered half a textbook, but all the important ones. What I have personally found useful is these babies are quite tricky. So one of the things is that, is there any tonic component to any subtle seizure we are seeing? It could be tonic eye deviation, for example, with chewing, or any tonic posturing of the limb. So that puts it under seizure rather than non-seizure. And then, as you mentioned, I think the autonomic, the heart rate going up or down. And the third thing is we often forget why we are seeing what we are seeing. Is there a setting for seizure? There's family history, there is perinatal event, something like that. So those three also come into picture, and then a friendly neurologist always, right around the corner is a great advantage as well. So thanks for that. The next one is coming your way, Dr. Venugopal. So just a very basic, I just want to cover some of the basic things as well. So first line of investigation and first line of management, how do you go about it? So let's say there is a neonate fitting in front of us.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thanks for the question, sir. And first life investigations depends upon what type of babies we are getting, whether it is an birth asphyxia baby, it's an IGA baby, or it is totally a baby who's in CCF. Like, depending upon the background, we'll have an investigation. Any baby who is having in a first episode of convulsions, better not to forget to get a glucose level done, followed by any electrolyte imbalance for the hypocalcemia, hyponatremia, hypomagnesemia. And we always, you should remember to get a CSF analysis and sepsis screening done, ultrasound, EEG, or amplitude integrated if it is available, and ABG can be done. So, and first line of management mainly. First, we have to manage this airway, breathing, and circulation. That is always an ABC for any acute crisis. Simultaneously, we have to secure an IV access, get an glucose level done, and load a Gardinal if the glucose level is normal.
Fantastic. So thanks a lot. Very straightforward and simple. What is the setting? ABC comes first, and then we need to take measures for seizure control. So Sanjeev, if I can bring you in, the tricky bit is that we are always having, could this be metabolic at the back of my mind, other than asphyxia and infection? When do you actually, suspect a baby could be having some inborn error of metabolism? And if you can.
First of all, I think the metabolic disorders, if you refer to the inherited disorders of metabolism, they are never really at the top of your mind. So you always have it as a second, third, or fourth diagnosis even down the line. So we hardly ever put hyperammonemia or organic acidemia at the top of the diagnosis. So it's always often a surprise. And they're comparatively rare compared to the other causes of seizures. So a very high index of suspicion, and always keeping a metabolic possibility at the back of your mind is a good idea. And at least in the initial stages, the metabolic disorders are diagnosis of exclusion. So once you made sure it is not an infection, electrolyte abnormality, and then you suspect a metabolic disorder. Obviously, nowadays we have confirmatory tests to diagnose the metabolic disorders. And it's very often we find that once babies have gone home, that so they come back to hospital with a problem that they're found to have a metabolic disorder. Usually in the hospital settings, unless they are staying for a longer duration, having been fed, so you don't necessarily come across the inherited disorders of metabolism. So they are usually well for a period of time. Once you start start the milk feeds, and following the feeds, they start developing the symptoms and signs of inherited disorder of metabolism. So suggestive family history will help you in picking up early. Specifically in the clinical examination, you may not find any dysmorphology. Some of the metabolic disorders will have a perfectly looking baby. So we just don't know what is going on inside biochemically. So when on the blood test, you find that the baby is having multi-organ involvement with seizures, metabolic acidosis, lactic acidemia, hyperammonemia. So you would suspect inherited disorder of metabolism. In the EEG, there may be certain, I'm sure Dr. Ravi Kumar would be able to add more to this. There will be certain features that would suggest a metabolic disorder, but generally it may not be distinguishable in lot of the metabolic disorders. In the imaging also, the findings can vary depending on the type of inborn error of metabolism. And certain mitochondrial encephalopathies have a symmetrical bilateral distribution, and globus pallidus involvement is common in inborn errors of metabolism.
So thanks for that, Sanjeev. So basically, from a practical perspective, we need to suspect metabolic encephalopathy. See, basically, the IEMs would be either intoxication by toxic metabolites or severe energy failure at a cellular level. Both can cause multi-organ dysfunction and encephalopathy. So if we have a setting of either multi-organ dysfunction or deep encephalopathy, and then biochemical indicators like hypoglycemia, or deranged liver functions or hyperammonemia. These kind of lead us down the path of this thing, and then these seizures are typically very difficult to control. And unless we suspect, we not only risk ongoing further brain damage, but also we risk losing the baby because baby is going to be multi-organ. So the next question is coming towards you, the oft-quoted pediatric neurologist on the panel, neonatal epileptic encephalopathies. If you were to just give us a encapsulated one kind of this thing, just brief open the window to epileptic encephalopathy for us, Ravi. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Rajat. See, first and foremost, as you all have elaborated, the most important job is to identify the cause of epilepsy. If we can identify the cause, we can obviously titrate our management and also prognostication in a very early stage, reducing the morbidity and also trauma to the parents. So early identification is the most important things. When we speak about metabolic or when we speak about genetics or any other exciting diagnosis, we should not forget the common adage, which is common things are common. So it's very important that we do not miss the most obvious one. One of the common banes I feel or I face is when somebody had a seizure, many times we forget to check blood glucose. In India, even today, hypoglycemic seizures are probably more common than metabolic or any other causes. If we can move on to the next one, Rajat. Next slide. So I would say still go back to the age-old principle in Indian setting or any other setting, sepsis remains the first and foremost cause of seizures. Sepsis, and when I say sepsis, it may be systemic or even CNS infection, meningitis, encephalitis, or any other variety, but infection in the brain. Hypoglycemia, electrolyte disturbances, stroke or bleed, and finally, I would mention about metabolic causes. Beyond that is structural causes, genetic causes. In addition, when you're talking about neonates, we need to also be aware of a lot of neonatal epilepsy syndromes. They're well-defined, well-characterized, and it's not difficult to identify them. So some of them are very benign, as the first two the syndromes, as it carries the name benign itself. These are self-explanatory. It usually happens in the first week. The peak is between day 4 and day 6. So that is why it's also called as the day 5 seizures. And some have familial history and some do not. So that is how you can broadly classify into familial and non-familial self-limited benign epilepsies. And you also have the severe spectrum, early myoclonic encephalopathy, early infantile epileptic encephalopathy. So obviously for a neonatologist, let's say you're in the middle of the night, you're noticing a seizure, and how do you differentiate among all this kind of different fancy diagnoses? First and foremost, rule out the acute causes. Once it is done, the next thing is to stabilize the child with the common anti-epileptic drugs. And when it comes to the drugs, most of the times, what I would still recommend is drugs like phenobarbital and levetiracetam. Levetiracetam, as it is now well known, that neonates need a higher dose, 40 to 60 milligram per kg per day in 2 divided doses. Of course, after a bolus or a loading dose. Similarly, phenobarbital is still a very good drug. So is the phenytoin before you go for further any fancy drugs. Obviously, if the seizures are ongoing, you would think of midazolam infusion or any other benzodiazepines. Now it comes to the investigation part. Obviously, you have touched upon routine investigations that are important. Say, for example, electrolytes, blood sugar, provided you have all ruled out. I'm focusing specifically on the neurologic perspective. EEG remains one of the most important or crucial investigation. For example, there are many benign epilepsies that come in infancy, and a good EEG with a good well-made background and very minimum abnormalities gives you a kind of gut feeling or an indicator that this is going to be a benign form of epilepsy or which can be well treated with a good long-term outcome. On the other hand, the same EEG showing a poorly formed background, hips, a burst suppression, that tells you, okay, we are dealing with something very likely a genetic or a structural cause. The next important investigation, okay, let me elaborate once again on the EEG. Thanks for Vikas, who highlighted about the EEG part. It is very important for us to get a good EEG recording and also get a good reporting. Many of these newborns, as pediatricians, we understand there is a lot of change from a neonate to, or a preterm to term to infant to a child. Even in the EEG, the changes are very rapid. You have well documented changes in the electroencephalogram week on week. So a good EEG reporting is very important. Otherwise, common variants are labeled as abnormal. This invariably leads to a lot of anxiety, unnecessary medication, which further complicates the course of the illness. The next part of the investigation, I would say, is cranial ultrasound. Most of us have that helps us to rule out bleeding or any major malformation. It doesn't pick up structural anomalies all the time. An MRI is a must as soon as possible. That, of course, is a luxury because many standalone neonatal units will not have access to it. So MRI would be the next. Obviously, if you have any suspicion of metabolic, a simple venous blood gas, ammonia, and a lactate rules out a major metabolic disorders. The next important investigation is tandem mass spectroscopy of acyl carnitine profile, plasma amino acids, and if there is any suspicion, urine organic acids. Biotinase deficiency, yes, it is well known, but it's not a very common condition. So that is also something we should not afford to miss. As you know, it's a very easily treatable condition with a good long-term outcome.
Thanks a lot. That's well covered. So if I can just go back and put my bedside neonatologist hat again, the day of onset of seizure is possibly a clue. A history of fetal seizures or seizures or deaths and that kind of thing within the family is important. The phenotype, often if we are struggling to label it as whatever, often describing what you see, whether it has an amplitude, whether it has all those things, that becomes an important tool. And then recognizing that this is not fitting into the ones that we usually see, and possibly getting a good quality EEG as we are progressing down the line of metabolic workup. And often I feel that things can be done very quickly if we do several things in one go. While we are planning for one investigation, we have other things cooking as well. That will help. So I think in the next I have been given I had set myself another 5 minutes, but the tech team has given me how to close it, 10 minutes. So I think what I wanted to do in the next section was take up 3 things that are important in our setup. One is neonatal hypoglycemia and hypoglycemic brain injury. The second one was to do with HIE, and that is a prognostication and other things. And we have covered to some extent the other rarer causes. And I was going to bring back Dr. Ravi to give us one last take from a neurologist's perspective of do's and don'ts for practicing neonatologists. So if I think in the next 10 minutes, we'll be able to cover this very easily. So Dr. Arun, if I can bring you back, neonatal hypoglycemic seizures, just give us an overview of workup. And I would then request Dr. Vikas to continue and give us, we all know how to treat hypoglycemia, hopefully, and then what we would do in terms of follow-up. So Dr. Arun first, please.
Yes. Yeah, of course, it is defined like blood sugar less than 45, 24 hours and 58, 48 hours and less than 60 after 48 hours. Or in case of increased insulin, we have higher threshold values. Obviously, in case means workup is based on the history, like if it is soon after birth, it may be because of the inadequate feeding and other things. And if it is very recurrent and it is requiring very high GR, we'll go for the critical samples when the GR requirement is more than 10 or 8. So free insulin, cortisol, free fatty acids, to look for hyperinsulinemia. And if it is like the baby is sick, encephalopathic, or very dull, we may go for inflammatory markers for sepsis and blood culture and CSF analysis if it is recurrent seizures and the baby is very dull or encephalopathic. Again, metabolic causes can also be associated with hypoglycemia, like organic acidemias, MSCVs can present with increased ketone with the hypoglycemia, and can also be because of galactosemia, so galactosemia levels has to be checked. The babies which is presenting with midline defects, we may have to go for MRI brain to see for the pituitary, it's like the stalk and the pituitary is intact, and we can like for the pan-hypopituitarism, have look at the serum cortisol level, ACTH stimulation to see how the cortisol level is increasing, and we can also look in case of recurrent and persistent hypoglycemia. We have to look at the dopa PET scan and genetic screening for potassium and channel for these. And this is the algorithm, like we have a hypoglycemia, we have to look into lactate, free fatty acid, and butahydroxybutyrate. There is no acidemia, and have fatty acid and free fatty acid and ketones are reduced. We'll be looking into general hyperinsulinism or pan-hypopituitarism in hormones, or in case of elevated free fatty acid operation effect. And there is acidemia, and with the increased lactate, we'll be looking at gluconeogenesis effect. And increased lactate, increased ketones will be looking at glycogen storage disorders.
Thank you, Dr. Arun. Yeah, so basically hypoglycemia is a common occurrence, but if it is a symptomatic hypoglycemia occurring beyond the metabolic adaptation of 48 hours in a term baby, or if it is recurrent or deep hypoglycemias, especially associated with seizures, we are worried and they have to be investigated. It cannot be just that we are treating. So the first line of investigations should establish whether there is hyperinsulinism or if there is a different cause. So hyperinsulinism, there are a lot of different things, but whether it is fitting into other, fuel issues like fatty acid oxidations or gluconeogenesis disease pathways or glycogen storage. So very easily done, most of these investigations are, and these babies have to be treated with a lot of respect, and we should not be allowing these babies to seize for the lack of glucose infusion. So we need to establish central lines, we need to give hyperosmolar fluids, and neuroprotection becomes very important. Otherwise, Dr. Ravi Kumar will have a very, very long waiting list from all of us. So yeah, so the next one is coming back to Vikas. So Vikas, what would you want to do? How do you anticipate the course of one of these babies who have gone out of our unit? What would you want to set in place?
Thank you, Rajat. That is the most difficult question, actually, I got in quite a while. It's like how to actually follow up. And thank you for asking this question, Rajat, actually, to be discussed in the panel, because to look up and find out, and I searched a lot to which actually took me quite a amount of time to see what exactly people are doing elsewhere. And it is very difficult kind of follow up, because where do you classify them? But what we do in our unit is we follow these children who have had significant hypoglycemia, where we expect problems in our neurodevelopmental clinic. So can I have the previous slide, please?
Sorry.
The reason is because it's basically determined by the duration and degree, and where the areas are affected, and associated comorbidities. And this is again important, like in the Indian context where Ravi was saying, there are other sepsis or hypoglycemia or other associated issues. It complicates the issue. So I think just to be careful. Next slide, please. Follow up, basically we pay special attention to neurodevelopment, where we are looking for oral IQ, reading ability, be it arithmetic proficiency, motor performance. So if you're actually looking at this, the follow-up actually doesn't end in your neurodevelopmental clinic. It actually goes beyond. Can I have the previous slide, please? So it actually goes beyond, where you go up to some places, they evaluate them up to 15-18 years in to see what's actually happening to them, and some of the papers are actually seeing that. And again, there is confusion regarding which areas, what happens, or how much hyperglycemia is affected. A lot of controversies out there, but keeping that in aside, what I feel the most important is, whatever you look for, please put in place the corrective measures which need to be given at particular age groups, so that you don't have a child who's at 5 years who's having problems and does not have the corrective measures put in place, or who is about 10 years old and does not have corrective measures put in place. This is what makes a big difference for them. It's the child that makes a difference. To the child, it makes a difference. Next slide, please. Indicative guideline, I've just put it as indicative because this again depends on the place where we are working and what we are trying to do. So 1 month corrected age, most important is assess vision. Eye evaluation again is important. Need to have a dedicated ophthalmology input. 3, 6, 9, 12 and 18 months corrected age, we assess growth, neurodevelopment, vision and hearing loss. Vision again assessed by various methods. One of the ones I have put here is teller acuity card. Hearing again very important to know that it is proper, so proper assessment of using better. neurodevelopment clinical psychologist is a must, and I feel all neonatal developmental clinics should have a good team rather than one or two people doing it. Otherwise, it becomes useless. MRIs 4 to 6 weeks provides a very good estimate of hypoglycemic injury. So that is something that needs to be explored, needs to be spoken to, and I feel is very important, medical legally also, to document what is the extent that has injury that has taken place. This is just one of the indicative guidelines I have said, so it can vary, and hopefully it should be useful. Thank you.
Thank you, Vikas. That was again well covered. What I would like to just briefly add is, one is MRI is both useful and not so greatly useful, because it's just like opening the bonnet of the car and seeing the engine, carburetor, everything is there, but once you put the key in the ignition, it may or may not run really well. So I think it should form a part of everything, but it should not be a black and white thing. The second thing I think the neurologist on the panel will agree that hypoglycemia causes a lot of remote epilepsy. So if we are very happy and discharge them from this rigorous follow-up by the end of 1 year, a lot of them might have seizures in their second year, if not the third. And especially, untreated hypoglycemic brain injury. And I've seen on the camera that Ravi has nodded, and I take it that was an S. And very quickly, in the next 2 minutes, I want to cover another very important topic, but there have been extensive discussions on HI, and workshops have been there. So Sanjeev will take us through, if there is ongoing seizures beyond the first step, what can be done. And then we will have prognostication after that. Thank you. Sanjeev.
Yeah, thanks, Rajat. For a long time, phenobarbital has been the leading light in the neonatal seizures. So in spite of so many other newer anticonvulsants becoming available, phenobarbital is still the first line medication for neonatal seizures. So you would start with 20 milligram per kilo of phenobarbital, and if the seizures continue, then you can top up. A lot of people do half loading again, 30 to make it a total of 30 milligram per kilo, but up to another 20 per kilo to make it a total of 40 milligram per kilo can be given. And from this point onwards, the management changes depending on which center you're looking at. So a lot of people still use phenytoin or fosphenytoin as the second main anticonvulsant. And the newer anticonvulsant, levetiracetam, is also becoming popular at 20 milligram per kilo, which can be repeated once more, making it a total of 40 milligram per kilo. So both options are available as the second line anticonvulsants. If the seizures persist beyond this, then benzodiazepines, I think midazolam bolus followed by the infusion. And this is the stage when we really have to think about if the seizures are still poorly controlled, what exactly is going on with the baby. So beyond this stage, there is treatment options.
That is a very important point, and this was the reason that I actually posed HI and ongoing seizures, because I think HI is the most commonly assumed etiology. Correct. So, and it is well known that if you go beyond 2 antiepileptics into the third and it is going on, there might be another reason why this baby was depressed at birth. So it might not be simple asphyxiating injury. So I think that point you brought up very well, Sanjeev. So we go through the cascade, and then we start looking at alternative etiologies and diagnoses as well, and start discussing that with the parents. Because by this time, if the seizure was ongoing with HI, I think we should have a very deeply comatose child, where even recognizing seizure would have become a problem. Electrical seizures would be going on. So if I can bring Dr. Venugopal, again, this is a talk in itself, but if you can just give us some, pegs to hang our policies on how to prognosticate. What are the 3-4 things that you would use in a child who had HI and who came out, and then you want to prognosticate and give some information?
Sir, any HIV patients, how it has been managed, and on onset of seizures, if the onset of seizure which has occurred within the first 4 to 6 hours itself, then adverse outcome is very bad. And the refractive seizures, if you're dealing with the refractive seizures, and what UPGAR score we added in the initial part, and ABG, umbilical cord ABG, where if pH is less than 7 or base excess is minus 15. And the combination of the baby required with chest compression, base deficit less than 16, or onset of injection of a respirate more than 30 minutes is good. Or baby had an oliguria also, much like it had another system failure like oliguria or renal failure, then the chances of having mortality as well as morbidity will be 67%. If during the time of management, if the HIE, where there is an hypoglycemia or low BP or abnormal ABG, this also alters the brain autoregulation mechanism that causes once again a decreased blood flow to the brain, further initiates the further damage to the brain also. So finally, the next class where the neurological disease with a neurodevelopmental outcome. Hypocalcium is one of the good outcome where we are going to have in early and late is almost 90 to 100% will have a normal outcome. But primary subarachnoid hemorrhage also 90% it is normal. Hypoglycemia depends upon what type of hypoglycemic baby we had. Asymptomatic hypoglycemia, asymptomatic hypoglycemia, or hypoglycemia with the convulsions. Yes, asymptomatic hypoglycemia can have a normal neurologically only affecting around only 6%. If it is a symptomatic, it goes up to 12% of abnormality. If it is having a convulsion, then it was 50%. If it is every alternate baby can have go into an abnormal neurological development. And coming to bacterial meningitis, also 90 to 50% can have a normal development. HIE depends upon the stage. IVH also depend upon the grade 1 or grade 2 or grade 3. And brain developmental defect, if it is there, definitely it is almost 100% it is an abnormal. That is 0% normal development will be there. And coming to a EEG background and or a neurological sequelae, if it is a normal neurological sequelae, normal EEG background is there, we can have around less than 10% sequelae. And moderate, it is around more than 50% sequelae, and a severe abnormality, we can have 90%.
Yeah, so if I can, thanks a lot, Dr. Venugopal. If I can just come back to just HIE and how important it is to prognosticate, we all know that. And if we do not have sophisticated tools like MRI, MRS, and an EEG, which is round the clock available, what has been shown in studies is a normal or an abnormal neurological examination at discharge is either very reassuring or we have to be cautious. So a neurological examination at the discharge, and any seizure is bad, and difficult to control seizures, as you mentioned, are bad. The other thing is, if you have the luxury of doing an EEG, if you have if you have had a normal EEG in the first day, it is really good. But if the abnormality did not extend beyond 48 hours, again, that is reasonably good compared to. So these are the kind of practical points that I would like to add. And then I would ask Ravi to wind up this session by telling us off for doing the wrong things and patting us on our back for doing the right things. Ravi, you have the last word.
Okay, thank you, Rajat. Thank you very much for all of you for doing an excellent job in improving the neonatal care in India. But I would like to just go back to your comment on hypoglycemia and MRI. You're right. MRI is once again just telling you the structure. MRI may be normal, but child can have a lot of issues. But especially in hypoglycemic seizures, if you see some scarring in the occipital cortex, it is a sign for you that this child can have remote epilepsy. So early monitoring and active monitoring is quite important. And the second thing is about vision. This is often forgotten or often ignored. You will be surprised to know that many of these children will have various types of visual deficit. It is not always cortical blindness, which is the old terminology. We call it corticovisual impairment. They may struggle with contrast. They may struggle with the field of vision, which often goes unnoticed. These children are often termed clumsy because they're falling, but what is making them fall is the field of vision. I will not elaborate further because of the time. Now, with respect to probably take-home message, I would say is the sooner you can terminate the seizure, the better the outcome. You're basically simply saving the neurons. Early diagnosis and early seizure termination is crucial. Each interpretation is also very important because if you notice some hallmark of a genetic epilepsy or even a kind of EEG findings which are pointing towards structural anomalies, an early MRI will help you in prognostication. And more importantly, early referral.
Thank you. So that was neatly done. And I think we have kept to time, and I can only hope that the recalcitrant seizure baby that you're treating in your neonatal unit will also stop seizing in time. Just like how we've wrapped up in 40 minutes. If the baby also stops seizing, I think we'll be really, really happy for the baby. Thanks a lot. I think it was quite a last minute preparation, but a wealth of information delivered and very practical points to take home. So on behalf of the panel, I would like to thank the organizers of South Neocon, and on the behalf of South Neocon, I would like to thank the panelists. Thank you. Thanks for your time.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, the moderator, Dr. Rajat Atreya, and all the panelists for taking part in this session and sharing your knowledge. Let's quickly move on to the next session. Handing over the mic to Dr. Mehika.
Thank you so much. That was a very brain stimulating session, as I would like to say. We're going to move on to our next session, which is the panel discussion on challenges of setting up an ICU. The chairperson for this is Dr. Amaresh. Dr. Amaresh, are you logged in? Can you hear me? And our moderator for today is Dr. Rahul Anand Yadav. Sir, have you logged in, sir? Can you hear me? Dr. Rahul?
Okay.
Hello, sir. Dr. Rahul Yadav, sir. Can you hear me, sir?
Am I audible now?
Yes, audible, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, sir. Welcome to this panel discussion. I think Dr. Amaresh, who was our chairperson, hasn't logged in yet, or I can't hear him at least for now. Sir, could you take over this panel discussion for us?
Yes.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Good evening, friends. It's great to be here as the last part of this conference. As far as this topic is concerned, it's very close to everybody's heart, that how to set up an ISU. Many people, when they join teaching activities and all those things, they got ambition of having some NISU, they have got some idealistic view, and they start practicing, and they keep on changing afterwards. So we have prepared this panelists as a mix. Some are young, some are senior, some are hospital owners, some are employees. Oh, so, am I audible properly? Or echo is coming? Am I audible, Mehika?
You're audible, sir. So you're audible, sir.
Audible, okay.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
I'll continue.
Hello, sir. There is some echo, though, from your side.
Now it's okay. Some echo is coming.
It's the same, sir.
Still like that. Now it's okay.
No.
Who is coming?
Sir, are you logged in multiple devices by any chance?
No.
Yes, sir.
Maybe somebody else in the room is logged in.
If there are multiple devices, log in. Kindly just log in through one device.
So somebody else.
Also, kindly mute yourselves.
I think it is coming from Dr. Priyadarshini user, that echo. Now it's yeah. Thank you.
Okay, fine. Neocon is there. And here Neocon. That's okay. Now it's okay now. Echo is coming.
Okay. Sir, we can start the session, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, there's an echo.
I think echo will come down when others start speaking actually. I'm not going to speak at all. So shall we start now?
Sir, just a second, sir. Just a second.
Dr. Rahul, if you want to not use the, your audio device, if you can try that directly. I don't know whether that'll make a difference.
Sir, could you try logging out and rejoining again? Just try.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Is it audible now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, there is no echo now.
Good. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah. 1 second. I'm sharing the slides.
Sure, sir.
Share screen.
Share.
That's okay.
Yeah.
So now actually I'm audible now.
Yes, sir. You're audible and there's no echo.
That's good. So today's our panel discussion is about how to set up an NISU. So this NISU, always there is a trade-off between cost and quality. Sometimes we have to keep the cost less, but at the same time we have to give quality. So we have selected a panel based on various actually backgrounds. Dr. Rajat from Bangalore, Dr. Usha Devi from Chennai, Dr. Priyadarshini, Dr. Ashwini, Dr. Siddharth, Suresh, and Shekhar. These are the panelists. What we have done differently this time is that we have actually divided topics among all the panelists, and the panelists will choose the area of interest, and they themselves have prepared PPTs. So I will start with Dr. Rajat. Dr. Rajat, am I audible to you?
Yes, sir. You are very clearly audible now.
So Rajat is going to take care of manpower. Now, when you start an NISU, then definitely we have to be run by sisters and doctors. What are the challenges you face and how to go about that? So can you tell our audience about how to take care of manpower aspect of NISU?
Sure, sir. So we do have some guidance, although not mandatory, in terms of how to man the unit. So if we want a quick look at those things, if you go for NNF accreditation after you establish the unit and run it for a year or so, you can go for level 2, level 3, those kind of categories. And it does say that what is mandatory. For example, for a level 2 unit, you need to have a full-time consultant with at least a good 3 to 5 years of experience who will be able to come in if there is a complicated issue. And also it also says that you need other doctors and nurses who are trained. So training can be as basic but very particular, like FBNC training or an observership and those kind of things. So this is probably the easiest part, Dr. Rahul, if I want to say, because training has become so much more easier accreditation process as well. But the problem we often face, and if I can go to the next slide, is the level 3 has a much more demand. Previous slide, if you can just say that. So you need to have full-time consultant with 8 years experience in neonatology, after post-graduation on call, and then 2 senior residents. So the list goes on. And the next slide, please. The more the challenges are, is the number. Probably the doctors, barring the very well looked after senior registrars who float around working in different hospitals, they might be difficult to employ and retain. But usually the consultant level and associate consultant levels are easy. So the number, the HR cost, the training aspect, retention, workloads, and handover. So of all these things, the nursing number is a great challenge. So what the NNF has said is that you need to have 1 per ventilated bed, and about 4 non-ventilated bed, another nurse. and they need to be for 3 shifts, and you should have 20% reserve. So when you're establishing a unit, you need to work this up. So if you are fortunate enough to work in a hospital which has other areas of work other than NICU, let's say, for example, PICU or pediatric ER or adult ICU, then you can train your nursing staff. I'm coming to how to overcome the challenge as well. Or you could have auxiliary nurse midwives who are trained in non-nursing tasks as well. So, so that is the thing. Next slide, please. So non-nursing activity. So if I can go back, I'll just make 2 points. So how to make life easy. One is that if you're not the owner I'm talking about, if you are the person who will shoulder the responsibility for outcomes in a neonatal unit, you need to make an extremely strong case to the hospital managements, and they will be very responsive if you do it in the right way, that the outcome definitely depends on the bedside nursing care and the availability of nurses. So the outcome will depend on that. So we need, so leave alone the legal and accreditation bit. Second thing is we have a huge responsibility of training them and making them fit for purpose. The third thing is networking and sharing resources, which I've already talked about. And last but not another one thing is lot of our nurses spend a lot of time doing non-nursing activity, like filling in indents and filling in doctor's activity, filling in procedure, this thing. So if you can free them up for nursing activity per se, I think your life will be really, really easy. Last but not the least, I always say when I talk to parents that you are part of the treating team. Okay, we have admitted the baby under your care also. So you can use parents for various things, and people across the country have done really, really innovative things. I'm not talking of just about MNICUs, but also step down from NICU can happen very early with mother almost trained like a nurse and, you know, being overseen. So there are a lot of innovative models. And I think so there as many challenges are there, so many different solutions will be available. But we should not be running away from challenges. We need to face it head on and say this is a problem and try to solve it.
Well said, Rajat. Well said, Rajat.
It
was quite nice, this one. This one, I would like to ask you another question. Suppose your revenue in the beginning of NISU is 100 rupees. So how much should we spend on HR? The HR to revenue ratio. Sometimes we think that we are spending too much. Sometimes we are spending less. So what, in your opinion, how much we should spend, that upper limit on HR cost to revenue ratio? What do you think?
Sir, you have jumped this question on me live. You didn't ask me before. I have not done a research, and I was halfway, writing a business plan for a unit, but I did not complete it.
That's good.
But can I ask you, should I think about 20 to 30%?
So usually what happens is that this is actually a problem. In majority of centers, the money matters and people also matter. So we have to spend sufficient amount of money. Usually what we have seen over a period of time is initially for at least few months to 1 year or something, HR cost can touch up to 50% of revenue. But if you keep that 50% ceiling on that HR cost, and gradually as the NSU goes up and revenue comes up, and gradually the 50 becomes 15. So ultimately you start with 50 and aim for 50. So don't cut down the people just for the cost. So increase revenue rather than cutting down the people. So that thing I want to communicate with the audience. Thanks a lot, Rajat. It was a good job. Thank you very much. Now we'll move on to next part. That is, now this outbreak happens actually something because of lack of planning. So what are the things we can incorporate while beginning itself? That Dr. Usha Devi will actually tell about this sort of thing. Usha, please tell about infection control being incorporated in design of NISU itself.
Yes, sir.
Welcome, Usha.
Am I audible, sir?
Yeah.
So regarding incorporation of infection control while setting up NICU or in the initial stages, it can be done. There are various steps. It can be done at different levels. To start with, first of all, we need to prevent the organisms from entering the NICU. So we need to plan such that the location of the NICU and the environment of the NICU and the design, the flooring, the spacing allotted for NICU is proper. So, and also there is restricted entry into the NICU. All these things will prevent microorganisms from entering the NICU. Next thing is, even if at all there are chances for organisms entering, how to decrease the proliferation of these organisms. So for that, we need to put proper housekeeping practices and things needed for those housekeeping practices in NICU. And the next thing is, we should prevent the spread of infection from the environment, or we should prevent nosocomial infection. So how can we do that? This is like as Sir told previously, by a proper healthcare worker to patient ratio, nurses to patient ratio for a different, for babies with a different illness, different level of sickness, like intensive care baby, H2 baby, or a baby who's well baby in level 1. So we need different nurses to patient ratio for the same. And how to prevent infection spreading from one baby to another? This is by putting a proper unit protocol in place. So having a protocol for all the procedures, and protocol for the disinfection in the unit, and protocol for antibiotic stewardship, putting all the protocols in place. And the next thing is like the basic things like breastfeeding, putting a strict protocol for early initiation of breastfeeding, and following exclusive breast milk for even for preterm babies, all these things. So, and kangaroo mother care practices, and making your unit more suitable for giving this KMC practices, and mother to stay for a longer time with the baby. All these things might help in decreasing the infection. So the previous slide, sir. Previous one, sir. So when I told, as I previously told, coming to spacing, I'm not going into the all the details of specifications. I'll just restrict myself with those specifications related to infection control. So single infant care space, we all know that it should be at least 120 square feet, and in between infants we need to have a 8 feet distance, and staff space, which is a designated space away from the infant care area. And the main thing is isolation area. Now that we are in COVID era, once outbreak came and baby required intubation, ventilation, all those things, we were searching for isolation rooms near the PICU or outside NICU. So it will be better or ideal to have a designated isolation room as a part of NICU itself, and hand washing area, everything outside the isolation room. And there are some specifications for this isolation room as well, 150 square feet, and it should be a negative pressure room ideally. Though we say that isolation room, many of our isolation rooms are not negative pressure rooms. Ideally it should be a negative pressure room, and it should be tightly sealed off from the other environment, infant care area. So, and coming to the utility services, clean utility, dirty utility. Clean utility, yes, it can be a part of NICU, adjacent to NICU, and there you have things which can be utilized for the baby. And the most important thing is soil utility, or dirty utility room as we call it. So this dirty utility room should be away from the NICU. It should not be a part of NICU, dumping all the used linen, used utensils for washing inside NICU. It should be outside the NICU, or it should be away from the infant care area. And coming to the most important part, which is the hand washing area. So hand washing area should be present outside the NICU so that visitors wash their hands and enter the NICU. And there are clear-cut recommendations given for this hand washing area. What is the measurement of the sink that has to be placed? Like 24 into 6 into 10 inches, it has to be there. And even inside NICU, hand washing area should not be more than 20 feet away from each infant. It should be within 20 feet reach, the hand washing area, and it should have provision for keeping all these hand washers and sterile papers for wiping the hands. And next slide, sir. And a few words on ventilation. So as per recommendation, our air conditioning should be such that there should be 6 air changes happening per hour inside an ICU. And if it is going to be some procedural room, or some units have ECMO room, or they do some procedures inside an ICU, or in a special room for that purpose, that the air changes should be even more higher. And there is inlet for fresh air to come in, and there is outlet for exhaust, the air which is already there inside to go out. So this fresh air intake should be at least 25 feet away from the exhaust outlets. And the air changes or airflow velocity should be low so that they don't carry any particulate matter within. And next slide, sir. So, and also regarding filters, many say that HEPA filter, the two after this COVID outbreak, they say that negative rooms with HEPA filter, which can filter out all the microorganisms, even if there is any airborne infection case which is submitted, HEPA filter will be ideal. Though we see that many of the bigger units also don't have HEPA filter incorporated. They have this usual HCAV, that is heating and air conditioning inlets above our ceiling. So HVAC, heating, ventilation, air conditioning tubes above the ceiling. So not all units have HEPA filter, but say it is better to have HEPA filter as well. That's what is given in recommendation. And so previous slide, sir. So regulated entry, we have already discussed. Hand hygiene for the visitors, procedural asepsis. Regarding disinfection, there should be a clear protocol regarding which disinfectant we are going to use for a particular instrument, and it should be put in place. So all the healthcare workers should be aware of that. I have put a picture also where they have labeled it with the clean with Basinil 30. So we can label it like that in the mission so that it will be easy while doing the housekeeping. And frequency of this cleaning as well, like floor should be wet mopped only, and it should be done during every shift, and walls should be cleaned with this Bacillocid or phenol, whatever that has to be put in place. And regarding instruments which we are using, like ambu bag or laryngoscope, how it is going to be disinfected after disinfection, how are we going to wipe it and put it in a linen, all those things also should be put in place. Next, waste disposal. Coming to the last point, waste disposal, where the different colored bins we are putting in a designated area, and this is a must. People working in any unit in a hospital should be knowing which things has to be discarded in a particular colored bin. So this has to be stuck in the wall as well. And this last slide is just showing what are all desirable. It is desirable to have all these items for disinfection and cleaning purposes. Though all the units don't have EO sterilizer or laminar flow, at least autoclave and basic sterilizer, hot air oven, all these are desirable. All these are should be present in the NIC.
Thank you very much, Usha. Because especially your last slide was very, very important. Last slide is very important because you have taken a lot of effort in putting all these slide sections. The last, actually, I asked all the audience to focus on this last slide because it tells about what is desirable, what is needed, and what are the costs also. The cost doesn't appear to be that great, actually. Actually, anywhere else you can manage this. Since it's not known, ignorance is a problem. So this last slide is really eye-opener for majority of audience. Thanks a lot, Usha. Thank you very much. So now we'll go to next step of this one. Now we covered manpower, we covered infection control. Now equipments, because many of these companies, they keep on approaching you. They try to sell you so many costly equipments. And today we buy something, and later on we repent that the instrument is not making much change in outcome. So Dr. Priyadarshini will tell about the equipments in NISU. She has got a practical experience of this. So Priyadarshini, are you there?
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yes. So please go ahead.
Yes, sir. Good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. Priyadarshini. I'm from a two-tier city in Karnataka, which is Belgaum. Can we go to the next slide? Next slide, please. Yeah, I'll just begin with how all this started and how the story of my NICU, I would call it as. I just completed my MD and then took up neonatal training. I was 1 month short of my neonatal training when I came to visit this hospital. This is owned by a group of doctors who all are friends, like including me. I'm also one of them. And we had put in our money, and then we thought of building a hospital, which is a multi-speciality hospital. So it is a 150-bed multi-speciality hospital in Belgaum. I had told during one of the discussions that these are the instruments required, equipments required for NICU, and this is going to be the budget. And let's see, we'll discuss. And this is the company that I'm particular about, that I want to buy. And then I went for my examination. I came back and I was all very happy that the NICU will be ready and I can start and work in my own NICU. The admin, one of our doctors has done MBA and he's the administrator there. So he accompanied me to the NICU and he showed this is the scrub area as we entered. And here is the scrub unit is supposed to be coming in 2 or 3 days. And then we walk into the NICU and I was surprised and taken aback and shocked to see that it's a huge big hall with nothing inside. Then I was like, you told me that the NICU is ready and I was not expecting to see this. So then he was like, no, it's you who's going to order your instruments, your equipments, what you want. We are just going to say yes to whatever you say. So then I started making the list. And as you can see in the next slide, it's an exhaustive list of equipments that we can use in the NICU. So then I decided, see, I'm going to have something which is mandatory. And then I classified into good to have and then desirable to have. For all this, we need to have a budget allocation first. That is very, very important, because if it's a new hospital, you need to think of how much budget is there for the NICU and how much will go for your equipments, how much will go for your manpower and setting up of everything else, putting everything in place. So then what did I do? I just classified the things that I want into mandatory equipments, good to have equipments and desirable equipments. Next slide, please. Okay, in mandatory equipments, just for completion's sake, we have equipments for diagnosis, equipments for thermal monitoring, equipments for monitoring of the therapy, and there are miscellaneous. There's different way of classification. So can we go to the next slide? Yeah, and then first and the most important thing is warmer. The minute I told that I want to buy a warmer, there were many companies who started approaching, like ours is the best, buy this warmer, this is best. We have warmers ranging from 20, 30,000 to 1.5 lakhs or more. So which one to buy is the question. I knew only the warmers which I was familiar with. That was during my training, during my PG days and my neonatal training. But then when it is going to be my own setup, which one to buy? Then again, the question goes to square one, which is budget allocation. And then depending on what other instruments also we need. See, buying of any equipment is at the discretion of the buyer. But one thing which I want to emphasize here is go in for the AMC and CMC, that is annual maintenance contract and comprehensive maintenance contract. Here, the maintenance issues, the services, any equipment replacement will be taken care under that. Otherwise, it works out to be a very huge expenses, especially if it's a new hospital. Initially, I had not done this, but then after I've had a couple of things, then I realized that it was mandatory and it should have been done earlier. Can we go to the next slide, please? Okay, for equipments of thermal controls, we have radiant warmers, which are like must and mandatory. We need to have it. Then incubators and transport incubators. Next slide. Then for equipments of monitoring, as we know, we need one stethoscope per warmer, a weighing scale, infantometer, pulse oximeter, at least one per warmer, and a multi-para monitor for at least 2 beds. Considering if you have 30 bed NICU, at least it's good to have 10 multi-para monitors. Then neonatal sphygmomanometer. Desirable equipments in monitoring would be invasive BP monitoring and cerebral function monitoring. Next slide, please. Yeah, then coming to the equipments for diagnosis, portable X-ray is definitely a mandatory equipment. It would be definitely good if it is a level 2B or 3 NICU to have a 2D echo and a point of care ultrasound machine along with a cold light source to diagnose pneumothorax or even to some extent for peripheral lines. Then for equipments for therapy, we have phototherapy unit, infusion pumps, oxygen blender. See, infusion pumps, the recommendations say that at least 1 infusion pump per warmer and 2 to 3 infusion pumps for a sick ventilated baby. So considering your unit strength, it would be prudent to put the money in infusion pumps because it reduces the medication errors. The other devices are oxygen delivery devices, hood box, nasal prongs, then NIV, which is CPAP and HFNC, invasive ventilator, crash cart. The desirable, see the list which I read out, these are the mandatory. The desirable ones are definitely laminar flow station, high frequency ventilator, inhaled nitric oxide therapy, ECMO, and cooling therapy. Initially, when I started with the equipments, I had to withhold buying invasive ventilator for a couple of days because my whatever budget was allocated, I overshoot that. So I had to wait for a few more days and then go in to buy the invasive ventilator. The next would be again CPAP and HFNC. Company, it depends again at the discretion. I wouldn't want to take up any company's name, but always go in for AMC and CMC. And any, Dr. Rajat mentioned about nursing and manpower, but one thing I want to say is if it's a new NICU, even if they say that they are trained nurses, we have to supervise them no matter what, because we cannot just rely that the nurses will do. It's like a 24 hours supervision of nurses work is very important in the beginning. Then for equipments of monitoring therapy, we have glucometer, which is a must, at least 2 glucometers in the unit. And the desirable ones are flux and ABG machine. In miscellaneous, we have suction apparatus, laryngoscope with blades, ambu bag and masks, sterile procedure trays, spotlight for procedures, wall clock, breast pumps. The list is exhaustive. It's never ending. The point which I want to tell is whatever you do, whichever level in ICU, it all depends again on how good you are at administrative work, irrespective of which hospital you are. Because if it's your NICU, it's your whole and sole responsibility, including the maintenance of the machines. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask one question. The audience will actually like to know when to go for AMC and when to go for CMC. Annual maintenance contract is a concept, comprehensive maintenance contract.
Yes,
So,
yes, sir. Initially, when we got the warmers, we had warranty of 1 year. So subsequently, annual maintenance is yearly. Comprehensive, usually they take it for 3 years. In annual maintenance, they only cater to the maintenance of the machine. They come, check the machine and tell you the problems or the regular servicing. But in comprehensive maintenance service, there are certain clauses which say that if a part of the machine has a problem, they are going to replace it, and that gets covered under the CMC contract. We don't have to pay extra for that machine.
Okay, so good.
For the replaced part.
So CMC is better, but CMC is costlier than AMC.
Yes, sir. CMC is costlier.
One problem happens in this space when the company people come, they say that your sisters are bad. Sisters have handled this equipment very badly. That's why the problem. So we are not going to give it free of cost. Sometimes it happens. It's like insurance company. So they also bargain, we also bargain. So according to you, CMC is better than AMC, but CMC is costly.
Yes, CMC is expensive, but definitely better. I would like to I'll just take a minute to share my experience. Because of this, we had to, our hospital became a COVID hospital, even in the first wave and the second wave. And I had actually stopped NICU admissions that time because even the deliveries had stopped. I had stopped taking outbound babies also. And NICU was just next to the COVID ward. So I shifted all my machines to one of the other rooms and started taking care of the moderately or mildly sick babies, I would say. And one day what happened, suddenly the sister calls me up at 2 in the night. She says there's some sound which is coming from the warmer and it's not working. Then I said, Tika, you shift the baby to other machine. The same thing happens there again. So the point here is sisters do handle it carefully. If you tell them, they do their work properly. It's not that they come with a vengeance to spoil your machine. They are definitely good people. It's because of them that our work is easy. But the point here is such things can happen at any time. And there was a short circuit because our NICU has got the head panels, which are UPS connected. There, even if there is a voltage fluctuation, it really doesn't matter. But when I had shifted the warmers to another room and made it into a temporary makeshift NICU, there we did not have head panels of the UPS. And that's when the short circuit and all that happened. And I had to pay a huge price for that particular accident and for the warmer to get it repaired.
Thank you very much. But that highlights also electrical engineer role, because electrical engineer is usually not involved in NICU planning. But electrical engineer should be involved. We have to call him. He will put all the data about the equipment. So he will plan electricity. Lack of electricity planning has led to a lot of disasters, accidents, including short circuit and burns. Every year, so many babies actually we lose because of all over India. So electrical planning is a must for our NICU. Thanks a lot, Priyadarshini. It was a very nice presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Now we'll go to our next presenter, Dr. Ashwini. Now, this Ashwini will, when she selected the topic, it is about the space management. Now, space is sometimes some people have got that vision. Some people don't have vision of imagining things. So if you give some space to them, they start actually foreseeing how to arrange it. So that space management will be taken care by Dr. Ashwini. So Ashwini, you are there? Dr. Ashwini, are you there?
Dr. Ashwini?
Fine. Fine. I think she will come after some time. So we'll go to the next speaker actually. So this next, these are the space management and all those things she will cover afterwards when she's available. So we'll go for another important aspect. Hello, Ashwini is there? Dr. Ashwini is there?
Hello.
Yes, you are audible, Ashwini.
Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely. I can hear you completely. So can
you hear me now?
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
sir.
yes. So
good evening, sir.
Good evening. So your area of interest is space management. So this space management, once you get a space, imagining thing, how should you go for setting up energy? Please start.
Yes, sir. So setting up of an NICU is an important thing as to because you can.
Echo is coming, Ashwini.
Ashwini ma'am.
Keep the beds.
I think Ashwini, echo is coming. Can you log
each other, or how much space in between the beds itself?
So actually, Ashwini had some technical issues. So let us go to our next speaker, and we'll join Ashwini later on. Dr. Siddharth is there?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Siddharth, yeah. So Siddharth's area of interest is incorporating development. A lot of talk is going on about development, and what happens is that we don't take development as a planning stage. We build NSU and then we add development there. But actually, we have to put development in the planning stage itself. So developmental and family-centered care element, how to incorporate in the beginning NSU design, Dr. Siddharth will tell. Welcome, Siddharth.
Thank you, sir. As you rightly said, now I think retrofitting developmental care and family-centered care into already established NICUs is going to cost more, and then it won't work out as well as if you do it right from the beginning itself. So I think giving some space, some time, and obviously there will be a lot of money more than what is usual. But believe me, I think the outcomes, now that we all know the developmental care and families have to be involved so that we get a better outcome for every baby. So just a few slides about how to do this. So we'll first talk about family-centered care. So the first thing is, we are very worried about infection, and then we don't want people coming in too much. But I think we need to have signage inside saying that we can have parents come anytime. And this has been our experience in our NIC, that we allow 24 hours only for mother and father if they are not sick. And that sign should be there, and then that they should be made feel welcome, and there should be some a board hung saying what is expected of you. How can you take care in your baby's well-being or treatment? Little things, they'll feel good about it. And what this does is that the doctor-patient interaction becomes much smoother. So they know what you are doing, how hard work nurses are doing and doctors are doing. So there's a lot of appreciation for your work. So it becomes a lot easy and less amount of litigation as well later on. And one good idea is to have a wall of hope. I think, as soon as you enter the NICU, you have corridor, have babies who are 600 grammars, 700 grammars, take pictures of them when they were in NICU, and then when they become older, hang them on the corridor so that, it fills them with some hope, saying, okay, my baby also will do well. So that's the first thing, that as soon as they enter the NICU. Coming to the bed spaces, they should have enough space. Our recommendation for space was 150 square feet in a multi-bedroom and 180 square feet in a single bedroom. 150 should have a chair, at least a recliner for doing skin-to-skin care. Good if they can have a fit in a bed there where the baby, mothers or can stay back if she wants. The baby is big enough to go home. There can be kind of transition for them to go to before discharge. Also, if they're going to breastfeed, we should have enough screens, cover them up. So those should be, procured before itself. Speech privacy, such as the previous slide. Speech privacy also should be there for at least 10 to 12 feet. That's going to be very difficult in Indian setup, but we should try. There should be enough pumping areas where they can breastfeed, the express breast milk. And one important thing is to have a bereavement room. That is, if the baby is expired, the family should have enough time and space, private space, for to keep the baby with them, maybe take a few pictures, hold the baby, take footprints, say prayers. So this is an important thing. If we have a space for a bereavement room, that'll be very nice. Next slide, sir. There should be some family support, having a family lounge where there are lockers, they can keep their valuables. They're not thinking about them when they come to an ICU, especially toilet. Our old NICU, we had huge difficulty with having toilets for parents, and that was a major complaint. Now that we have got one toilet, it solves a lot of problems. The negative feedback is prevented. Again, lactation support and consultations, nice if we can have separate dedicated rooms for those. And if we can tie up with certain people who can supply toys to you, and then visual developmental tools, even positioning aids. We have a tailor who makes positioning aids, so that you can keep them in all kinds, like the bendy bumper and all, which are very expensive if you buy from Philips. But if we can do it tailor-made in your own local area and make sure that they are available to you, it'll be very nice in developmental care aspects. Next slide, sir. So coming to sound design, this is for something that you have, as you're building it, we should be observant for how to lessen the noise and the sound. So the major recommendations are then we can have some acoustic soundproof panels in both in the ceilings as well as in the walls. What happens, it reduces the noise, clears the speech, and so that will be good for speech development for babies, at least theoretically. The same thing in the floor, you can have a cushioning between the tiles and the backing area. So that also reduces when you move heavy equipment, so you will not make that much noise. And if you have a noise meter, as you can see on the top of the screen, that noise meter is shaped like a ear. And then if the decimal goes off, the red light flickers. And we used to have this abroad. I couldn't find this in India. And it should be at least green all the time. And that is something all of us in the healthcare system can look and say you reduce noise when it goes off red. Again, building mechanical systems should conform to a noise level of 35. This means that if we have any AC systems, chute systems, like the lab chute, makes a lot of noise. Now we have a new NICU here, which we use to send through to the lab and get from pharmacy and stuff through the mechanical chute. It's extremely noisy.
I'm sorry to interrupt, sir. We have only 5 minutes left.
Yeah, this is one more slide. So other thing is you can have music speakers. These can be kept on the integrated into the roof design, so that if you're using music therapy, that can be done easily. So last thing is about lighting. Again, lighting should be adjustable, and it's very simple to have regulators for light. We have kept up in our NICU, which is just like fan regulators. It costs only some 200, 300 rupees, but you can nicely decrease the light, and the diurnal variation can be done. This is beneficial in greater than 28 weeks. So, and these light source should not be, it should be free of glare and should not be directly above the person. And lastly, if we have the money and the budget for a single family room, go for it, because it reduces the infections rates, developmental outcomes are better, the better weight gain, length of stay is less, but this is obviously going to be very expensive.
Thank you, Siddharth. It was a very nice presentation about incorporating development from beginning itself. So thanks a lot. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
So Ashwini is actually right now this one.
So can you hear me now?
Yes, yes. Now
Yes.
we can hear you. Now let me give 1 second. We'll go to Ashwini's topic. So Ashwini is going to talk about space management. So how to go for space management? Please go ahead, Ashwini.
Thank you, sir. Good evening. So setting up the NICU, one of the most important things is also managing the space. So next slide. So ideally, we would want to the labor room, the OT complex, and even the antenatal and postnatal wards, the neonatal unit. Ideally, always better to have all of it in the same floor so that there is no chaos while shifting the baby, especially this extreme preterms and extreme low birth weights. If in case you're not, if you cannot at least design it in a way that all of them cannot be in the same floor, there should always be lift facility so that the baby can be immediately shifted with all the care to the NICU. So there are different guidelines, so we cannot say, okay, so we cannot do our own thing. So there are a lot of guidelines which say as to how should be the guidelines. From 2001, 2011, that is from India. The recommended standards for newborn ICU design 2013, that's from the US. Designing an ICU, Association of Perinatal Medicine Neonatal Units 2013, that's UK, and there are guidelines from Scotland also. So we can follow any of these guidelines and set up our NICU. So this picture mainly shows as to how the what should be next to each other and what should be outside the NICU and what should be inside the NICU. So high dependency, intensive care, and the special room, special care should all be in the same. Even the staff office and the records, everything should be in the same place. So the rest of the things, like the mother's wards and the step down and the transitional care, the storeroom, and all have to be outside as per this slide. So next slide. So mainly coming to the bed capacity and space, level 2 minimum, you need to have 12 beds for 3,000 deliveries and additional 4 beds for every 100 deliveries. And level 3 minimum of 12 beds, which should have 4 ventilated plus 4 ventilated beds. So next slide. So each cot space in a level 2 NICU should be around 100 square feet. And level 3, each infant space of minimum 120 square feet to 150 square feet. Distance between the two infant cots should be 8 feet, and the adjacent aisle space should be 4 feet in multiple bedrooms. So next slide. And the floor space, considering that there are 12 bedded unit, each bed should around 100 square feet. So it should be more than 1,200 square feet, whereas in a level 3, considering that it should be around 120 to 150 square feet each bed, we should have around at least 2,400 square feet space. This excluding the ancillary and step down area. Coming to isolation area, I think they've already previously mentioned that ideally it should be situated in the NICU. Minimum of 150 square feet of clear floor space area, and hand-free hand washing space should be there, and a negative air pressure with 100% air exhausted outside, and the self-closing door for these isolation areas should be present. Hand washing, so hand-free hand washing space should be there within 20 feet of each bed, minimum distance of 3 feet from the beds. Dimension should be 24 into 16 and 10 inches depth. And the space for soap, dispensers, and towel, all that space should be allocated initially itself. And a pictorial hand wash sign should always be above all the sinks. So next slide. Coming to the acoustics, in NICU, it should not exceed an hourly LEQ of 45 decibels and an hourly LEQ of 50 decibels. And in staff areas, family areas, and staff lounge areas, the sound should not exceed hourly LEQ of 50 decibels and L10 of 55 decibels. Fire alarms in the infant area should be restricted to flashing lights without an audible signal. Next, coming to the floor lighting. So I think previous 10 to 600 lux, both neutral and electric lights sources, natural and electrical light sources shall have controls, and a separate procedure room lighting and no less than 2,000 lux should be available, and one source of natural daylight. Coming to the floor and ceiling and walls, the ceiling should be cleanable and should prohibit the passages of particles from the cavity above the ceiling plane into the clinical environment. And floors and walls should be easily cleanable, minimize the growth of microorganisms, and the reflection should be less than 30 gloss units, or it should be less than 40%. Temperature, it should be maintained between 22 to 26 and humidity of 30 to 60% while avoiding condensation on the walls and window surfaces, and 6 air changes per hour and minimum of 2 changes being outside air. So this is regarding the temperature and the ventilation. And the step down, we should make sure that level 2, it should be 30% of the total NICU beds, and level 3, it should be 25% of the total NICU beds. Should have adult beds, facilities to do the KMC within the NICU premises or close to the in close proximity with the NICU, if not within the NICU. So this is regarding the spacing, sir, of the NICU.
Very good, Dr. Ashwini. It is a great job you have done with all these figures and all that. How to manage the space, because space is something which is finite, and we have to make the maximum utilization of the space. Architects, they tell something, but there should be clinical inputs in architects. Yes, so sir. We have to keep on juggling about the plans and all those things. And no plan is never perfect. Always there is some imperfection is left, but we have to keep on improving on that. So thanks a lot about this.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
So as already we have covered developmental design. So now actually we covered manpower, we covered space management, we covered infection control, we covered developmental supportive care. Now I'm coming to our other panelists. Mainly I would like to ask Dr. Suresh. Dr. Suresh is there? Dr. Suresh? Dr. Suresh is available? Dr. Suresh, are you there?
Rahul, can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely fine. Please go ahead. Now, Suresh will tell about management support, because there are two types of people in the world. Those are owners, those are not owners, those are employees. So actually, both roles are very tricky. So when you not putting money from your own pocket, somebody else is actually spending for you, you have to justify. Whatever you are telling to the management, you should be concise and you should be sure about cost effectiveness. So now Suresh will tell us about getting management support for your NICU. Please go ahead, Suresh. I can't change the slides.
Hello. Yeah, Rahul. Sorry, there's a mic problem here. Yeah. Thank you, Rahul. Just like Dr. Priyadashini was talking about her story and her journey setting up her NICU, as the director of the hospital, part of this will be my journey on how my neonatologist, Dr. Ramakrishnan, worked with me and convinced me and pulled me along the journey. So, next slide. So, is this the next slide? Yeah, so before you do, the first step in any NICU is you need to know how is you have clarity in your goals as a neonatologist. How are you going to position your NICU? Is it going to be a level 1, level 2, level 3, a mix of the 3? And also look at what is the need of your institution. Does your institution, are you meeting the needs of your institution? And then also what are the needs of your city or region? Are you going to meet an unmet need, or are you going to be competing for the same babies? And so first of all, once you have clarity of the type of NICU you want to set up, you also got to consider what institution you're working at. So, I mean, it doesn't matter whether it's a private hospital, trust hospital, medical, you're always competing for resources with other departments. Now, a little better when you're a mother and child hospital because you are integral part of it. But even then, sometimes what happens is it might be predominantly a maternity hospital and they just want the NIC for support, and you might not have all that you desire. In a pediatric hospital, exclusive pediatric hospital, then yes, things are much, much better. I have not specifically covered neonatologist-owned hospitals because in that case, I think this talk is superfluous. So always, there's support ensures getting adequate resources. So resources is not just about funding, as people before me have spoken. It also includes manpower allocation and space, which is one of the most valuable and scarcest resources in the hospital. Even if we get funding and manpower, getting space can always be a challenge. And if you look at what the previous speakers talking about the requirements in terms of 100 square feet, 120, 150 square feet per bed, and that's going to be one of your biggest challenges if you're part of a bigger hospital setup. Now, as a management, and from the management, what do we look for? ROI. In case you don't know, it's return on investment. As any MBA qualified doctor or any administrator would say, what's my earning from this investment? If I give you this money to develop this NICU, how much am I going to get from this? And then they're going to weigh it against, can I get a better return on this investment? Instead of the NICU, what if I invested this money in something else? And what is the risk? Having given this money, will it perform? Will you make earnings for me? It doesn't matter. Even in a trust hospital, you still have to make money to run the center. So it doesn't matter whether you're a charity or a private hospital. These are relevant for everyone. And this is what doctors think of management, that management has infinite amounts of money and they just don't want to give it. But unfortunately, that's not true. So just walking through some departments, if you say radiation oncology, budget is about 50 crores. I'm sorry, the slides are a bit jumbled up. It's not my doing. You put a radiology department, you can spend between 5 to 15 crores. Intervention cardiology, anywhere around 5 crores. Lab, every hospital needs a lab, you can go between 1 to 5 crores. And NICU, actually, if you look at all those big ticket items, it's not that expensive. You can start even at around 50 lakhs. And of course, you can always go up 5 crores. I'm assuming a normal sized NICU of about 10 beds, but obviously with more beds, it's going to cost more. But then why is it so difficult to get funding for NICU? Is it because NICUs are quite often not as, glamorous as other departments? Everyone knows about cancer treatment. Everyone knows about X-ray, CT, MRI. But how many people really know what the NICU, what do you do in an NICU? Forget about public. You have to be prepared to explain your needs and importance to the non-neonatologist doctors. Even I, as a doctor administrator, had a different view. Didn't have a full view of what neonatologists did until I was educated by Dr. Ramakrishnan, because it was just a unit within pediatrics, my mindset 5 years ago. But then working with him, I realized that there's so much, neonatology is a world in itself. And if you've got non-doctor administrators, it's going to be even more tougher. Even if you're not a business person, a doctor, you should have a business plan so that you can talk to these administrators saying that this is the revenue that you can think of from the department. And always, don't try to do everything at one time. Think of a phased expansion. There's nothing wrong in starting small and gradually developing the unit. Getting the basics, again, this ties into the previous slide, manpower, getting manpower right is more important. A well-trained NICU nurse is worth more than any piece of equipment. So a big bang start might not always be the best. Be prepared to start small and build your way. That's what happened in our hospital. Try to pull decision makers along when you visit other hospitals. I did that. I've actually visited Rahul's NICU in Chennai also. I visited several NICUs, which my neonatologist, Dr. Ram, was able to convince me to tag along. So I was able to see what they were doing and look at the equipment and talk to people who are behind it and see what could be done. And also, he pulled me along to visit stalls whenever there's like Bangalore, GE had a roadshow. And someone mentioned desirable items like CFM. The first time I saw the CFM and saw the cost of a CFM, my immediate thought process was never in our hospital. We can't afford this. We're going to not make money off this. Looking at HFO ventilation, again, such an expensive ventilator. But today, I am proud to say that we have all of those and even more, because the neonatologist was able to convince me of the utility. I saw the work being done by the neonatologist. So it was a give and take. Seeing what the department was doing convinced me that, yes, this investment is a worthwhile, equipment is a worthwhile investment. So it's not always about individual equipment space ROI, but how can we improve outcomes? So we started looking at outcomes. So as a hospital owner, I have to look at what is the value proposition of the NICU to the hospital compared to other departments. How does it benefit the hospital? How will I get babies to come to the NICU? What are the ancillary benefits like other income, radiology department, laboratory? Are they going to, is the NICU going to be feeding me revenue to those departments? And what is our unique selling proposition, USP, as in what is our NICU going to be doing different from others that patients are going to be referred to us. So ROI need not just be payback in money, return on investment. It can also be publicity that we get out of it. So our NICU, with the kind of work our team is doing, we get to talk about it. People understand that, oh, you're doing such great work. And there's a halo effect in the hospital saying that when we can handle babies at less than 1 kilo, we can definitely take care of adults also. And you guys, neonatologists, I'm the only non-neonatologist here, but I will tell you guys do phenomenal work. And think of it, you are saving newborn babies. No one else can claim that. You're the only department that can say, we save newborn babies. So make use of it. There's photographs like this, like the wall of hope that was mentioned earlier. You go to anyone and show them, like, look, this is the baby that came in. This is the baby several months later. Have photos like that, talk about it, publicize your work so that people get emotional about it and then open up the purse strings. So there's nothing, this immediately tugs to your heart. Forget about money. You want to help. So make use of the emotional connect of your department. Look at, again, I'm sorry about the layout. There are alternative sources of funding you can look at, social organizers like Rotary, Lions, Roundtable, GoFundMe, Cato, wherein you can also help the institution saying that this is a one-time big ticket purchase and I can help with funding. Let me appeal to these organizations. Again, use photos, talk to them, tell them what you're doing, and try to get other sources of funding also. So I think with that, I wrap up my talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was very excellent talk, because it was what made it excellent is the passion and the doubt, and doubt about returns are temporary. But once you see the returns, actually management is wholeheartedly going to support the NISU. The way you compared with other department is actually great eye opener, and we are going to use it with each of us from how to actually take the management on your side rather than going actually against the management. So I would like to, the last part of this one, this panel discussion was excellent. Dr. Shekhar is there? Dr. Shekhar? Dr. Shekhar, are you there?
So I don't think he's joined us.
Fine. It's okay. Actually, we are short of time also. We actually were overshooting the time. So today's discussion was more about practical aspects, manpower, then how to get management and funding, crowdfunding, then incorporating infection control and developmental supportive care. So I thank all the panelists, and I thank the audience and organizers for giving us opportunity to discuss this on behalf of NNF. Actually, I am grateful for giving us opportunity. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for conducting such a lovely session and keeping this panel together. We really appreciate your presence and all the other panelists. Thank you for this informative session. We really enjoyed having all of you all here. And with this, we come to an end of our South Neocon 2021 weekend. This was amazing. And I hope you guys also had a lot of learning. So I'm hoping to see you guys soon. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Right now.
Bye. Bye.